2.
I think we're going to win 2.
I'll say 2.
We're going to win 3.
I'm going to say MLS Cup and Champions Cup, CONCACAF Champions Cup.
I'm going to say 1.
They have to win a minimum of 2.
So I'm going to go with 3. I think they're winning Leagues Cup, MLS Cup, and Champions Cup.
1. MLS Cup.
So how many trophies is Inter Miami going to win in 2025? Saur, what's your answer?
I think Inter Miami is going to win 2 trophies. MLS Cup has to be. And then I think we're going to win the Leagues Cup. I don't think we're going to win the CONCACAF Champions Cup. We're going to get close, but we'll fall short. 2 it is. Bring me the MLS Cup, and it's going to be a successful season.
I am almost tempted to say 0 because I get how hard it is to actually win a trophy. We saw in the Eastern Conference so many teams fail to do that, and it was the Red Bulls of all teams that emerged out of the East. But I'm going to go with 3. I think Inter Miami is going to win the CONCACAF Champions Cup. I think they're going to win the Supporter Shield, and I think they're going to win the MLS Cup. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Drive Pink Dialogue. I think we have something special for you guys tonight. As always, I'm your host, Scotty. I'm here with my co-host, Saur, but this is not a normal episode, and we will not be doing a ton of talking today. Over the past week, we went out and we talked to everyone we could talk to about Inter Miami to give you guys a holistic season preview of the 2025 season. So did we bite off more than we could chew?
100%. This was a mega project. We got on a lot of Inter Miami content creators, influencers, voices in the space. And I'm glad that we were able to, because it's been a fantastic week of recording with some of the best people out there. But it was a lot. It was a lot to chew on, but I'm glad we did it.
I'm glad we did it too, but I will say, I think it's going to be cool. Now, here's what's happening, guys. We went out and interviewed 12 different people, and I'll mention them in a second. We had some very interesting conversations previewing a different aspect of Inter Miami's 2025 season. Now, every conversation is slightly different, and in fact, centers around a different topic. So none of the conversations are going to be repetitive, but they're all with different people. To give you a heads up, we got Messi Kaufman from the Miami Herald, Alex Windley, Favian Renkel, Kris from the Battered Herons, Branton from the Inter Miami Show, Franco Panizo from Miami Total Futbol, Julio from the Heron Heads, Gian and Ashley from Messi and Co, Marc Gonzalez from False 9, and then, of course, we had to get Danny Solana and Xavier Guerrero to help us preview the 2025 season. Now, Saur and I have spent over 7 hours previewing each player individually, and as a part of that, we talked about so many different aspects of this 2025 season, position battles, formations, how the coach is going to use different players. I mean, I think we've done everything that we needed to do in terms of a season preview over the 29 individual player previews that we've done. And so I think it was cool and smart of us to go out and get some other opinions. But as you guys, I'm sure, can see from the timestamp, this became a monster. Good idea? Was this a good idea?
Yeah, it's always good to get out of your echo chamber. And honestly, some of the conversations, I know I wasn't part of a lot of those conversations. So thank you so much for taking on and biting on that big responsibility. But a lot of the conversations were very interesting, some distinct viewpoints. I'm glad that we were able to get some viewpoints that were not the same as just the two of us bozos talking about Inter Miami. And I hope it's an enlightening conversation for the listeners and the viewers as well, because it brings a fresh perspective to Inter Miami. And as we are calling it the big preview, I think we assembled the Avengers, and that's what the conversation was. It's long, but I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy every different piece that we've put together for this video.
Now, I want to thank everyone that joined us this week. Again, 12 different people took time out of their days. They were all incredibly kind, incredibly supportive. Found out some of them were fans of the show, and that was awesome. I think every single person that was willing to spend time with us, I just want to give them a huge shout out. We spent, and as you'll see throughout this episode, 15 to to 25, and some were so interesting we had to go even longer with each individual person. And then we also did some predictions and some rapid fire questions. You saw one of those at the beginning of this episode, what that's like. Those will be interspersed throughout as the appropriate topics come up in different conversations. But just to give you an idea, we talked about Inter Miami's culture and what 2025 means for the culture building process. We talked about how Inter Miami fits in the larger MLS picture. I think we talked about all the different position battles, different types of players on the team, how other people feel various parts of the team and the roster are coming together, Javier Mascherano and the new formation, and what the expectation should be in 2025. And I think we got the best possible people we could have. Now, I do want to say there are Inter Miami people out there that aren't a part of this episode. Some of them couldn't work with us this week because of certain situations. We want to thank them and wish them well and hope they come on soon. And there's a couple other people that we couldn't just quite connect with. So if you didn't end up on here, hopefully we get you guys soon. But again, everyone was so kind and thoughtful. I want to thank all of them. And Saur, before we kicked started with that first conversation on culture with Michelle Kaufman, how do you feel about this whole project, man? Because it's been a doozy.
One thing that I take away from this is the Inter Miami community is amazing. The people are amazing. As you mentioned, they took out the time from their day to do this with us. And I am super thankful that we got to have all these conversations and speak to such different people from across the board. And I'm glad that we're part of that community. And I just hope everyone enjoys this as much as we enjoyed making this episode. So here it is.
I think that's all there needs to be said. Guys, please enjoy. And we're starting with Michelle Kaufman. Please take it away, Scotty. And now, I'm joined by the legendary Michelle Kaufman, the biggest and best journalist in South Florida when it comes to soccer. And so, I just wanted to say I am so incredibly grateful that you are willing to spend a few minutes with us to talk about this. And I'm such a big fan of yours and have been since I started following Inter Miami. And I know that you have been around and doing this for a lot longer than that. So thank you so much for being here. And I hope you're doing well.
Thank you. No, I'm happy to be here. This is what I do. I wake up early and get on I-95 at 7:30 in the morning to get up to training, to watch them stretch and do rondos for 15 minutes. So that's how dedicated I am to this craft.
Yeah, and one of the things that we wanted to talk about in this episode was about the culture of Inter Miami, and because you do that every day, you are, I think, the perfect person to talk to about that. And because you have probably heard and read every single word that has come out of the mouth of this ownership group about how they want to build this culture and probably written most of those words for the public. Let's start with this. When they came into the league, I think there was probably a pretty ambitious and idealistic idea of what the culture could be. They're in a talent hotbed. I think we've seen them do a pretty good job with their academy. But then also, I think there was an emphasis on bringing together the community, multiple different aspects. And I think there was an idea that we could bring in big players at some point. So in your words, what do you think the goal for Inter Miami is from the ownership's perspective or potentially from your perspective, what they want the club culture to be? What do they want the perspective of the club to be from the outside?
Oh, well, I mean, Jorge Mas he's a big dreamer. He's a big talker and a big dreamer. And, sometimes the things he says sound preposterous, like he's going to bring Leo Messi here. And I was like, yeah, right. Every time I would see him, he'd say, mark my words, Michelle, it's going to be epic. It's going to happen. Epic, epic, epic. He kept telling me that. He would point his little finger. And he said to me, don't get in the way of between a Cuban and his dream. That's what he used to say to me. Don't get in between a Cuban and his dream. So anyway, he's extremely ambitious. He's willing to spend money. He was willing to court Leo Messi for 3 years to basically seduce, not in a sexual way, but, his father and his family to want to come here. And lo and behold, he's here. I never thought that would happen. I certainly didn't think it would happen when they were still playing at the former Lockhart Stadium, which is, a temporary stadium that was thrown together in 18 months. It's like a Lego set. They put it up, they could take it down. I just couldn't picture Lionel Messi driving on Commercial Boulevard and making a right into that place, next to the auto body shops with a McDonald's and a Dunkin' Donuts across the street. I mean, you consider where he has played, where this man has been in his career. And for me, it just seemed nuts for Jorge Mas to even suggest that player, not to mention now all of his friends, you've got 5 guys from that Barcelona team who are now driving down Commercial Boulevard and turning off 15th into that place that was, I covered the Miami Fusion from the inception of that team in 1997. And, we're talking about that was a high school football stadium that was converted to a soccer stadium. And, it was basically bleachers. And for those 5, I'm counting Javier Mascherano now, for those 5 figures in modern soccer history to all decide that they're going to come here and play in MLS at that facility is remarkable. And, you do have to, no matter what you think of Jorge Mas or whatever, you have to tip your hat that he got these guys here. I never thought that would happen. I mean, it was a huge deal. I remember when they first signed Pizarro, like, oh, a Mexican star, Rodolfo Pizarro, like that was a big headline at the time. And then Gonzalo Higuain, he played in a World Cup. Blaise Matuidi, World Cup player, Blaise Matuidi, those were big headlines not too long ago. And so the fact that he's been able to, he and David Beckham, but, it's a combination. David Beckham obviously is the celebrity face of the team and everything, but Jorge Mas is really the guy who was, doing a lot of the work behind the scenes and a lot of the schmoozing that he loves to do. And he was able to get these guys to come and pay for them to come. And it's remarkable. And then, about the culture, David Beckham was really more preaching from the beginning about the academy. And I think, he talked about the Manchester United DNA and how he wanted that to be the same here, that there would be an Inter Miami DNA where kids would grow up, wanting to play for the academy and idolizing the first team players and then working the way up through the academy, the way they do at Man U, the way they do at Barcelona. So they very much wanted that same type of a pathway between the academy. They did want, yes, a winning team with big names, but they also wanted to create a community love for the club that would want kids to, kids would want to play there, and then they would work their way up. And we've seen that already a little bit. I mean, when you look at the roster now, yes, there are a lot of stars on this team, but they also have Benja, they have Benja Cremaschi, they have Noah Allen, they have Ian Frey. These are guys who David Ruiz, these are guys who came up through the academy. David Ruiz was like playing in Alapata, Little Havana. And for him to all of a sudden be on the Honduran national team and be a teammate of Lionel Messi is quite remarkable. And Benja is 19 years old. I believe that yesterday, one of my colleagues covers high school soccer down here, Andre Fernandez. We have a podcast together. By the way, I'll just plug my podcast here, Inside Inter Miami. So anyway, I have a podcast, Inside Inter Miami. And Andre Fernandez, who's the high school writer, was saying that he thinks he saw Benja at the game yesterday. Mast Academy boys and girls were playing like in the regional championships, and Benja was there. And of course he was, because he lives in Key Biscayne. He's 19 years old, and his friends play on that team. His friends are 17 and 18-year-old teenagers who are playing on the local high school team in the regional championship. And meanwhile, he is now Lionel Messi's teammate and on the U.S. national team. So you look at what David and Jorge said at the beginning about A, they wanted to get big stars. They did that. B, they wanted to have an academy pathway where kids could make it to the senior team, which that has also happened. And now I think the big third piece of the puzzle is the stadium. And I just went to the airport the other day, and there are things actually coming out of the ground vertically. My husband used to always joke with me because I'd say, look, it looks like they're doing something over there. And he's like, It's still horizontal. There is nothing going on. They're moving dirt around from one side to the other with a bulldozer. There's nothing vertical going on. There is some vertical things happening now. I see some cranes, some verticality going on at the Miami Freedom Park. So, I think that that's the third piece of this puzzle is they want the team in Miami, which that has been the plan from 1997. And here we are in the year 2025, and it still hasn't happened. But the initial idea for a Miami MLS team was that it would be in the heart of 305. This is no offense to Broward, no offense to 954 or 561, but this team was supposed to be in the heart of the Hispanic community in urban Miami. And, the idea was that so many Latin Americans are living here and a lot of young people are living here, like in the Brickell corridor and everything. And they would take public transportation and come to the games. And it would be a really cool urban thing to do, to have the MLS team in the heart of Miami, not on Commercial Boulevard across from the auto work body shops and across from Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's. And again, no offense to those establishments, but I think the third part of the dream for the ownership is to have a signature stadium in the heart of the city. And by the way, it's been going to be across the highway from Marlins Park. And if you follow Miami politics and everything else, Jorge Mas, he really wanted to buy the Marlins. He is a Cuban baseball fan. His dream was to buy the Marlins. He did not get to do that because Derek Jeter moved in and they ended up buying it, and Jorge was left out. So believe me when I tell you, this is a very competitive man. And I'm not saying he doesn't still like baseball, but I know that he would love in the summer to see that Miami Freedom Park Stadium packed with people, with lots of energy around it and all kinds of businesses and things going on in that park, with the Miami Marlins Park across the way. That's just my own editorializing right there. But I do think that there's motivation there on that front too.
No, well, I think you mentioned so many interesting things there, and I hope you will allow me to go into them one by one. First, you mentioned the ambition, and I think that if you really pay attention, that's been obvious from the beginning, because even the big transfer fees for guys like Pizarro and really young players like Pellegrini and Julian Carranza, like there are signs that there was huge ambition. Other MLS clubs have never spent that kind of money on any player, much less, a teenager or, and then Higuain and Matuidi. Of course, Messi is a new level. And so I think we can say pretty confidently they've checked off the let's be ambitious in who we want to bring to this club. And maybe I'll ask you a question at the end about future and who he kind of jokes with you about now. But I do want to get into the young players and specifically 2025, because culture is built over time, and it's easy to talk about having a Manchester United identity or a Barcelona identity, even though those are the two big clubs that are probably most closely connected to Inter Miami right now. It's another thing to actually build it over time and have it be felt in the walls. And so for 2025, you mentioned Benjamin Kramaski, Noah Allen, Ian Frey, David Ruiz, Leo Alfonso. A number of guys have sort of come through, and potentially Santi Morales and Tyler Hall this season in Israel Boatwright. How do you think the club should balance trying to win every trophy, bring in big young players like Federico Redondo and Telasco Segovia, but also find opportunities for homegrown players?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a delicate balance there. I mean, and I think they've done a good job of it. And actually, I think Tata Martino last year did a good job of integrating those players. And somebody like Yannick Bright, to be honest, I think he was one of the bright spots, pun intended there. He was one of the bright spots of a team that was very good last year. But when Messi was out for 2.5 months, they still won. They won without Lionel Messi for 2.5 months. And Yannick Bright really rose during that period. And I know that Tata really liked him. Tata just thought that he was a spectacular player. He would mention him almost every press conference. He would mention Yannick Bright, and he would mention how it was so important for the scouts to get some of these, to unearth some of these gems from the college draft and from youth academy and stuff like that. It was very important to him that the young guys carried the team when the older guys were with the national teams and when Messi was out injured and so on. So I do think last year's team, their success was really not just the big four. In fact, the biggest of the big four wasn't even there for 2.5 months.
Yeah.
And they lost in the playoffs when he was there. But the team did well when a lot of those young guys had to step up in the summer. In June and July, a lot of those games were won with those young players. And, somebody like Noah Allen, you look at him and, he's not tall. He doesn't look like a very imposing world-class athlete, shall I say, if there's a way to describe, but neither does Lionel Messi, to be honest. If you saw him walking down the street, you would never say this guy is the greatest athlete, in soccer history or whatever. So soccer can be deceiving that way. But you look at Noah Allen, and he's a kid who was, Pembroke Pines, grew up playing local clubs, joins the academy, and then the next thing you know, he's on the second team, and the next thing you know, he's starting. And he's starting even with the new coaching regime too. They still have Noah Allen in there. Now they've got some new guys coming in now, of course. They have Gonzalo Lujan, and they're going to have some other options. But Noah is somebody that they respect enough that he's certainly in the picture. Ian Frey, poor guy, has had all of these knee injuries, but if he can stay healthy, he's another one who's a standout player. Benha is making waves, at the national level at age 19, playing on the U.S. Olympic team. So I think it's important to have a balance. And as far as creating a culture, yes, because Messi is going to be gone. I mean, let's face it, he's going to be 38 years old very soon. And Luis Suarez is also going to be 38 years old. And, the other guys are also in their 30s. And so if they last to next season, which I know that's the ownership wants them to open 2026 at Miami Freedom Park with Messi on the field. They want him to not just be there waving at people from the stands, from a box. They want him to still be playing. But even if that happens and he lasts until next season, what about after that? What happens when Messi is gone with this club? And I'm already seeing a little bit of the novelty wearing off as far as tickets are available. Tickets are still available. I just saw that for the CONCACAF Champions Cup game, the home game against Kansas City, they're already offering a discount package where you can get a ticket for $30, which includes a hot dog and a soda. I'm not saying that that's like what the Marlins do to try to draw fans when they're desperate, but I am saying that there was a time when Messi got here that they were not selling tickets for $30, including a hot dog and a soda. Now they are. And so, I do think that when Messi and this team play elsewhere, it's a really big deal because other people are still getting their first chance to see him. And it's still like an event everywhere he goes. It's not as much of an event anymore when he's playing at Chase Stadium. And yes, the diehard fans are still going to support and are still going to pay double for their season tickets and whatever. I know my husband is one of them who's paying double what he paid before Messi got here for his season ticket. And the diehards are still going to do that and everything. And there are still going to be the curiosity factor of the fans who have not had a chance to see Messi play, or people who are here traveling from other countries or from other cities. And, oh, here's a chance to see Lionel Messi up close. But overall, I think that the hysteria and all of the hoopla has died down a little bit. And it's getting a little more normal that Lionel Messi is playing in MLS and he plays every week at Chase Stadium and he trains there. And so what happens if we already see a little bit of a dip in interest when he's still here, but he's not brand new anymore? It's not bright and shiny as much as it was. What happens when he's gone, when Suarez is gone, when Busquets is gone, and Alba's gone? When those four are no longer on this team, which is going to be in 2 years or so, what is the team culture then? What fans, do they have a strong enough fan base to keep this going? Or do they have to continue to sign the biggest names in the sport, to play at Miami Freedom Park? That's going to be the big question that needs to be answered.
Yeah, and I almost feel like it's impossible to answer that question now just because they're in the high of the Lionel Messi era. But I guess I wanted to get your perspective because no one is more inside than you. In terms of, has the conversation changed on what the club should be since Messi arrived? Because it's not a secret that a lot of the front office people have turned over. It is not a secret that a lot of the players have been moved on and very few have sort of kept through, with the exception of the kids that have come through the academy and a few others. But it does feel like there was a cultural checkpoint that happened at in middle of 2023. Do you still hear the same types of things from the people on the inside about what they want the club to be, about building the academy, about building the culture in South Florida? Like, have the conversations changed since the arrival of all the big names?
Well, I think it would be naive to suggest anything but this is Messi's team right now. This is Messi's team. You look at the number of Argentine players on this team. You look at the fact that the head coach is a friend of his, who was his teammate, who's only 2 years older than him. The entire coaching staff came with Mascherano. Originally when Tata came, it was like, okay, well, they got an Argentine coach because he had worked with Messi before and he's from Argentina and he understands the Argentine culture. But he was not like Messi's buddy. He was not in the little, in the little social group with Messi and his friends from Barcelona, and all of their wives are friends, all of their kids are friends. It's like one big giant posse, I don't think there's any question, when you look now at the front office, you have, Javier Sensi came from Barcelona, Senye, he came from Barcelona. There's now Chris Henderson is gone. Some of the other people in the scouting department are gone. And now the head scout, they haven't really said exactly what the title is, but one of the people now in charge of scouting is also an Argentine connection of Messi's, whom he knew from way back from Barcelona when he was a teenager. And this guy, he said, was one of his, mentors or whatever when he was coming up through the Barcelona academy. That guy came into the club in 2023 as a second team assistant, scouting type person.
Are you
and
speaking
he's now
Guillermo Hoyos?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
He's now in charge. I mean, he's now basically in charge of scouting and personnel. So there's no question that the Messi influence goes beyond selling jerseys and selling merchandise and selling tickets. He has a big influence right now on the front office. And, they want him to be happy. Lionel Messi is the cash cow of this team for the next 2 years, or for the next however long he's affiliated, and he's going to be a part owner of the team once he retires. But it's Messi's team now. I mean, Jorge Mas and David Beckham and Jose Mas, they are the ownership group, but Messi is going to be an ownership partner upon his retirement, and they need him to be happy. If Messi is happy, everybody is happy. If Messi is unhappy, that's not good for the club. So, but whatever, they tell me when I ask these questions, like, is he really running the club? And people that I know very high up, and I do have conversations with the Mas brothers and whatever, no, they say, no, they consult with him. They want his advice. He obviously is, the best of all time. He's worked at the biggest clubs in the world. He's incredibly successful. And so they want his input. But, it's more than just input. If you look and see how many people are gone and how many people have been replaced by people that Messi personally knows. He personally knows people that are now on the full coaching staff, the scouting department. Some people in the front office have come from Barcelona too. So right now it's Messi's team, but that is not unusual. It's the same as LeBron James. with the Lakers or LeBron James, wherever he goes. I mean, when you are the biggest name and the biggest money maker in your sport, the owners of the team have to pay attention to what he wants. And they are not just going to say, you know what, Leo, we're really happy to have you here, but we are much more interested in promoting
Yeah,
our
of course.
academy kids from Broward and Palm Beach County. If that's not what he wants, you know, unless it's his kids that are playing in the academy and they are going to be growing up in the next few years, you know, they're now very young. They still can't be on the first team. But, you know, I look at Santi Morales is 17. He wasn't really having much of a factor before all of a sudden he's getting playing time on the first team. You know, he's from Argentina. Javi Morales is his father. You know, there's definitely a Messi influence on this team on and off the field. And it's undeniable. I mean, to say that's not true is just very naive.
Yeah, well, then maybe we should go back to how we started, because I think you really eloquently put the 3 pillars of what they wanted Inter Miami to be. And in that, you talked about the Moss brothers and David Beckham, and we didn't really mention what Lionel Messi wants, and his group wants Inter Miami to be. So I guess, again, as best you understand it, has what they want the club to be changed when you add in a significant new factor, a new person into that decision-making group at the top?
Well, yeah, because I think that Lionel Messi's top objective is not necessarily to grow MLS or to please or to grow South Florida soccer. I mean, this is not where his roots are, you know.
Mm-hmm.
His roots are in Barcelona and in Argentina. Jorge Mas's roots are here. He loves Miami. He's very passionate about Miami, and he wants Miami to have a great team, a winning team in a beautiful stadium in his town, you know, where he wants to create a legacy in memory of his father. Because, you know, he came here from Cuba with nothing, with a dime or whatever in his pocket. This is all real. This is all real stuff with Jorge Mas. It really is. He's very much the Cuban immigrant story who cares very deeply about leaving a legacy as a Cuban American whose father was a very significant member of the community here. So I think Jorge's desire is to create a Miami, you know, a very Miami feeling Latin team in South Florida that's going to be very successful and going to be a sexy team with lots of big names and celebrities showing up at the, you know, celebrities showing up like they do at like they used to do at the Heat games, you know, in the luxury boxes and stuff like that. He wants Inter Miami to be a hip Miami cool cultural thing. David Beckham really was high on the academy because he came from Man U, and that's the way they did it there. You had the DNA from the time you're little. You know, I do think that to some degree, Lionel Messi came up through a club like that. You know, these guys from Barcelona also did come up from a club where the youth academy does feed very much the senior team, and they do have very much of an academy to the first team system. I do think the part that's a little bit of a disconnect with Lionel Messi being so involved is that, you know, I don't think he didn't, when he signed on to play here, it was not like when David Beckham came to MLS, he talked a lot about wanting to grow the sport in America. And he was an ambassador. He liked being an ambassador for American soccer. He used to do lots of interviews. He did a lot of public appearances. He was very engaged with the fans. You know, David Beckham likes hanging around the fans. He was very media friendly and media savvy. And he cared very much about raising the profile of soccer in America. That was a big thing on his platform when he came to MLS. Lionel Messi has never for 1 minute said that he came to MLS to grow the game in America. You know, I don't think I mean, I don't talk to him on a regular basis, so it's not like we chit chat on the sofa. But I don't think that that's why he came to MLS. He came to MLS because it was good for him as an Argentinian player who has the World Cup coming up in the United States next year. He was coming to a market where there are a lot of Argentines and Latin American people here, where he would be able to grow his brand in the United States. He would become an American crossover brand, not just a foreign soccer player. He's now at the Super Bowl. He has commercials with Lay's potato chips. He has Michelob Ultra. You know, he is now an American mainstream star who's doing commercials for Beats with LeBron James. That was not happening when he was with PSG. That was not happening when he was with Barcelona. So I think it was a very savvy business move for him to come here and turn down the gazillions of dollars from Saudi Arabia, because by coming here, even though he's playing in a little rickety stadium on Commercial Boulevard, like I mentioned earlier, from a business standpoint, his brand in the United States has grown really big, and he is becoming a national brand. He's already a global brand, but he's also a big US brand, and the World Cup is going to be here next year. So it was a very good business move for him. On top of that, he's very comfortable with the lifestyle. He and his wife and their kids are able to live a basically fairly normal lifestyle in Fort Lauderdale, where his kids can go to a normal school. He can drive them to school. They can play, you know, at the Weston, you know, tournaments, and he can play in Pembroke Pines or whatever. And they're going to be pretty much left alone a lot more than they were in other parts of the world. So I think from a personal standpoint, he wanted to come here. From a business stand, he wanted to come here. It was a chance for him to keep playing through 2026. But did he come here because he cares deeply about growing the game in America? I don't think so. And did he come here because he cares deeply about children in South Florida and the academy and all that? I don't think that that's what he's thinking about. I really don't.
Yeah. Super interesting conversation. And I think you've touched on about 12 things I'd like to spend an hour talking about. So I will ask one last question, because I didn't ask you for 4 hours. I only asked you for 20, 25
15,
minutes.
we've got 30. That's fine. That's good. We're good.
I apologize. But my last question.
That's okay.
You mentioned that Jorge Mas used to tease you about getting Lionel Messi and the ambition and the big things that he used to talk about. I'm sure the stadium and making that come to fruition by this time a year from now is the big ambitious project that they're working on now. But is there anything else that they ever mention as a pipe dream or something they'd like to do in the future? Or are we thinking let's get the building put together and let's kind of make that part of this club, and then we'll go from there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the stadium is really the main focus at the moment. The Neymar rumors, they haven't gone away, because he's signing a short-term contract over there. It is possible that he could come here in the summer. I mean, that is not out of the question. That has never been shot down by anybody that I've talked to at the club as a ridiculous notion. I think those things, the rumors kind of died down a little bit because he went back to Brazil. But I think that could just be a temporary thing, because he wanted to go spend some time in Brazil, get away from the situation he was in, get a fresh start in a place where everybody adores him and idolizes him. And I think the door is still open. And he is younger. He is younger than Messi. His health is still an issue, because he's had so many injuries. And I don't know that you want to put all your eggs in the basket of a guy who had so many injuries. On the other hand, everyone at the beginning was saying Luis Suarez was a big risk to take him, because, his knees, he was like hobbling around like an 80-year-old man. And he came here and he was like the leading scorer and a candidate for the Golden Boot when he could barely move 1 year before. So, I think that one is still something that is not out of the question. Other than that, no, I have not heard any other big names, anything that would really be worth discussing at this point. I think right now the stadium is huge, because they want to open 2026 there. The World Cup is going to be here. They want to at least show the world soccer community that comes here for the World Cup that they've got this really nice first-class stadium. They're talking about having a soccer museum there. They want to have, some retail and a, soccer sporting goods store. And they want to capitalize on the World Cup, even if the World Cup isn't going to be having games there.
Right.
There still could be installations and World Cup related things at Miami Freedom Park that I think they really would like to do. So right now, I think most of the focus is on, hey, we've got 12 months to get this thing done, at least the stadium part. They're not going to be able to do all of the building that they want to do, but I think the stadium part and the park and some of the fields, I do think they want to get some of those things done. So I think that's the main thing right now. That's the third part of the puzzle. And, and then we shall see what happens when the big four are gone. Is the passion for Inter Miami the same? Is the passion for that pink shirt going to be the same when the number on the back is not number 10? When it's somebody else's number, somebody else's name on the back, are people going to be that passionate about, Kramaski or about, any of the guys that they have on the team now? I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. And please, again, tell us what your podcast is, because I think you have the most interesting and unique podcast. You have the most insider information. And so I would recommend any Inter Miami fan to check it out on a consistent basis, because it is both unique and very interesting. So please plug it again.
I will plug it again. So my podcast, it's me and Andre Fernandez, who's my coworker at the Miami Herald. It's called Inside Inter Miami, and it drops every Wednesday morning at 4 a.m. Once in a while, we change it to a little later Wednesday if there's a game Tuesday night. Like next week, we have a game Tuesday night. So, it doesn't make sense to drop it. We would have to record the day before they play. So, but typically it's on Wednesdays. It comes out on every Wednesday. It's called Inside Inter Miami. And then also you can find all of my work at miamiherald.com. You can also find me on Twitter at Kauf Sports, Kauf Sports. You can find all of my soccer coverage, and going forward, I'll be covering Club World Cup and also the World Cup in 2026. That will be my 7th World Cup. Believe it or not, that's how old I am. I have covered 6 World Cups and 14 Olympics, but 6 World Cups. So it's one of my favorite things to cover. I'm very excited that it's going to be in the United States, Mexico, and Canada, in particular, that we're going to have 7 games right here in South Florida that we'll be able to cover. And the Club World Cup is opening at Hard Rock Stadium in June with Inter Miami as well. So there's a lot going on in soccer down here, and they're keeping me very busy.
Yes, and they're doing that because you are the best. Once again, I'm so grateful that you were willing to join us, and I'm sorry for keeping you so long, but it was a pleasure for me, and I just couldn't stop you. So once again, thank you so much, and we hope to have you again sometime.
All right, thanks. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, and hello to all the fans out there.
I think it's time to do a little predicting. Where is Inter Miami going to finish in the Eastern Conference? Let us know.
At the top.
Top 3. I think maybe 3rd.
I gotta say first. I'm gonna assume healthy just across the board for the entire Eastern Conference. If everyone's healthy, I think we run away with it.
I would love to say 1. And we get the supporter shield. That would be a 3rd, because that wouldn't be one of the 2 that I think they're going to get. But I think that they're going to take it a little bit easy. I think they're going to sit in the 3rd spot.
I'm going to say like 2nd or 3rd. I don't think they're going to be obviously they're competitive. They're going to be pushing for every trophy, but I don't think they're going to be taking Supporter Shield as, heavy as they did last season. I think they're going to take it easy, regular season, of course, win, but they're going to lock in during the playoffs and just try their best there.
They got to finish first. There's no way that they don't finish first. I mean, with a healthy Messi, with more playing time and more with these guys that are coming in back from injury, with a more robust roster, I think that there's no way that they finish any less than they did in 2025. And I think that there's a chance they may actually break their own points record this season.
They got to finish top 4. Where exactly, I don't think they'll do the 74 to the record breaking because of, so many circumstances, so many things that happen. But I believe they'll be top 4. If you want me to give you an exact number, let's say 3rd. Let's say 3rd. And I would be fine with that if they're 3rd going into the playoffs and healthy and Messi's there. I have no issues with that.
I think they'll be top 3 in the East. I don't know if they take first. It's hard to maintain that consistency, and they're older. You know, minutes are going to be managed. There's a lot of competitions to distract from the season. Along the ways, you're probably going to pick up injuries. I don't see them. I don't see lightning striking twice in terms of the regular season for them. I don't see that being the case this year. I think they finish up there, but they're not first place.
So, Saur, where is Inter Miami going to finish in the Eastern Conference?
I don't think it's a priority for Inter Miami this season to win the Supporters' Shield. I know last season there was a lot said about winning that trophy, wanted to win the quadruple. This year we are in a lot of competitions. I agree with a bunch of people. I think there's going to be a few injuries along the way. Football is going to football on us, and we might falter a little bit. That being said, we have to finish top 4. I think we're going to finish top 4. If I had to predict, I'm going to go with third. There are a couple of teams that are really looking good in the preseason. So I'm going to go with finish third and then just hit a completely different gear in the playoffs. Another reason I want to give for that is last season, we treated the MLS regular season as though it was the be-all and end-all. And it almost felt like we took the pedal off the gas towards the end in the playoffs. So I think this time it's going to be reverse. Playoffs, you see a completely different Inter Miami. Give me third and I'll be happy. What about you?
I think you are crazy. Crazy. I think anyone who says that Inter Miami is not going to finish first is crazy. This team can play their backups and still finish top 4 in the East. If you give me Inter Miami's second team, I think they're finishing top 4 in the East. I think you're crazy to pick anyone but Inter Miami to not just come in first place in the East, but I think they have a real chance to win the Supporter Shield. I agree with Xavier. I think it's going to be tough to get 74 points, but I think you're looking at 68 to 70 points, another Supporter Shield, first place in the Eastern Conference, home field advantage throughout the playoffs. We talk so much in the preseason about how all these different trophies, all these different tournaments, prioritizing all this stuff, but every single game day, those guys are going out there to win that game. And there's so much talent on this team. You don't need Messi to win games. We talked about it. Well, I talked about it with Favian. And every team in the Eastern Conference, it feels like, has come back to the pack. Columbus loses their best player. Cincinnati loses their best player. They're reloading. I think teams like Charlotte and Atlanta have gotten a lot better. I think that 2 through 7, 2 through 8 is going to be a huge mosh pit. And I think Inter Miami is just going to sit ahead of it the entire time. I think the Western Conference got significantly worse. The two best teams in the Galaxy and LAFC, I think they took a pretty big step back. I think Inter Miami is going to win the Supporters' Shield again. I think they're going to finish first in the East. I don't think they're going to break the points record like they did last year. I think 68, 70 points. But I think you guys are crazy to think that any team is going to beat this Inter Miami team, considering all the depth and talented depth that Inter Miami has. So just before we move on, who do you think is going to come in first and second if you have Miami coming in third?
I think Atlanta is probably going to be up there with the pack. So I want to put them top 3. And then, I don't know, man, you can never count out Columbus or Cincinnati. So maybe one of them fitting us to the top 2 spots. So we'll see. I'm not too fussed where Inter Miami finishes in the regular season this time around, as long as they get that final trophy that's most important in the MLS Cup. So,
having heard your explanation, I'm going to stick by with what I've always known, that you are indeed crazy. Guys, enjoy the next interview. And now we're joined by Favian Renkel, MLS reporter. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you feeling on this fine Saturday morning?
Yeah, no, I'm honored. I'm blessed to be on. Thank you so much. It's early for me, but no, thank you for making the time to have me on and talk Inter Miami, because the season's right around the corner. So I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, likewise. We got 3 or 4 days left until we got to put the boots on for real. But I needed you to come on, so I really appreciate you doing it, because so much of our conversation is Inter Miami centric. So much of our conversation is, too close to the source to, I think, be appropriately unbiased. And so that's why I really appreciate you coming on and giving us an MLS-wide opinion, much more of an expert on the other 29 teams in the MLS. And so I think you can give us some proper perspective. I was hoping we could start with a couple 2024 questions, just to set the standard for what or how this conversation should be thought of. Last season, Inter Miami, I said a lot, was the deepest team possibly in the history of the MLS because of some of the homegrown players, some of the academy some of the super draft signings, and then they had a bunch of guys take discounts to come be sort of role players on that team. I thought it was clearly the most talented in terms of depth team in the league. But is that how you saw it? Is that how most of the MLS saw it, or was it just a good team, but not sort of next level in terms of their depth?
No, 100%. It was the deepest team ever seen in MLS. It was something that you had guys like Diego Gomez, Redondo, Farias. I mean, Farias was injured, but you had all this depth where you could totally make a normal like New England Revolution team. You had Campana as well, and then on top of that, you had the best player in the world, right? You had the best player of all time. You had Luis Suarez, who's still very capable of scoring goals in Brazil. You had Jordi Alba, who's still very capable, probably can play somewhere in Serie A if you really wanted to. You still have Sergio Busquets playing in the back line, but as well as in the midfield, who's also very capable as well. So, no, this was a team that I thought should have been, a little farther in CONCACAF Champions Cup. I thought this team was destined for more than what they did. But yeah, no, I think that the consensus around the league too, that this team was literally two teams in one.
Yeah. Okay. It's good to hear that because it feels like we say that a lot, but it's hard to appreciate that when it's just your backup right back, but ends up being, a guy playing for the U.S. Olympic team or whatever. You know what I mean? So it is very rare in MLS, and I do hope Inter Miami fans appreciate that. So then I guess following on to that, they didn't win the MLS Cup. They didn't even go particularly far in the MLS playoffs. They didn't win the Leagues Cup. They didn't go particularly far in the Leagues Cup, as you mentioned with the CONCACAF Champions Cup. What is like the outside world's perspective on why they fell short in so many different opportunities to win trophies?
Yeah, honestly, they were just really one-dimensional. Tata Martino had them playing perfectly when Messi wasn't there, but couldn't find a winning formula when Messi was there, in my opinion. And it was almost like these players were using their brilliance to win games instead of having good tactics and good ideas to kind of break down some different styles and different teams. The same thing happened in Monterrey where they just kind of exiled Messi and then the team around him didn't know how to function. It was kind of very similar to what they did in Atlanta, but Brad Guzan played out of his mind. So it's something where I still don't see those questions being answered today. So it's interesting to see how they revamp this team and kind of take in a new approach to this with Javier Mascherano. So it's interesting. If you take out Messi, how does this team react? And I would say that's probably the number one kind of problem they had last year. Also, their depth was a lot, but their backline depth could have used help. So playing in CONCACAF matches with that backline was tough because there wasn't too much experience in those type of games, while the front had tons. And then also this year, it's going to be my question mark. How are you going to have Suarez and Messi not running and pressing and still being able to do what you want to do? So that's interesting to see. That was a big problem last year. I felt like Suarez, yes, would score a lot of goals, but Campana, in my opinion, brought you a different kind of look and approach. You can have one person, not doing their role defensively, but two is tough on a football field.
Yeah, definitely. And that is, I think, the biggest challenge. You did mention Tata Martino struggled to figure out how to make that work. I think Javier Mascherano this preseason, and I don't know how closely you've been watching, and I think it's fair to not be watching every MLS preseason game too closely, but he's bringing a different style with Messi playing more centrally and having two wide midfielders that can sit back into a nice 4-4 low block when they're out of possession. We'll see how it works. I mean, I think it's to be determined yet.
I saw that yesterday where Suarez was all the way back basically in front of that second line. And I was like, okay, like he was walking, but he was blocking that passing lane, So if they wanted to go ahead and play out the back, they had to go all the way around. So it was interesting. It's like forcing teams to do those long passes where in MLS you can get away with it because not a lot of people are that tactical.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of the new incoming players, I think, are exciting. They lost a lot of talent. Matias Rojas, you mentioned Campana. Diego Gomez is a huge outbound transfer. we'll see if they replace them from a talent perspective. It's probably too early to say, but I think they've done a solid job of at least bringing intriguing players in. But heading into 2025, did the failures is a strong word, but did the lack of success from Inter Miami in the big tournaments, in the MLS Cup, in the CONCACAF Champions Cup in 2024, did that affect how the league views Inter Miami heading into 2025? As if they're not some juggernaut that's unbeatable, but just a good team with some good players.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think anybody's scared of Inter Miami. And me watching as a casual, I mean, I am a journalist of the league, but as a casual, I don't see that magic anymore with watching Inter Miami. And maybe it's because I've watched so many games now. But last year, the beginning of the year, it was something to watch. You know, every preseason match in Hong Kong and Japan, it was all something like a spectacle, right? This season, didn't really feel it, to be honest. I didn't really feel like I needed to see whatever Messi was doing. And I think the league, everybody around the league kind of saw that as well. Like they don't really care anymore what Messi's doing. I think it's something that they saw. It's like bringing a god down to life, you know. Is he still a god, you know? So it's something to really think about with the fan bases around the league. I mean, the casuals, yes, they're gonna care because it's Messi, right? But is a Nashville fan gonna care what Messi's doing in Honduras? I don't think so.
And I don't mean from a fan perspective. I mean from a competitive perspective, right? Because the other front offices, they've geared up. And we'll talk about a lot of these teams in the East that have really geared up. But I don't know. Is it still feel like Inter Miami is the team to beat this year?
I want to say yes, because everybody got kind of worse, if that makes any sense. LAFC lost a lot of talent.
Yeah.
The Galaxy are going to miss Ricky Puig for the first 8 months. So the real contenders, Columbus just lost Cucho Hernandez. The real contenders all lost very key players. While Miami lost key players, they didn't lose Messi, you know? So it's something where I feel like, yes, they are still the team to beat. But in my opinion, I think Miami may have gotten worse. And I think the biggest question mark is Jordi Alba a DP? Like, can we officially say he's a DP? So that's the one thing that I'm still wondering. I'm still waiting for that MLS PA to drop with all their salaries, because why not go after Neymar? There has to be some reason, right? So Miami's expected to make these type of transfers for the Neymars, the big guys, Pogba's, but they didn't do that. So it's interesting to see this approach over when you have an open DP spot. Like, who are you saving it for? So is Jordi Alba a DP? That's going to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, just for the record, and maybe we can have a little bit of a longer conversation after we finish recording, but I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I think the way they're operating with the U22 spots shows that he's not. But to get back to the conversation at hand, you mentioned a lot of teams got worse in the Eastern Conference, but I think a lot of teams also sneakily got better. Let's start with Columbus, because they were the big bad for Inter Miami last year in the Eastern Conference. They lost Cucho Hernandez. They lost Christian Ramirez. They lost Alex Maitan, Yaya Boa. I mean, they lost some real pieces for this team. That's one team I think is worse, but also they have, I think, the best coach in MLS. You would be hard pressed to just predict them to be outside the top 4 or 5 in the East this year. What do you think about the Columbus Crew? I don't know.
Cucho Hernandez was the engine of that team.
He was.
I just don't see them with Charlotte getting better, Atlanta being, in my opinion, in the top 3 now. I don't see Columbus making the top 4 in the East. Cincinnati just got a Vander, right? So that's, in my opinion, that's your 4 right there. You got Miami, Atlanta, Charlotte, Cincinnati. Columbus might be looking, and then New York, just they made the final last year, right? So
the Rebels
are going to hopefully be healthy all season. I think Columbus is on the outside looking in, and I think they're not going to have a home field advantage this playoff come time.
Yeah, it is, and maybe it's just because I believe in Wilfred Nancy so much, but they lost a lot of talent, and I don't think that should go under the radar. And if they wait till the summer to replace it, I think you're probably right. It's going to be hard for them to climb back into those upper echelons of the league. Let's move to Cincinnati, because they were the other team for much of the season, and they did fall off a little bit towards the end. But that was the other team that it felt like we were really competing with. They lose Lucho Acosta. They bring in Evander. They bring in Calvin Denke. 2 big signings, big names, and I applaud their front office for going out and doing that. But Lucho Acosta is like Mr. FC Cincinnati over the last couple of years. Do you think that they can sort of keep it going without their prime engine?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you had to say who would you rather have, Evander and Lucho Acosta at the same age, if they were the same age, a lot of people would say it's a 50-50 split. I mean, both guys are very talented with providing and scoring goals. So I think, yes, they lost Lucho Acosta. They lost their leader. They lost a lot of chemistry with him. But man, oh man, if you are able to put in a piece that's talented as talented as Lucho Acosta, Evander is perfect for that role. I mean, he was an MVP candidate last year, along with Messi, Cucho Hernandez, Benteke. So I don't think you can get better of a transfer because he's already accustomed to MLS. I think any sort of adjustment that a big player needs to have when they come into MLS, like the travel, the fixing of their house, they're getting their kids in school. Yes, Evander has to do that, but he's already done that. So it's something that is, I think, a little bit underrated, to be honest, to really think about these cash for transfers. You're bringing in a guy who already knows MLS. So he's expected to hit the ground running once he gets this formation in the system under his belt. So I think Cincinnati should be firing on all cylinders again. And I think Denke maybe needs some time adjusting, but shoot, if you have Evander feeding you balls and scoring goals, hey, they were at times, Portland was the best offense last year. So I think he's just going to pick off right where he left off.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of fans, especially Inter Miami fans, because we've never faced Evander, but certainly Eastern Conference fans, because they don't get a lot of Portland. I don't think they appreciate how talented Evander is. I think he's going to pick up. I am very curious to see because Lucho was so important to them, but I think he's an excellent replacement and then some big signings elsewhere.
And Evander is a Champions League player. I mean, he played with Michelin. He came with $11 million into MLS. So that was a big transfer. It's not like this guy was kind of a no-name. He was a little bit of a known commodity, especially being a prospect from Brazil. So it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, Evander is a superstar and he stays in this league. So it's interesting. It's going to be fun to see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Well, hopefully it's not too good from my perspective. But let's talk about Atlanta because they make the biggest splash this offseason. Latte Lath, MLS transfer record, but also bringing back Miguel Almiron. They got Miranchuk sort of middle of the season last year, and then we saw Brad Guzan play like he was 27 and not 40. But where are you thinking about Atlanta? Pedro Amador, another really nice player for them.
Honestly, Atlanta, this might be the craziest offseason I've ever seen after the Inter Miami one of landing Messi, because I don't know how you spend, what was it, $26 million on a player from Europe when you can get any, and I mean any player from South America for that price, or two of them. So I don't know what Gareth Lagerwey and Chris Henderson are cooking up in Atlanta, but man, they look like they have an unlimited budget. And it's awesome to see because seeing that 60,000 person stadium empty last year was something hard to watch. But hopefully this season they turn it around. They get everybody in those seats. And man, when you have 60,000, possibly the best talent in the league, MLS Cup is definitely going to be on your radar because Almiron was one of the best players anyone has ever seen in MLS. And I still think it was Giovinco, but a lot of people believe that it was Almiron, So, this is going to be a fun Atlanta to watch. That stadium is going to be packed, and it's going to be a hard and tough environment to play in. And I think they're going to be looking at competing for the Supporter Shield.
Yeah, I am so curious because you mentioned it, that 25 million or 26 million, whatever it ended up being, that's enough to buy almost any player in the world outside of the 15 biggest clubs in the world.
Right.
And they went out and got Latte Lath. It feels like an overpay, but I don't know anything about him other than what I've seen.
Completely an overpay. But I mean, if they don't have a budget, what's an overpay, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So do you expect him to come in and be better than Benteke and just be the best striker in the league? Or, I mean, what are the expectations for this guy?
I would hope so. I mean, man, that unfortunately, when you buy a player with that price tag, it's always going to go with them. So they're always going to be comparing him to the other great strikers in this league. And to be honest, Benteke is a world-class at a time was a world-class striker. So man, if he can compete to those levels, I think it's a win no matter what, because maybe you're getting the production of a world-class striker, but you didn't have to be Miami. You didn't have to be LA. You can get these production from a player that can give it to you, but he's just not, a world-class player.
Yeah, and it's very interesting for Atlanta because it did feel like there was a time where they could have been one of the premier destinations, and they used that to attract South American talent. But
right.
Over the last couple of years, that's faded a little bit. Miami has blossomed, and the LAFC has really blossomed. And so it feels like Atlanta might not be quite the destination. Maybe they're trying to get that back a little bit. Very interesting team, very interesting offseason. You mentioned one team that I have not heard much about, but I think has had a very underrated offseason. That's Charlotte. They had one of the best defenses in the MLS last year, and just a really impressive defense when you watch them 90 minutes. And now they've added some big pieces going forward. How do you feel about Charlotte?
Yeah, look, I mean, that whole fan base, that whole organization was deflated once Marco Royce said, "Wait, you're not in LA? No way I'm not playing for you," or no way I'm playing for you. So once they got Zaha and they finally got their world-class DP player, that's just going to bring an aura to this club that they've never had before. Yes, they had Tim Ream, great player, great U.S. international, but having a player that everybody has watched and seen on television for multiple years just brings a different type of mentality into that locker room. And Dean Smith knows that exactly. That's the piece that they're missing. So I'm excited to see what bringing Zaha in to an already good defense, or the best defense, can do, right? So, I mean, Zaha at some years when he was with Christian Benteke at Crystal Palace was scoring more, or if not the same as Christian Benteke. So if you could get Benteke type of production in MLS in 2025, I think that's a win no matter what. And that makes Charlotte way better because they needed goals, and they already had the defense to back it up. So if they can add the goals, man, this team can look dangerous.
Yeah, and you've mentioned it over the course of this conversation, how sometimes it takes a little bit to get acclimated to the new league and the new system. So same thing with Pep Biel on the other side, as a guy that is now going to get his first real opportunity to get a full preseason and everything. I really am interested to see what Charlotte can bring, and I think people are sleeping on them a little too much. Let's check in with the rivals, Orlando City. They lost Facundo Torres, but they just brought in a really interesting a new DP from Croatia. We saw him last night, and I did not write his name down in front of me, so I can't pronounce it off the top of my head. But how are you feeling about Orlando City? They had such high expectations a year ago, and then they had sort of a slow start, but I think they finished relatively well. How are we feeling about Orlando City?
Yeah, look, Oscar Pareja always finds a way to pester his way into the MLS playoffs, to be honest. And this is like the Oscar Pareja special. Like, this is what he does every single year. So you really can never count out Orlando, to be honest. And even if their talent isn't there, Facundo Torres is a big loss. I'm not going to lie. But in big moments for them, he never really showed up. So if they can still have the same type of season they had, and then their new DP show up in those big moments where Facundo never could, man, this team could make a little bit of a run. So it is interesting to see if they can go ahead and be better than they were last year. Might be a little tougher just because he has to acclimate to the league and everything and the travel. But yeah, that's another team that needs to be watched in the Eastern Conference for sure.
Yeah, those to me are the most intriguing teams in the Eastern Conference. I do wonder if Columbus down a little bit as the other sort of elite team in the East. Cincinnati, we'll see how they get off to the races. I think there could be a really big jumble for spots 2 through 7, and we'll see if it becomes 1 through 7, depending on how Inter Miami fares. Any other teams in the East that you think are really interesting? I know Chicago's really revamped, but it's year 1 of a new project. Is there any other teams in the East that you really are interested in?
I always feel like Nashville has the attacking talent, but they never have had a good coach to kind of really get the most out of it. So with Gary Smith's gone and BJ Callahan in, I think they could, turn some heads this season. I think they are maybe a dark horse for the Eastern Conference. So I'm going to be watching how Hanny reacts to that new system. And he, I mean, that's an MLS MVP, so you can never count out those guys. So Hanny is the person I'm going to be watching, and Sam Surridge out there for sure.
Yeah, I think Inter Miami had a little bit of a rivalry going with them a couple years ago. So another team that we're watching closely. Okay, West Coast or Western Conference, I guess. LA Galaxy lost a lot of their depth, not so much the big names, but a lot of that middle of the roster. It feels like it kind of got moved on. LAFC also lost a lot of pieces. What does the Western Conference look like for us that don't pay as close attention to it?
Yeah, look, when you win an MLS Cup in this league, all the bonuses get triggered for players' salaries, so you have to get rid of players. And that's the worst part of MLS, is that you can never really keep a MLS Cup winning team together. So what you're seeing with the LA Galaxy is that all these players are getting traded and moved on from because they have to keep all their other players. So yes, they've had a big exodus, but they brought in some nice U22 players. I mean, they brought in a guy from Nacional in Uruguay. Excuse me, I might butcher this, and this is my countryman. I'm Uruguayan, but Sanabria, a central midfielder that they spent $5 million for, and a central midfielder that would probably have made the jump to Europe if he stayed with Nacional for 2 more years. So it's interesting to see. That's going to be a like for like switch for Brugman. It's going to be a younger fit. I think Painsel's hurt. Excuse me. I think Peck, Christian Ramirez can make something happen in the first 10 weeks of the season, and then you have to wait for Puig to get healthy. But the Galaxy right now are not going to be too strong, but they're going to be strong when playoff time comes around. That's for sure.
And as an Inter Miami fan, that's what matters. We do play them at some point later in the season, but again, that's when you're expecting it to be hopefully a really big game. I think MLS made that a midweek game, and I can't believe they did that. But anyways, okay. So the Galaxy. Is there any other team in the Western Conference that you think could really rise up this year?
Yeah, I thought about, San Jose, bringing in Chicho Arango, Josef Martinez, but then they got beat 5-1 to Chicago. So their defense is still a question mark to me. Honestly, I think the Western Conference got worse. Like,
I agree.
I don't think the Western Conference, Houston just totally dismantled their team. Portland got rid of Evander. Jonathan Rodriguez might be hurt, so man, this Western Conference. I mean, Lucho Acosta came to Dallas, and that's going to be a fun team to watch just because of Lucho and Peter Musa. But I don't know if any team looks so well rounded, right? I mean, LAFC can make a crazy transfer in the summer for Griezmann, and that could change the whole Western Conference, right? But they're opening spots on their roster for him. And it's something where it's like, man, this kind of looks like a shell of what they were last year. I mean, LAFC, if you really think about it, their depth was kind of crazy last year too.
Yeah.
So them not having that depth, but still having good players, this is a team that could, still be in the playoffs. But again, it's tough to make an MLS Cup run if you don't have any depth, and they might be spreading themselves too thin for Griezmann.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they behave. Seattle Sounders, last question, because Club World Cup and Inter Miami are a big, talking point. They added Jesus Ferreira and Paul Ariel. I was very disappointed in what Seattle did this offseason, but how do people out there feel about it?
Look, I'm actually a really big Jesus Ferreira fan. I thought he can be very capable in the right offense or in the right system. I think he's something that Seattle desperately lacked. So when their plan A isn't working, they need some sort of brilliance on the field. And I think Ferreira has that. Okay. I just think he needs to be motivated. He needs to want to be there. He needs to, want to buy into the system. And if any Inter Miami fans ever go out to Seattle to watch a game, you'll understand this. That city treats that team like it's their NFL team. So if you're going to look for a player that needs motivation or needs a second chance in MLS, there's no place better than the Seattle Sounders, because you walk down the street and you're a celebrity. Everybody wants you to stay there and to be a player for the Seattle Sounders, because they fall in love with you as a player and they fall in love with you as a person. So it's a little different. Like I walk around San Jose, I'm from the Bay Area, and I say Chicho Arango, nobody knows who that is. And I hate to say it, but nobody knows who that is.
I get it.
But in Seattle, you say Jesus Ferreira, and people are already wearing jerseys when you're walking down to see the Needles. So it's a city that really, really appreciates their soccer team. So I think you can't be more motivated than that, in my opinion.
No, that's awesome. And listen, for his sake, I would love to see him have a bounce back season. And hopefully, Pedro de la Vega and that defense can also be impressive this year. Okay, so we talked about a bunch of teams. Now that we round it all back to Inter Miami, are they still, and should they still be the favorite for the Supporter Shield, the MLS Cup, all of these things in the same way that they kind of have been since Lionel Messi arrived?
Yes. If you have, Lionel Messi, what people would say is the best player of all time. Yes, 100%. You need to win MLS Cup at least once. And if I'm not mistaken, Beckham didn't win one until maybe 3 years into his MLS career. So if Messi can get the monkey off his back and already win an MLS Cup, or this is his third year now. So he needs to get it. This is something where Miami has had their team centered around Messi, and I think they're still going to be very good. I still have a lot of question marks about Mascherano, to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of how he's approached these preseason games. The team looks a little slow, but I think they are still the favorites because everybody else just didn't get better.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. I think it could be a real logjam at the top half of the Eastern Conference, and it'll be interesting if Inter Miami can elevate that or kind of get sucked into it, elevate above that rather. Okay, Favian, thank you so much for joining us. Please tell everyone where they can find you to get more of this insight.
Yeah, you can find me at Favian Renkel or on Instagram at I am Favian Renkel. And yeah, I talk all MLS and try to get casuals over to watching soccer, So that's my main objective in this role or in this life. So if you have any friends that are maybe on the fence about soccer, have them look out for my stuff because I try to integrate as many people as I can.
Yeah, no, and that's awesome. And again, thank you so much for being here. And we'll have to get you again sometime because I thought this was really, really good conversation. So one of the things we wanted to do was ask everyone some rapid fire questions. And I think one of the most interesting ones is who is going to be the breakout player of 2025? We saw Diego Gomez break out in a spectacular way in 2024. Here's what everyone said.
Maximiliano Falcon, no doubt.
I think it's going to be Redondo. I think that he's going to take the same steps that Diego Gomez took.
Well, winning hearts, I think he's already done, but Ian Frey. I think Ian Frey stays healthy. Going to be one of the best defenders in all of MLS.
I think it's going to be Ian Frey. He's going to stay healthy for the whole season, and for the very small portion of the fan base he hasn't won over yet, they're going to win over. And at the end of the season, we're just going to be chanting Frey at the end of the games.
I think that it's going to be Federico Redondo. I think he is. He has all the talent. He has the heritage, and he is hopefully going to be back to the highs that we saw in his first foray before he got injured last season.
I think that Santi Morales is going to surprise people. I think he, just like the preseason, he's been getting minutes, gradually improving. If things happen, there's injury, something happens, and he gets minutes, I think he's going to be the breakout, the golden boy. They're going to see some special skills from this kid.
Tadeo Allende. I think he can really be a big player for us this season, especially replacing Campana as another goal contributor, a wide player who can get in behind, replacing what Gomez left when he would play in the wing. And I think the more he gets comfortable playing in this MLS, in this system, with these players, with this team, he's going to be a player to watch out for, and he's going to do big things for us.
I really think it's going to be Yannick Bright, 100%. I think that Yannick Bright is going to get more minutes than we saw with Tata Martino under Mascherano. I think that now, along with Busquets, he's going to actually play very well defensively, but really open the doors and open the gates for Busquets to be more free. So I think that that's going to be a plus of seeing Yannick Bright on there, and this team is just going to look incredible with him and with Busquets anytime they play together. So for me, it's got to be Yannick Bright.
I'm going to say David Ruiz. I think, I know it's a one answer type of thing, but I'm going to expand a little bit. I think David Ruiz is past due for a breakout. You know, he started the other day in Honduras and he looked good before I think he took himself out because he felt a little twinge of injury or something. So it was just a precaution. But I think David Ruiz is a really great player, skillful, good on the ball. You know, he has that engine, and I think Mascherano is going to really like him a lot. And I think he's going to use him a lot. And I think he'll have that breakout season this year.
Maybe Maximiliano Falcon. Maybe if he come in and deliver in short order, because obviously he hasn't had a preseason with the team, which that is important. It's going to take him some time to get that chemistry, but I think if he can hit the ground running, he can live up to his billing and his potential, and I think he could quickly be a fan favorite. I mean, he's not a young player, so it's not like he's going to be breaking out in terms of his career, but maybe, you know, it'll be a good introduction to Inter Miami and MLS. I mean, he's already got the nickname. Peluca is a fantastic nickname. If you don't know what that means, it means wig in Spanish, and obviously it refers to his big fro that he's got, which is fantastic. I could see that being something that people wear in the stands at Chase Stadium. So from a name standpoint, he's got it. If he can deliver as much as they think he can, then I think he could be the choice.
Any of those really stand out to you, Saur?
David Ruiz was an interesting one from Alex. I don't think anybody else said David Ruiz. There were a few very distinct ones. Maxi Falcon towards the end, you heard, of course. Yannick Bright was obviously, I think, on everybody's lips. He had his breakout season last season. So I think this season he's just going to explode to a completely different galaxy. Ian Frey, it was refreshing to hear Ian Frey as well. But I don't think anybody said Benjamin Kremaski. So I am going to back my boy Kremha, and I'm going to give you my answer. Benha is going to have a breakout season this year.
No, like you, I love the variety of answers, and hopefully all of them breakouts, and we'll have a super team. I'm also going to go with someone that no one else said, and that's Toto Aviles. He is a young center back that has continued to get criticism despite the fact that every single month he is a better player. I expect him to make that big jump this year. He's going to get close to his 100th professional cap, and he is going to be a star and a rock for us in the back to make this a much better defense.
I don't think anybody realizes, but Toto Aviles is probably our most consistent defender of the last 2 seasons, which is a wild thing to say considering how many games he had to miss because of yellow cards. But overall, in terms of his performances, he's never below like a good 7.0 performance. He always puts in a decent performance, and he has levels to get. So I actually agree with you on that. And then just to justify my answer, I think Benha has a level up to take, and he had that experience with the U.S. men's national team right before the preseason. He looks sharp, and I think with Messi hitting true form this preseason, and I think Messi having an even better season than last, Benha is going to benefit from that. He may not get the minutes from the start, at least initially, but eventually he's going to cement his place in the season, and we may not see him here at Inter Miami next season. That's my belief. I'm going to back him.
Yeah, final words, just to throw a few other names out there. Yannick Bright, you mentioned. I wouldn't pick him because I think he already broke out.
Exactly.
And I think Velasco Segovia is going to be a monster. But again, we'll get to that question in a little bit. And now we're joined by Xavier Guerrero. I hope you guys know him. He's a writer for Lemon City Live. He goes to almost every game. And you guys might hear him on the broadcast and podcast circuit. Xavier, thank you for joining me today. How are you feeling?
Great, feeling great. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. A big fan of the stuff you guys put out too.
Oh, I appreciate that. I wanted to talk about position battles this year. I think there are some really interesting ones, and I think Inter Miami's done a great job of building depth in certain areas without having that one superstar that is clearly the guy, right? Messi is in no position battle. Suarez is in no position battle. But let's start with the goalkeeping situation, because Oscar Stadi came in last season, but clearly was a late signing with not big plans attached to him. But then when he came back, I think he came back with the idea that there was a real chance he was going to be the number one guy and at least get a chance to compete for it. And that's been accompanied by Drake Callender with a little bit of a injury. So we haven't seen Drake yet. Oscar Stadi has been performing, I think, well in preseason. how do you feel this position battle is going to go? Not just in game one, because Drake may be hurt for that, but as the season kicks on, how are you feeling about the goalkeeping situation?
I think it's a great thing for Inter Miami that they have two very, very capable, high-level goalkeepers based on all the competitions they're going to have this season, all the tournaments they're going to have to play. You need to have, very, really good goalkeepers. Last year they had Drake and young guys, right, until they brought Ustari. Ustari, to me, this preseason has won the game one starting job, like you said, and I think it's going to be an ongoing battle throughout the season and that the best goalkeeper win. I imagine Drake was projected to be the starter because he's a young kid. I mean, he's 25, 26. He's in prime. He's improving. He's developing. And I think Ustari was for a mentor, a highly experienced, high-quality goalkeeper who's won, at all levels. But circumstances right now show that Ustari has done really, really good. He's looked really good. This is the toughest competition Drake has ever had. Not even Nick Marsman, in my opinion, was at this level of Ustari or the experience of the quality. So I think it's a great thing. I believe Ustari is going to start, and then we'll see as the season goes. And remember, he played a game actually. He played, and then he got injured in practice, and didn't show much after that. So right now he started really good. Let's see. It's a long season, and he is older guy too, a veteran.
Yeah, and listen, I do think some of the conversation around Inter Miami is a little bit revolved with recency bias because we haven't seen Drake in a long time. I think people are projecting great things onto Ustadi and even Rocco Rios Novo and kind of forgetting about Drake. I do think Drake will get a chance early in the season to get a chance to prove what he's got both in practice and in a couple games, but those might be MLS games while Ustadi takes those CONCACAF Champions Cup games because they are must wins. You can't really worrying about a goalkeeper coming back from injury and who hasn't played in several months. So I think we'll get to see both of them early in the season. And like you said, I think we'll get the best man winning. Let's move on.
The Rocco thing is a little ridiculous. He's become kind of like an underground meme and people making him out like to be the greatest thing now. Slow down with that.
No, certainly Rocco is number 3. I don't think anyone that's taking this seriously thinks anything else. And I think it's interesting we got a new guy that clearly let Cole Jensen go with a plan to bring Rocco Rios Novo in. And I think he's going to be our U.S. Open Cup goalkeeper. So we'll get a chance to see him on a bigger stage. Let's go to right back. Cello Weekend, a controversial figure for Inter Miami fans. But last season, he was the guy because he was the only guy. I think when Ian Frey was healthy last year, there was a little bit of a competition, but there was both the pre him coming back and the post him getting injured period where it was really just Cello Weekend. He comes back, but now Ian Frey's healthy. They brought in a guy in Gonzalo Lujan who can seemingly play right back. We've seen a little bit of Julian Gressel back there. We've seen a little bit of Benjamin Kramaski back there. Feels like, unlike last year, there's a ton of potential options at right back. Again, trying to avoid recency bias because I know Cello's played really well the last 2 preseason games, but competition level and all that stuff. Thinking forward into the season, what do you think about the right back situation?
You didn't mention David Rees. He's played a couple times there, and he's actually looked really, really good. In my estimation, I liked him there. I thought he was really good. But what I think Wegan is a little better than people give him credit for. I don't think he's terrible. I don't think he deserves there's a lot of backlash on him. It's probably because Ian Frey is a fan favorite, right? Everybody's rooting for him. Who's not rooting for the kid that's been down and out, and he keeps coming back up, he keeps getting up, and he's very high quality. He's a high potential player. I like him as a center back, so you have to figure him right back, center back. He's a depth chart on both those positions. Now, we also didn't mention Israel Boatwright, who was injured. I think he's going to be a player. He's going to be a baller. He's got electric feet, and he's very good going forward. But what we have now, Weigand, Frey, and Lujan, right now I think it's Weigand's job to lose. If he does lose it, it will be as the season progresses because what I did see from him is the consistency. If you remember his very first game, he got off the plane. He basically got off the plane and played a game, and he played a fantastic game. We were all like, whoa, forget Yedlin, because this guy's making like a fraction of what Yedlin was making, and it was off for various budget reasons, but he came in and he was fantastic the very first game, the first few games, and then the consistency started failing. He started being like kind of average and not so great. So that's what I think could cause him to lose a job because Frey played well every time he was there, but he got injured. Lujan, we're just seeing him, right? He's coming up. We got to see more of him, and we'll see that as the season progresses. Because I think it's Weigand right now, and it's his job to lose.
I do think that's interesting because Cello is consistency personified. I think my biggest thing was he had a below average Leagues Cup last year, but aside from those 4 or 5 games in that sort of area of the season, I thought he was very good, 6.5, 7, almost every single game. And consistency is a really valuable thing. We even said on this show that he was probably the best right back Inter Miami's ever had. It's just that the overall talent of the entire roster has raised so high that he went from being the best right back in Inter Miami history to number 10 or 11 of the starting 11. And so can you raise that? Can you improve the quality? Ian Frey, I think, has an X factor, an excitement factor, especially going forward from that right back position. But like you said, he's also an exciting center back prospect. And then Lujan, I think we have things to see, but I do think they brought Chelo Wiegand back with the idea that he's going to be a rock back there. And as long as he stays healthy and can perform consistently, I kind of agree with you. But I also think because, like you mentioned, Ian Frey is a fan favorite, we might get a lot of calls for Ian Frey this season, but that is sort of the nature of the beast. Let's talk about defensive midfielder. Obviously, in this new system that we have, and assuming this is the sort of system we go with throughout the season, Messi is more of a central number 10 or second striker, however you want to describe him. So we're really playing 2 people in the midfield, and Sergio Busquets, whenever he plays or is available, is going to be one of those guys. And so who partners with him? There is this plethora of depth and quality. Federico Redondo seems to be the guy getting the first chance, but we saw Yannick Bright has real quality. Talasco Segovia can fit into that spot, and then you add David Ruiz and Benjamin Kramaski, and there's so much talent and depth in that sort of rotational aspect. And I know they'll all get a lot of games, but how do you feel that's shaking up, and especially to start this season?
And one of the things you got to point out is how young, right? Is that Busquets is the only veteran. Everybody else there is young. And one of the knocks that all these teams around the league are always talking about, Inter Miami, all the old guys, it's just a fantastic 4. And then everybody else is basically young players and a lot of academy products. I think Redondo is the guy that's slotted in there. I think that he's the one that's the heir to that position next to Busquets, but he hasn't had two very good preseason games. He had this last game where he showed more of what he is, which is to expect that box to box from him, right? To be there. He's a big guy. He's good defensively. He's strong, and he has good technique, but he does have competition. I'm a big Yannick Bright fan. I think people underestimate how good the quality he has. I think he's outplayed. He outplayed Redondo for long stretches of last season. And when he's come and played in the preseason, he's looked really good. So I think he would be second in the pecking order and first if Redondo slips. Now, Kramaski, if you see his little stint, his brief stint with the U.S. national team, he got played at defensive midfield, basically. So, and personally, I think that's where he's best suited. I think that's his best position because he's so physical for a young kid. He's so strong and he's still growing. So, and he's going to be like, he is a man-child there. He's so strong. You saw him against Olympia. He bottled a couple of those guys that went flying, like grown men, and he's still not physically where he's going to be at his peak. So I think that's a good position for him too. But I think he would be a third in the order. All this depends on the formation, right, that they'll be using. But the one we're talking about, I think he's third, then Ruiz and so on and so forth. I guess Segovia needs to win his spot. He needs to come in. He's the new guy on the block. Yeah, he's highly rated, but he needs to come in and win it in practice, right? So, but I think that's the order. I think it's Redondo's to lose, and then everybody else, Yannick, and then Kramaski. But I think they'll play the 4-3-3, and there'll be another midfielder, and yes, they'll have. It's 3 up top, but really, like you said, Messi will be dropping more. They'll be doing that, but he'll be the one dropping a little bit more to create and do all the magic.
So put your tin cap on and tell us, Federico Redondo, I think, is almost guaranteed to start game 1, game 2, game 3. But once we get a month in and there's been some rotation and other guys have had a chance to start and sort of potentially earn some minutes in game, Where do you see this position going by the time we get to the Club World Cup or by the time we get to the Leagues Cup or even the playoffs? Do you think Redondo's going to be that guy? Because I think in order to keep that position, we need to see him take a step up. And he has the tools and he has the talent to do it, but it's a matter of actually showing it on the field on a weekly basis. Where do you think this is going to go?
He's highly rated. He's highly rated, in Argentina for his national team. And he's expected, to me, he's a guy they brought in and they want to develop him and sell and move on, right? So they have to showcase him and he has to perform. So I think that's why he's going to be there. I do believe he has the quality, but he was injured, right? And we have to factor in injury. So I think, and I like Mascherano, what he's done. He's played all these guys. He's played them all. He's playing Santi up top. He doesn't fall into this conversation, obviously. But I'm saying he's giving all these guys minutes. So I think he's going to do this during the season, also because it's a very long season. But injury factor, I mean, you have to look at we're talking right back now, but Ian, right? So he's always have a pattern of injuries. So you have to worry about that with him. Redondo got hurt. He missed some time. Who was the Rock? Bright, right? That was the Rock. Kramaski missed some time with his stomach injury. So injuries factor in, but I believe Redondo is the guy, and then I believe that he's going to use Kramaski a little more. He might be because the Argentinian factor. Kramaski and Bright are the other two guys fighting for that top spot there.
Yeah, I definitely think Mascherano knows some of the guys in the pool or on the roster because of his time with the Argentine national team. So that is going to give those guys an advantage, but I am interested to see if and how that changes over the course of the season. Let's go over to left wing, or really both wings. I think they brought in Tadeo Allende to be a starter. So if you want to put him on the left, if you want to put him on the right, that's fine. But opposite him, I think there is so many quality options. Robert Taylor, we're potentially going to sign a new winger, Fafa Picault, Julian Gressel. Who do you think is going to be the main guy, at least for the first couple months, in that wing midfield, right midfield, left midfield spot opposite Tadeo Allende? What do you think?
Okay, in what formation? Because if we're doing the 4-3-3, then up top it's Suarez, Allende, and Messi. But Messi drops. But Allende, you're talking where opposite or where Messi's at.
Yeah,
Gressel's been the guy there. Gressel's been the guy when Messi missed a lot of games last season, and Gressel looked really good. He was one of the assist leader in the league from that spot.
But what do you think projecting forward, right? New coach, new system, wingers on both sides of Messi so far in the preseason. Like if you slot Tadeo Allende in there, how do you think the rest of it shakes out in terms of minutes? They brought in Fafa Picault as a new signing. Robert Taylor and Julian Gressel yet to get starts in the preseason. I guess Robert Taylor did get one start. Do you think these guys are going to who do you think is Javier Mascherano's plan at the moment?
Well, the competition for I think there's competition in Allende's spot because that's where Taylor, that's his favorite spot because that's where he cuts in and takes his shots and scored some of those wonderful goals we've seen from him. Picault is definitely going to get playing time, but I think he's going to be an off-the-bench guy. But we also have to factor in some of the young guys that are already on the roster. I mean, David Ruiz, it was just a friendly in Honduras, but he started right there up top, and he can do that. He's in Swiss Army knife, like he can play any position, right? Basically, he's all over the place, and he has the ability and quality to do it. And
him
I think
and Ben have both, really.
Exactly. So that's where I'm going. I think Mascherano is open-minded. This is a young coach. I'm sure he's open to different approaches and trying to put his imprint into the team and maybe not doing things the way that they've always been done. So I think some of those guys are going to have an option to play out there. And I think he might because he looks, what we've noticed, right? He wants more of a direct attack, and you need some speed and you need ability to track back. So some of those guys, young guys, might get opportunities. I wouldn't even be surprised if Segovia would play up there. I see him looking at these young guys that have the motors. I would love to see my guy Bright. If you need to find them time, put Bright down and then put Redondo up top. There's so many options with what you have there, but I do think they might be, bringing someone up or bringing someone in too.
Yeah, no, to add to that, we're recording this on February 10th. There's every chance that we have a new player to be talking about by the time this goes live over the weekend, a couple days before the season starts. So I think that one's interesting and it's still developing. Last one, let's talk about center backs. It feels like we're going to go with a 4 in the back for the majority of this season. Toto Aviles is the U22 that's continuing to improve. We brought in Maxi Falcone as a veteran. David Martinez is there. We'll see how he factors in. And then there's a bunch of guys, Ryan Saylor, Ian Frey, Noah Allen, Sergio Busquets that can play that position and I think hold it down. What do you think the plan is for the biggest games? Because I think there's 3 clear choices at the top.
Okay, first of all, definitely center back has improved. Remember, the beginning before this preseason, everybody's clamoring and upset, and rightfully so, because center back was our weakest, the team's weakest position. You know, it was obvious, blatantly obvious, especially when you had Kristoff on a one-on-one with some speedy winger, and he would just make a move and say bye, and Kristoff was left in the dust. So I don't think we have that type of center back now. I think they all have enough speed to track back, and I think it's the deepest they've been in maybe perhaps ever as far as competition, because you have quality players. Now, who do I believe are going to be the starters right now? Look, he didn't put Toto this last game, right? He didn't even roster him. He let Frey and Martinez play. If he is like Tata, where he definitely wanted to have a lefty in there, then Martinez is going to get a starting spot. Now, opposite him, is it Toto, to start the season because he's been playing and he's doing it, because they brought in Falcone, and I think Falcone is going to be in there at some point. So I would not be surprised to see Martinez and Falcone as the starters and Toto being the first guy off the bench. But then you have so much, depth with Fred, and you have Lujan, who can actually also play there, and Noah can play there and has done it well on the left side. And now Paul got a couple of minutes. I've been wanting to see him play. I think that this is definitely the season where he's gonna break out and show something. You saw the speed, and they played him on the left side. He normally plays at center back.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting what Tyler Hall is going to be. You mentioned a very interesting point. How committed is Mascherano to having a left-sided center back on the left side? Now that you mentioned it, I am realizing he started Noah Allen and he started David Martinez. So he's gone lefty so far.
Lefties are invaluable. Are invaluable. And in South America, they love their lefties right there on that side.
I love my lefty center backs too. No doubt about it. So that's interesting, because I do think Maxi Falcone and Toto Aviles has been my assumption, but I think you make an excellent point that maybe it is going to be David Martinez, and we'll see how the rest figures out. Okay, Xavier, thank you so much for being on here. Tell the people where they can find you if they want to hear more.
Well, I write for Lemon City Live. You can go on lemoncitylive.com and get some of the articles. I always do recaps or thoughts or observations about the articles. And on X at XG La Voz. That's where I'm at. You can get all my stuff here on Twitter. I still call it Twitter. And I'm around on all the podcasts, and I appreciate it. Thank you for having me, and I'll keep looking at the stuff you guys put out. It's really good.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, and we'll have to get you on again soon. Have a wonderful day, man. And now I'm joined by the wonderful and talented Franco Panizo, journalist extraordinaire. How are you feeling tonight, my man?
I feel much better now that you call me journalist extraordinaire. I do like that. I might put that in as under my bio from this point forward.
I want you to know I have not said that about anyone else in my entire life. So you're the first for that. Please.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So I wanted to bring you on because you've been following this team for a long time, and you know it in and out, and you get some of that journalistic perspective and not just a fan perspective. And I do think that's important, and I appreciate it at least. So I want to talk about the defense. Poor, I think, is the right way to say it. In the end of 2023, when Messi and Co arrived, I think it was clear they could score a lot of goals, but defensively it was kind of a mess. They do a little bit last year. I think the numbers look a little bit better last year, but clearly still the Achilles heel is how this team defends, not just individually, not just the center backs, but as a team. They gave up, I think, too many goals on a consistent basis to be, well, clearly they were elite, but to dominate in the way that I think they wanted to dominate. They've gone out, they brought in Maxi Falcone, Gonzalo Lujan. I think they're expecting a step up from guys like Toto Aviles, Noah Allen, Ian Frey, brought back Cello Wiegand, and of course you've got Jordi Alba to be the sort of veteran linchpin to that back line. So first off, let's start with just to set a baseline. How did you feel about the defense last year? And again, as I say this, just for context, I'm not talking about the back line per se, but just how the team operated defensively. So midfield, goalkeeper, all part of it.
The whole team. Defensively, obviously, wasn't Inter Miami's strong suit last year. There was a period where they were kind of, I won't say grinding out games, but defensively they got a bit more stingy. And that's when Messi left for Copa America. Defensively, the team, again, they weren't a defensive juggernaut, but they were better defensively. They weren't playing so wide open. They weren't playing so free-flowing. And that's, really what propelled them to the Supporter Shield and the MLS points record in 2024. Once Messi came back, Tata Martino, the former head coach, had a hard time trying to figure out the balance between the previous way and then this more defensive-minded way, and then it just didn't lead to a positive result in the playoffs. Perfect storm with an inspired Brad Guzan in goal, and you got knocked out of the playoffs earlier than anyone pretty much expected. So last year, there was good points, but there were also some very low points. I think any conversation about the defense has to be prefaced, whether it's last year, this year, next year, has to be prefaced with Major League Soccer's roster rules and their budget and salary and roster construction. Because Major League Soccer has historically been a league that wants that money, most of the money, spent in the attack. So teams are, by and large, and there are exceptions to the rule, but teams are by and large imbalanced. You have more star power, more money invested in the attack than you do on the defense. So, and the reason for that is the league wants goals, it wants to excite, it wants 5-4s, it wants 4-3s, and it doesn't want the 0-0 game for the average sports fan here in the United States, because it feels like fans won't appreciate that. Fans will turn an eye to that. So because of that, you have rosters that are not even, they're not equal throughout. So defense, more often than not, is going to not be your strong suit, especially on a team where the money is invested in Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba. This is not a league where you can just spend freely at every position and be super deep at every position. There are limits, there are limitations, and because of that, more often than not, defenses are hamstrung. It's not a like for like. If we go through the entire league, maybe you could say on one hand, if that, players who are of the caliber, I'm not going to say of the Fantastic Four that I just mentioned, but that are of a high caliber,
right, with
international recognition. I'm not talking about U.S. men's national team, but I'm talking about foreign products brought in. You just don't see it. It's not common. So because of that, even this year, I think Inter Miami's defense has the potential and maybe the tactics, which I'm sure we'll get into, to take a step up. But even then, we're still probably going to see breakdowns. We're still probably going to see issues at the back. Because look, again, I just mentioned the four names in the midfield to the attack. Jordi Alba was a left back, but I mentioned the names up top, Messi and Suarez. There's no comparison at the center back position. Right? Maximiliano Falcon is not anywhere near to their pedigree. Gonzalo Lujan is nowhere near to their pedigree, right? So it's just not an apples to apples comparison, and because of that, the defense will struggle at times this year. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point to bring up, because sometimes the defense gets a bad rep by people that, not even people that just came with Messi, but that only watch Inter Miami. You don't see what defense is like around the league. The stat I really liked was, I think there was 5 teams in the MLS that conceded fewer goals than Inter Miami. They conceded 49, I believe, last year, and they were tied with a bunch of teams, but only 5 teams conceded fewer than that, or maybe it was fewer than 48, but it was a very select number. And so the defense wasn't as bad as I think people made it out to be. They were an average MLS defense, if not slightly above average. But I also think if you're Inter Miami and you see in tournaments, you kind of have some failures, and we know how important defense is in tournaments. That is a area of the pitch that they would look like to be better. And any team is going to try and improve anytime they have an opportunity. So they went out and they brought in a couple players. But I guess before that, let's get your opinion. Do you think last year the defense was as good as it could have been given the personnel? Or do you think that the personnel maybe didn't play as well as it could have? The tactics didn't support them as well. Do you think there was more to be had from the defense last year, or that was just sort of they did almost as good as they could have.
I would say that they were probably as close as they could have played. Could they played a little bit better, a little more organized, a little more compact at times? Yes, absolutely. But I think, again, look at the sum of the parts. I mean, you have who you have back there, right? Last year you had Thomas Aviles, David Martinez. If he wasn't available, you had Noah Allen. They played in a back five, where this year it looks like they're going to be in a back four, at least to start the season. That's the idea. So I think Tata Martino squeezed all the juice out of that orange in terms of the back line last year, or almost all of it. There were definitely some things he could have tweaked, especially, and it goes back to your earlier point, and then bigger talking point about the defense and in Major League Soccer. There's going to be goals given up. It's natural. You're going to give up goals. There's going to be defensive breakdowns. There's going to be players at fault. It's normal. But it's also on the offense to score some goals so that those defensive breakdowns aren't such a big deal, especially when you have Messi, especially when you have Suarez. You have two players that are paid, a hefty chunk of change that your defenders aren't making. I mean, the attackers got to step up and score. I mean, for me, absolutely there were breakdowns in that playoff series against Atlanta. But to me, Messi and Suarez were disappointing. They didn't produce to the level that they needed to produce in. If they had, then Guzan isn't necessarily the hero, and Inter Miami scores more goals, and they're through to the next round. But that's just my opinion. I know not everyone sees it like that, especially the Messi.
No, I agree with you. I think that the biggest thing that happened in that playoff series was a lack of arrival from the biggest players in those last two games, and Messi, Suarez, Alba. I think I'll get some blame for it. Okay. I just wanted to mention, for the record, there was a lot of turnover in who was available week to week last year. Nico Frede, Christoph, Busquets was back there. Like, there was a lot of different combinations playing the back line, so it's hard to build chemistry. But let's go forward to 2025 defensively. They bring in Maxi Falcone and Gonzalo Lujan. I mentioned a lot of young guys that are hopefully going to take a step in the right direction in terms of what they can produce on the field at this level. How are you feeling about the defense? And maybe we can talk about how Javier Mascherano is going to sort of come in and make an impact.
So clearly they've wanted to upgrade the talent on that area of the field. Clearly, right? The two of the biggest offseason signings have been Lujan, who Mascherano said just this week, he sees as more of a center back, but player that can play in any of the four positions on the defensive line. And then you have Maximiliano Falcon, who is a center back. So clearly they're trying to upgrade the center back position from last year. Toto Aviles has shown a lot of potential, but he's also shown a lot of rashness, a lot of boneheaded decisions, and a lot of growing pains for a young center back. It's normal. Obviously, you want him to start cutting those out and being a little bit more consistent with more level-headed play. But all the same, Inter Miami has gone out to upgrade that position. Who starts this year? Who wins those spots? I mean, it's up for debate. Do I think that they've upgraded talent-wise? Probably. But again, it's not like they went out and got some top-level, South American center back who plays in the top leagues in Europe, right? This is Gonzalo Lujan is a young Argentine who's played for Javier Mascherano at Argentina's youth levels. Maximiliano Falcon, Uruguayan center back who was playing in Chile as of late. So these aren't players that are coming from top teams, with all due respect, top teams in the highest levels of the game. So you can't expect those players to individually figure things out consistently. That's what the attack is going to have to do. The defense, as we've seen in preseason, will need to be a compact unit. They'll have to cover for each other. They'll have to try to limit those breakdowns, those one-on-one mistakes, as any defense does. But that's going to be the success, or the recipe for success for this team. Can the defense be more together, more compact, and cover up for the mistakes that are inevitable in their one-on-one battles?
Yeah, and I also think it should be mentioned that Lujan and Maxi Falcone are guys that Mascherano wanted and brought in and had a part in the decision-making process. Whereas, Christoph, for whatever you think of as his talent, he's not a guy that Tata Martino brought in. He was a guy that was on the roster, and he sort of had to deal with it.
I really like Christoph, though. I think he is a pretty solid defender. I think he can find a home in MLS if he can figure out the contractual part of it. I think he had some very quietly very good games for Inter Miami at the Leagues Cup in 2023, the final. He was a monster in that. I know that doesn't get talked about a lot because it was about the penalty kicks and Drake Callender during the penalty kicks. Campana's miss at the end of that match, Messi's goal. So it gets overlooked, but Christoph had a hell of a game. I think he's a hell of a center back, but does he fit this style of play, which is a more technical style of play, build out of the back? He probably doesn't have the wheels that Inter Miami would like with the style that they want to have, since they're going to be pushing up into a mid block to even high block. So hell of a defender, just doesn't fit what they're looking for.
Yeah, I agree. I think he gets too much flack, and I wouldn't be surprised if he caught on somewhere and had a really nice year, but on a different style of team. Okay, Javier Mascherano, he comes in. He was a center back. Defense is his pedigree. Obviously, as a coach, we don't have a ton to go on for what he brings to the table at the club level. But have you seen anything so far in the preseason? Have you heard anything behind the scenes or at practice that you think makes this team, like, you expect it to be better defensively because of the ideas that Javier Mascherano brings to the table?
I think that the idea is to be better defensively with the organization, the compactness. It's a 4-4-2, a clear 4-4-2, where the left winger, the left midfielder tucks in a little bit. So he's not as out wide as the right midfielder. And obviously that's to allow Jordi Alba some space to attack. But it's a 4-4-2. And you've seen in preseason that there's a lot of organization, compactness, keeping shape, staying tight, not having too much space in between the lines nor in behind. That's been the idea, which, again, going back to Mascherano's playing days, defensive midfielder turned center back, you could understand that that's how he views the game and that's how he sees the game, especially when you have like the likes of Messi and Suarez up top, which, look, I mean, you could have patterns of play, you can have understanding, you could have chemistry and all that, but those two guys with the talent they have, I mean, they can resolve a game for you in any moment just off talent alone. So a lot of the work seems to be going on the defensive side, even in preseason. You've seen a lot more of the defensive tactics. Attacking-wise, I know they just came off a 5-0 victory against Olimpia and Honduras. Attacking-wise, I don't think it's been wow in preseason, but I think that that's by design. I think that they're working on the defensive side of things. I think that they're trying to lay out that blueprint for what the season is going to look like. Whether it works in MLS, I have questions, because MLS is a different style of play than these Latin American teams that they've played. MLS is more ping pong, it's more back and forth transitions. And with the midfield, the preferred midfield that we've seen to this point, central midfield duo of Sergio Busquets. And
you're getting ahead of me, man. I was just about to ask about the midfield. But go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead.
The duo of Sergio Busquets and Federico Redondo, they just don't have the wheels, man. In my opinion, they just don't have the wheels. They don't have the muscle. They don't have the industry. You know, they could be high IQ guys if you want, at least Busquets. Redondo is a workhorse. You know, he's not one that slacks off, but doesn't have a whole lot of range, isn't the fastest. He's got some decent size in there so he can get stuck in, but it's not his forte. It's not his strength. Yannick Bright, I think, is going to have to make his way into this team if they're going to stick with that 4-4-2. I think it's inevitable if they're going to play a 4-4-2. You know, this last game in Honduras against Olimpia, I think it could have the potential to confuse Inter Miami staff because Olimpia was just a poor opponent. But I'm sure it showed Mascherano what he wants to see, a team that can stay in the mid-block, that can win balls higher up the field, that can transition that into quick attacks and goals like we saw on the one play that Federico Redondo wins the ball high up the field. But we haven't seen a lot of that in this preseason. And we haven't seen that against the better opposition in this preseason. As a matter of fact, I've seen the opposite. I've seen times where Inter Miami, for all its shape and everything, once they're attacking and they get hit on a quick counter, they just don't get back into shape. It takes them time. They just don't have the legs, the wheels, the energy, whatever you want, however you want to describe it, it just doesn't happen. And that will, again, be the biggest question mark going into the season. Because, again, Inter Miami is going to score goals. We know with Messi, Suarez, Jordi Alba pushing down the left, they'll score goals. But defensively, can they keep the ball out of the back of the net enough? The idea is to be to do it as a team, to be compact, to be organized. Same buzzwords I keep repeating. But do they have the workhorses to implement that style? I don't know. That's a big question.
Yeah, and tactically, it is going to be a change from last year. I think we saw that Tata Martino really wanted to have that three in the back and play those guys really spread out, and kind of did that for much of the first half of the season until he realized he just couldn't do it anymore. But getting back to the midfield, I think this is where the whole conversation happens, because your defense, if you get left on an island consistently and you don't have those world-class one-on-one defenders, you are going to give up opportunities. And it's really up to the midfield to win the midfield. And so you're not putting your defense in that type of position on a consistent basis. I agree with everything you said. I think Yannick Bright fits better this style of play. I'm curious to see what Telasco Segovia can bring to the table. So I won't just say it's Yannick Bright, I'm not going to take Federico Redondo taking a step forward off the table either. But I think that's a really huge emphasis for this season, is making sure you get the midfield right, especially in the MLS. Let's talk about goalkeeper, because this is also part of the defense. Drake Callender, no longer the undisputed number one. And it seems like over the past 3 weeks, people have gone from him being the number one to him being the clear number two. I'm not in that spot yet, but I am curious what you think, because when you're giving up clear-cut opportunities, the goalkeeper has to be the last line of defense. And if he's really good at it, it can save your butt a couple times. So how do you feel about Ustadi? How do you feel about Drake Callender? How do you feel about the goalkeeping situation, how it all fits together?
So I'll give you what I think, and I'll give you what I think Mascherano's thinking. So I'll give you both. And they're both the same, which will actually be I think maybe the first or one of the first times here that we disagree. I think Ustadi's the number one. I think he fits the style of play better. Again, it's like the Christoph comparison earlier. Christoph, is a good center back. I deem Callender to be a good MLS goalkeeper. But does he fit Inter Miami style of play where they like to build out of the back, have their goalkeeper get on the ball and help string attacking sequences from back to front? He's not. He's gotten better in that regard since a few years ago, but he's just not that type of goalkeeper. Which, listen, if you're not the type of goalkeeper, you're not the type of goalkeeper. Ustadi is more of that type of goalkeeper. He's more experienced. Is he as big of a shot blocker as Callender has shown he can be? Probably not. But again, this comes down to the style, what they rate, what they don't rate, what's the priority in the pecking order of their player profile. Obviously, every goalkeeper has to stop shots. You're not just going to have someone that's really good with the ball. You put Messi in the back then for that. You just have him dribble out of the back, but can't make a single stop. I think Callender, with the injuries he's had, with the fit, I think it's Ustadi's time to be number one. And I think that's what Mascherano's thinking. I asked him last week, if it's hurt Drake Callender, if it's hurt the team, that he hasn't been around, he hasn't been able to practice, he hasn't been able to get minutes in these games, the repetition that you need. And Mascherano said, yeah, not only does it hurt, me as a coach not have him available for competition's sake, it also hurts him for the opportunity to showcase himself and, earn that starting spot. So I think the signs are clear that it's pointing to Ustadi, and I think it is warranted. Going back to last year, I don't think Drake Callender had a good year. I think 2023, he had a good year. I think last year in 2024, he regressed. He took a step back. He didn't take that next step forward. So I think because of those reasons, again, I'm not denying that he has the potential to be a game-saving goalkeeper. When he plays at that level, absolutely, he's probably better than Ustadi, but he's not consistently playing at that level.
Yeah, listen, I want to go back a couple months, because I agree with you. I think next Tuesday in the first game of the season, Ustadi's going to be in between the nets, and I think that's the right decision. But I want to go back a month. I want to go back 3 months, because I think if you contextualize it outside of these last couple preseason games, you can kind of get a better idea of maybe what's really happening. I think, reading the tea leaves, that when Javier Mascherano was hired at the end of last season, they kind of said, let's go find a different goalkeeper, one that I like, one that's my guy. And it doesn't seem like they were able to make that happen. And it feels to me like they came to the conclusion, you know what? Let's go bring Ustadi in. We'll have Drake Callender. We'll use one international roster slot on both guys, and they'll just compete. And we'll give Ustadi more of a chance than he had last year. But they know each other. They know the team. We're fine with this. And if something falls into our lap, maybe we can pursue it. But for now, that's where I think they're comfortable. And that was the decision to pursue other targets. And so a month ago, it felt like Drake was probably going to be 1A, and then Ustari would have a chance to kind of come in and compete for it. It feels like that's flipped, certainly because of health, and we haven't seen Drake, but I still think it's going to be a competition. But either way, I don't think 3 months ago, Javier Mascherano said, Oscar Ustari is the guy I want to be my goalkeeper. I think it just sort of played out that way. And so with that in mind, I don't know if Ustari is like the dream goalkeeper of Javier Mascherano. And so I still think it's kind of up in the air, and we'll see what happens. But I agree, Ustari probably it should be the number one keeper on Tuesday when they start the season.
I'll add this very quickly. When last season ended, of course, when you start doing your end of season analysis and your talking points for the off season, I put out a tweet saying if there's a position to upgrade among many, goalkeeper has to be in there. It had to be in there because Drake Callender just didn't have a good year. Again, he has the potential. He has shown the capability to save games or win you games with his shot stopping ability, but it's not consistent. And last year he had blunders. The one goal, if I'm not mistaken, against the New England Revolution, where the ball goes through his arms and his legs, that just can't happen. Mistakes happen in football. They happen in the beautiful game. They happen in soccer, but something like that just can't happen if you're trying to be a number one goalkeeper on a team like Inter Miami with the aspirations that they have. It just can't happen, which is why I'm not surprised that this offseason, like you mentioned, there were reports, links, rumors of Inter Miami looking at this goalkeeper, that goalkeeper, all foreign goalkeepers, by the way, mostly Argentine, if not all Argentine. I actually asked Drake Callender about that on day one of preseason. He was with the U.S. men's national team, but they were training in Fort Lauderdale. We got to do an interview with him, and I asked him, how much attention he pays to that. And his response to me was telling, because Drake Callender is very professional, but he says a lot, but doesn't give you much. And there he said along the lines, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm ready for anything, which to me showed insight into his mindset of he knows that the number one spot isn't necessarily his. It might be up for grabs this year, which has not been the case in previous couple seasons. It's been his. He's had that place cemented to himself. This year, it seems like the mentality, and it was clear that it was going to be a fight, regardless of who was there. And right now it's Ustari, but like you said, doesn't stop Inter Miami from maybe bringing somebody in later in the year if someone falls into the lap.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly, I'll end with one last question. How are you feeling about the fullbacks? They decided to bring back Chelo Wigan. Ian Frey is healthier earlier than I think a lot of us assumed. No Allen steps into that backup left back role. Maybe Lujan can play a little right back. Maybe Gressel. Maybe Kramaski. Like we've seen 5 minutes or so of those guys. Tyler Hall is a young guy. How are you feeling about the fullback spots? Obviously, Jordi Alba's great, but everyone else.
Well, Jordi Alba takes up one of the starting spots, and he's of high quality in terms of the attack. Defensively, has his moments again where he's going to need cover. Again, that goes back to the tactics. That left midfielder is going to tuck in and going to play a little bit more in the central channels as opposed to out on the sideline as an out-and-out winger. So defensively, it's going to be about the center backs in a big part. That we talked about them earlier. Jordi will do what he does. Chelo on the right side. I think he's limited, but I think he's solid. I think he does the job. It's not flashy. It's not showy. Does he make mistakes? Yes. But he does a solid job. Now, Gonzalo Lujan could be the guy that takes that spot. I don't think anyone's taking the left back spot. It's Jordi Alba's spot. So if he's healthy, he's available, he's there. So it's really about the right back spot. Is Chelo good enough? Some people will say no. I think he's solid enough. And then it's a matter of, who's behind him. Is it Lujan? Possibly, if he's not playing center back. Could Lujan take that starting spot? Maybe, because he has played there. So, I mean, more or less, though, again, it's not like there's been these incredible reinforcements brought in. The fullback spots are, it's okay on the right, and it's really good on the left in terms of the attack. Defensively, it can be hit or miss, as we saw in that preseason game against San Miguelito, where I think Benjamin Kramaski loses the ball high up the field, and he has to track back and fill the left back spot because Jordi Alba was way up the field and just never got back into the frame. I think he comes back into the frame on TV towards the end before, the pass is played and the goal scored. And that's just him coming back into the frame, let alone not even talking about getting back into position. So it's going to come down to center backs more so than the fullbacks.
Okay, let me see if I can summarize this whole conversation up in one sentence. There's confidence that the defense can be a bit better. I think they have a little bit better reinforcements and the personnel suits what Javier Mascherano wants to do, but let's also be cautious and remember that even new reinforcements are not of the same quality as the best players on the team, and that this is still MLS. And we keep that in mind, that just because they're not as good as the offense doesn't mean they're as bad as your worst nightmares. Does that summarize how you feel about it?
Absolutely. The sum will have to be better than the parts. That's what Inter Miami is banking on, and that is probably the best way to put it. The sum will have to be better than its parts if it's going to help Inter Miami get further than they did last year.
Awesome, Franco. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Please tell everyone where they can find more of you.
Yeah, at Franco Panizo on Twitter, at Miami Total Futbol, and that is the Spanish spelling, Futbol. Miami Total Futbol on YouTube, where we upload all the interviews, the podcast, post-game interviews, all Inter Miami news, insight, analysis. We've got Facebook, we've got Twitter, we've got Instagram, but most of the work is done on my Twitter handle and the YouTube channel, which if you haven't already subscribed, it's free and give you all the good stuff that you don't get anywhere else.
Yes, and I will have links to everything that you mentioned and everything else that you may have forgotten in the description. But again, thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you can join us again sometime soon. Thank you so much, Franco.
Absolutely, it's been a blast.
And now we're joined by Branton from the Inter Miami Show, another wonderful podcast. Thank you so much for being here, Branton. Please tell us how you're doing tonight.
I'm doing great. I mean, we're coming up on getting to see some meaningful football. So who can't be excited about that? And, preseason's getting wrapped up. We're seeing what the team's coming together and lots to be excited about. So I'm good.
Yes. And I know you guys are very connected to the local community and you guys do the Fort Lauderdale FC show. And so the roots of the club are very important to you guys and you pay a lot of attention to it. So I thought you guys, well, you specifically, would be the perfect person to talk to about some of the youth players that have come through the academy in Inter Miami and have established themselves as first team players and what their 2025 season might look like, both individually and collectively, because I think we have a lot of guys that have proven themselves as first team players, but still have a little bit of a question mark about what their role exactly is. Benjamin Kramaski, Ian Frey, Noah Allen, David Ruiz, Leo Afonso, Yannick Bright, potentially Santi Morales and Tyler Hall this season. So where are you feeling generally about the state of Inter Miami's ability to bring guys through and still give them real opportunities?
I think our academy is fantastic. I mean, if you look at the results the team is having on the field, outside of Messi's son, we have talent here. It's South Florida. It's a hotbed for soccer talent. And, Inter Miami really did the right thing in starting. When they started, they went out and they hired the best academy coaches that they could find. They brought in players from a lot of the best local teams. Weston FC, Biscayne Bay AFC, places like that. They brought in coaches, they brought in the talent. Now they're developing it. And now I think you even have a better recruiting method because you can say, not only do you get to learn at Inter Miami, but you also get the chance to practice with like legends of the game. And who wouldn't want to do that, man? What 13-year-old doesn't dream of that?
It does feel almost impossible to be a kid in South Florida and not think of Inter Miami as the premier academy at this point. Okay, so let's get into some of the guys individually. Benjamin Kramaski, first one that I think really won over everyone with his play on the field in 2023, became sort of a locked-in starter last year. A little bit of a step back, off to a slow start with the injury. 2025, he feels like he doesn't have an obvious place in the starting 11, yet he's also ready to break out in some ways. How are you feeling about where Benja's at?
I honestly, I don't know. I was not a big fan of his play last year, specifically when Messi's on the field. I think he plays timidly when Messi's on the field. He doesn't. He gives him too much space, and he gives him the ball when he has a shooting opportunity. He'll he'll be lined up, ready, like he take the shot, man, and he passes it off to Messi who's in double coverage. And that's not a slight on Messi or anything, but I think in order for him to be successful this season, and the reason we haven't seen him nail down a starting spot is because he needs to play his game, and he needs to come out and have the confidence to take that shot. And if he misses and Messi gets upset, he has to be okay with that, and he has to be ready to give it back to him. So I think the future's bright. I think he's a great kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's young. So of course you're gonna be a little timid, and you're gonna bow to greatness. But I think if he's gonna be successful this season, he needs to have that confidence to take the shot himself.
That's interesting because it does feel like the two of them find ways to find space around each other, higher, like in the sort of halfway to the final third. But I think maybe you're right. Once you get inside the box, it is a little bit more subservient.
Yeah.
I absolutely love this perspective because this is something that I didn't think about. And Brandon, you mentioned that, Ben being a little bit subservient to Messi. I think a lot of the team can be blamed for doing that as well,
Oh, yeah.
not just him. But now that you mentioned that, I think you're absolutely right. Some of Benha's best moments on the pitch last season were when Messi was not there, right? And I think he's come into this preseason a lot more sharper, a lot quicker, and I'm more excited to see what he brings to this team. But there's obviously question marks about whether he's able to replicate his 2023 season, because last season was a little bit up and down, and we talked about how 2023 for him was, I think we overplayed him to an extent because of how well he was playing, and 2024 was almost a bit of a reset. So he does need to take that step up from his previous season and contribute in goals, assists, and be that box-to-box midfielder that we like him to be. But what is that one thing from you that you're seeing that Benha needs to do, at least when he's on the pitch, that you would say, okay, this is exactly why we want him to be a starter for us?
I think what he does best is he can the way he moves with the ball. And he's really improved on that because in 2023 when he first came on, sometimes he would look like I use the analogy, and Joker, who's our producer on the show, he'll back me up on this because we've joked about it, but he kind of looked like a newborn deer trying to kind of, with these long legs, trying to figure out how to move with the ball. Whereas this past season, like, he's got the confidence on the ball, he moves very well with the ball, and his passing is very good. I think he can be more, if he wants to be a facilitator, I'm all for that. I think it kind of plays into his strengths a little bit, but I just want to see that killer instinct from him because he can hit those top corner shots. He just doesn't let it rip enough.
I think for me, it's the most important thing that he does is those late runs into the box and get at the end of the ball and just shoot it. He does that so well. I was really glad to see him get that assist against Olympia, though, because that's what I want to see more from him. Get into the box and get involved and find that right, either precise pass or that final finish. But yeah, very interesting point.
It is interesting, though, how he might fit into this new format that we have, because we're not really, so far, it seems, going to play with a 3 midfield set. It's really going to be Messi as a true number 10, second striker type player, which means you're going with a double pivot in the midfield. And that would sort of require Benha to play farther back, deeper on the pitch, or you might play on that right side or left side in midfield position, but then you're kind of shunted out to the wide side and you're asked to do a little bit of a different thing. So both of you are talking about some of Benha's strengths, but it does feel like he might have a hard time being put in a position this year based on our formation, especially in games where Messi's starting, to really be able to like accentuate those specific strengths.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we might see with him is we may actually kind of see him play in that 10 role when Messi's not playing. Because we've got a lot of games this season between Club World Cup, CCC, Leagues Cup. I expect us to have a deep playoff run. So I think there will be times when we see him on the field without Messi, and I think that's when he shines. And seeing him in maybe a 10 role or like a more advanced attacking midfielder, if we roll 2 attackers when Messi's not there, that would be ideal for him, I think.
Yeah, I've always said I think he has really nice, interesting 10 skills, especially if you watch him closely. Okay, let's get to David Ruiz. Similar position, different profile, but similar issue of he's going to be either a wide midfielder or one of those double pivot players. And I think some of the most interesting things he does is when he gets forward, but I don't know how much of an opportunity he'll have to be put in those positions this year. What are you expecting from David Ruiz this year?
Not not a whole lot, to be completely honest. I'm thinking like a sub role, not first guy off the bench. I mean, it depends on what Mascherano has seen in him, because Tata was not a fan. There were many games where David Ruiz didn't dress, didn't sit on the bench, and like there were opportunities where Tata gave him the chance, and then like he gets the red card and he shows his immaturity. But I I don't know.
I will say David Ruiz played a surprising amount of games last year. They just a lot of them came off the bench, but he had over
Yeah.
32 games or something like that.
Yeah, I don't
And
expect
it's
him to
surprising
challenge
the
for
stat.
starter. Yeah,
Okay.
but I do see him as a sub. He has
I
a
want to
place.
come. I want to come back to David Ruiz after we talk about someone else. But before we do, let's talk about Ian Frey, because he's back. Was a meniscus injury, which allowed him to come back much sooner. He's already back playing, starting games in the preseason. I think we saw him shine at right back last
Yeah.
year. I think we saw him shine at center back in 2023. And they were 10, 15 game samples at most. What do you think Ian Frey's what does his future look like, and especially in 2025?
And you take out injuries, and I think Ian Frey is probably the most exciting academy product that we've produced.
I 100% agree.
100%.
He's on the field and he's electric. And I think his injury last season had a lot to do with how we went flat into the playoffs. Because he's a guy that like you see the team gravitates around him. Even like Messi's around him, Alba's around him, and I can't say enough good things about Ian Frey. If he can stay healthy, like he's our best option at right back and at center back this year. I mean,
This is music
have-
to our ears, and Scotty's absolutely loving this because I think we're going to start our own Ian Frey fan club soon. So you're
Let's
more than
do it.
welcome to join. Yeah.
his parents
I-
are fantastic, by the way.
Yeah,
His
that's
whole
awesome,
family.
too.
I've run into him a lot at the stadium. They're great people.
That's
And he's a great
awesome
guy.
too. They I don't think I know an Inter Miami fan that doesn't not just want Ian Frey to be successful, because any human would, but like watches him and thinks he's got the X factor.
Yeah.
And I think right back this year, and feel free to disagree, is where it feels like there's the most opportunity, and also where he has the ability to get forward and kind of display some of that X factor ability with some coverage behind him. Center back is a position. This is what I keep saying. Center back is a position that takes a ton of minutes to just get, all of those million reps at the spot. And so if you are as a center back, you can't make any mistakes. If you're a right back, you have someone covering you, plus you have more freedom to get forward. That's where I would like to see him this year. But how do you think he's going to be utilized?
I agree with you. I think Cello's spot is not guaranteed. I think it's very likely that we see Ian Frey take that spot and keep it probably this season. Another thing that I've always said, and I would love to see it, and nobody's ever put him there. I would love to see him in that defensive midfielder role, because I think he just so naturally he has the athletic ability to like cover the back, and he has a similar like build to Busquets. Like I think that would be interesting to see. We haven't seen it in preseason. Nobody's ever played him there. That's just something I've always wondered. If he would slot in there.
It feels like he has the tools of a midfielder, which is what makes him so special as a defensive player. Okay, let's move to Noah. No, we're going to save Noah Allen. Let's talk about Leo Alfonso and Yannick Bright. I know Yannick Bright didn't come out of the academy. Leo Alfonso did. Both took trips to university, came out of the super draft in 2024, and kind of broke out, I think. And Yannick Bright more than Leo Alfonso, but I think Leo Alfonso showed a lot of really interesting things. Yannick Bright became key to our second half of the season and our Supporter Shield run, and I think we really missed him in the playoffs when he went out injured. So, how are you feeling about these two? What do you think their roles are going to be in 2025?
I thought at the end of last season, Yannick Bright was undroppable. I honestly, there were a lot of games where I projected a starting lineup, and I thought he should start over Busquets or just about anybody. Like when he is on, and I expect him to be, if not a starter, at least like first guy off the bench for that midfield, because that midfield is congested. But yeah, I think by far our best super draft pick ever, right there, and I expect big things from him going forward.
Yeah, we've had this conversation a lot on this podcast, and I think this season, sort of maybe unfairly, but I think Yannick Bright's going to have to prove himself a little bit again to the new coach. And it feels like there are a couple of midfielders ahead of him because it was so stacked there. But he's just so good, and he proved exactly how undroppable he was last season. I fully expect him to get back into that starting 11 very soon, and maybe sooner than we think. He brings something to this team that I don't think anybody else has. That defensive mindset in that DM number 6. I don't think anybody offers that pure destroyer sort of a profile, and the fact that he's the only one is definitely in his benefit, and he's such a good number 6.
What about Leo Alfonso?
Alfonso, I think at the beginning, I mean, obviously we didn't get to see a whole lot of him due to injury, but the beginning of the season, he was like our lone spark off the bench at times. Like he would come on and just like with his speed, just turn things on its head. So I think, with Campana moving on to New England, I think he's going to have an opportunity to show what he can do. And with his speed and the way he handles the ball in the box, I think he's going to have an opportunity to have an impact on the field. Obviously, it won't be as a starter, might not even be like first striker off the bench. It might be more of like throw him in as a winger because of his speed or bring him in as a 9. I think he can kind of play along the front line. So I think he's just going to have to make the most of the minutes he gets, because I don't know how many he's going to get, but he's shown he can impact games, especially late on going against tired legs.
He feels to me like a goal threat because he's so aggressive in the box. And so even though he doesn't have the finishing ability of like a true, Luis Suarez or whatever, like he feels like a danger off the bench and late in games. And that's a really nice option to have. And I kind of expect him to get more opportunities as the season goes on. And some of these veterans who don't look quite like goal scoring threats might watch their minutes drop because of him. Just my thoughts. Okay, I want to talk about Noah Allen before we get into everything else, because I think he's the key to understanding how youth prospects maybe should come through at Inter Miami. He first got his appearances in 2022, couple starts, couple bench appearances, but most of that season was with the B team. 2023, he comes in. He's really designated to be a backup to Franco Negri. Negri gets hurt. He gets a run of 10, 12 games, proves that he's a first-team player, but still very young. 2024, you're already into year 3, but by the end of year 3, he proves he's actually really, really good at a number of different positions. And now he's heading into year 4, ready to break out. So when we go back and talk about David Ruiz, when we talk about Santi Morales, Tyler Hall, any of these guys, the normal progression is actually that you're very limited in your first year, 2, 3, and that you don't really break out till you're in year 4, year 5, 22, 23, 24. And so, I want to ask, is that how you see it? Do you think that's like the normal way players should be coming through, and that's what fans' expectations should be?
Yeah, I do think so. I think too often we get wrapped up in like, oh, who's this exciting like academy guy that we just signed to a contract? Like last season, everybody was like, where's Izzy Boatwright? Where's Tyler Hall? Like, I want to see those guys because they're so good in the academy. Let's see them on the field. But I think letting them like ease into being a professional, because a lot goes in with that, especially with the attention that the club has on it now. And I think you're seeing like, Noah Allen is to your point, the perfect example of how a young player wanting to break into MLS should do things. he's got a very much like Ian Frey, great head on his shoulders, great family, good person on top of everything else. And then like he's open to playing other positions, because when Tata came out and said, "Oh, I think Noah Allen's a center back," there is not one person in this fan base who agreed with him. I was like,
Absolutely.
no way. You can't play Noah Allen as a center back. And you know what? He might have been our best center back last season. And you
Towards
know,
the end of it, for sure.
oh yeah. And just like we were talking, I think he was undroppable at the end of the season. And so, you know, I think seeing somebody like that come through the academy, and I think 2024 is going to be his breakout season. And if he continues on this trajectory and has another great season, I think this season might be his last with us, because there is a lot of potential there. And I think somebody outside of MLS obviously takes a flyer on him, because he's got talent and he's got a good head on his shoulders.
That's super interesting, because it does feel like he's being prepped to be Jordi Alba's replacement. And maybe he's a guy that moves on before Jordi Alba because he's on to bigger and better things. He is going to be a left back this year, and he might get time at center back too. He's proven he can do that, but he's going to be the backup left back to Jordi Alba. That came with 800 to 1,000 minutes last year, which means he's going to get those minutes this year, assuming he stays healthy. What do you know, obviously you think he's going to break out. Do you think he's going to be mostly played as a left back? And are you feeling really excited or nervous, or you rather see him at center back? How do you feel about that dynamic?
I think we're going to see him in both positions. You know, center back in MLS, it's hard to keep them healthy. And we've seen one regime kind of favor him over our depth at center back. Like, he got minutes before Ryan Saylor did. Like, I think still on that depth chart, you're saying Noah Allen ahead of Ryan Saylor. As much as I love Ryan Saylor, I think, you know, I think in reality, I think anything you can do to get Noah Allen on the field, they're going to do, because that's only going to further his development, especially if he can be on the field with Alba, because I think Alba and him have had such like a good relationship. And I think Alba's really kind of taken him under his wing and kind of groomed him, because like when you see interactions and stuff, like the first person to celebrate with him is normally Jordi Alba, and the first person to kind of like get in his face because he missed something is Jordi Alba. So I think getting them on the field together kind of helps bring that maturity along and helps continue to let him grow. And I think he's a guy you have to get minutes on the field. Like, you have to have him on the field wherever you can, and his versatility is going to allow for that with the amount of games that we have coming up.
Okay, last two guys. I know we don't, and maybe you know more than we do. We haven't seen a ton of Santi Morales and Tyler Hall, and throw Izzy-Bo right in there too. Although he does feel like maybe with some injuries and off the field things, he might be a little bit a step behind. What do you expect from those two today this season?
I'm hoping this season we see a lot of Santi. I think he is someone who can naturally be. He can kind of play every midfield position, but he's a great attacking midfielder. Like, I think he really has the opportunity on this team to kind of be like a super sub, like late in games, bring him in, get him some minutes. Like, I'm not expecting him to, you know, to be a world beater this season, but he needs to get some first team minutes this season, because we signed him to the first team contract last year. We didn't really see him play a whole lot. And I think that's doing a disservice to him. Like, I think he's ready to take the next step and start getting on that field a little bit more. And then, you know, maybe next season we see him kind of take on one of the more senior players' roles, kind of like a Gressel moves out. We have Santi here. He's ready. He's cheaper. Let's put him in that position type thing.
That's why I wanted to talk about Noah Allen's 4-year progression, because I think those are the realistic expectations fans should have. And these guys are really entering year one, where it's okay if they get 75 minutes, because that's how most people break in, right? It's not normal for most guys to do what Kramaski did and get 2,500 minutes and be a starter on a team that wins a trophy, right? Okay, big picture. Actually, you brought up a really interesting point, so I want to specify on that one. Noah Allen, you think is a guy that might blow up. So of these 6 or 7 guys that we've talked about, do you think any of them in 2025 are getting ready to make that move overseas or to a bigger situation? Because it's going to be sad when that first homegrown does
It
it,
is.
but also it's going to be like a really prideful moment. And I'm wondering if that's coming in 2025, whether it's next January or whatever, but you see the progress to the point where they're ready for that.
I think the logical choice would be Benha. I think he's had a lot of teams sniffing around him for a long time. Specifically, Bundesliga teams have been scouting him. I think he's somebody who could, depending on how the season goes, could potentially make the move probably next January. I don't see anything happening over the summer for him. And I think somebody to kind of keep an eye on, and it might not be this season, it might be middle of next season, but I think if Ian Frey can stay healthy this season and play a lot of minutes and prove that he can stay healthy for a full season, I think he's somebody who maybe starts generating some interest because it's not just us that see that talent is there.
Yeah.
Like everybody knows it's there. It's just, can he stay healthy? And I think if he can do that for a season, you might see somebody start sniffing around maybe middle of next season, end of next season. But Noah, obviously I think could potentially move at the end of this season if he breaks out, if that's what he wants to do. And I obviously, we're not talking like Manchester United, Liverpool sniffing around for Noah, but I could see him ending up in a lot of the players have kind of gone into the Dutch league, the American players, and they found success there. So maybe something like that, if he continues on that trajectory, is possible for him.
No, the question I had, and you brought a really good point on, I think the easiest thing for some of these players, especially when you're younger, is to come off the bench and have a, fearless impact. You can play those 10 minutes, there's nothing much to lose. The game might be slightly over. In some cases, you might be brought on to make an impact, but it's usually in attacking positions. It's like, okay, we're coming on, we're going to attack our defenders, when we're going to try and score a goal. But it's different when you actually start a game from the first minute out.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm interested to see is whether someone like a Leo Afonso or Santi Morales are able to play those 90 minutes at the first team level. Do you think, of all the 6 players that we mentioned, obviously we've got established first teamers, but with the academy products who are coming up, Leo Afonso, Santi Morales, do you think they have that in them to contribute at least from the start? Do you think they're going to get that many starts this season?
I don't think so. Afonso, it's possible depending on how the schedule plays out, especially in the middle of the season with Leagues Cup, Club World Cup, those type of games. There could be MLS games that we kind of consider throwaway games where we see essentially Inter Miami 2 show up and play those games. So I think in those games, like there's a possibility. And it's not that he doesn't have the talent, or I don't think he could go the 90. I think he probably could go 90 in MLS. But I do think also, like, there's a lot of guys competing for spots on this team, and there's a lot of talent ahead of him. So it wouldn't be in key games, I don't think, unless we see some catastrophic injuries. I do think, though, that in some of those, I don't want to say disposable because it's not disposable games, but in some of those games where you kind of have to say, do I want to go for a trophy in this tournament, or do I want to kind of take it easy in MLS? I'm kind of glad that we have the US Open Cup as well, where we have the second tier team playing, right, and not the first team. So I think a lot of these players might actually get some opportunity there, and if we make it past the first round, they might have a few games that they could play from the start. So I'll definitely keep an eye out for that and see what they do there.
Anyone on the supplemental roster can be on the B team for those tournaments. And for Inter Miami, that's guys like Noah Allen and Ian Frey and Yannick Bright and Leo Afonso. Yeah. Like for a B team, that's really talented. Okay, my last question is, David Beckham, one of the owners and founders of this club, talked about how important it was to bring players through the academy. Manchester United roots. He was one of those guys. And then we've seen a huge influx of guys from Barcelona, Messi and his crew. They also, clearly Barcelona has an ethos of being academy born and bred and really relying on that to bring guys through and be a part of the first team. So you would imagine that there's still an interest in having this culture of the club still be very focused on bringing players through and supporting them and giving them opportunities. But I also think it's easy to say that, and every team wants to have a great academy, and it's another thing to actually put into practice. And so my question to you is, do you think Inter Miami is still doing a good job of that? And do you think they're going to continue doing a good job of that in 2025 and provide these guys with real opportunities for growth?
Yeah, I think we absolutely I think the club is doing a good job at that because, how many guys did we just talk about and just about every one of them we said we expect to see some minutes for.
Yeah.
So I think as fans, when we have that kind of expectation that the club is going to do things like that, like it bodes well for how the club is going to treat the youth and develop the academy. I mean, it makes it more difficult with the level of talent that we have on the roster now, but I do think that seeing like guys like Noah Allen starting and Ian Frey starting and like that, like I think that inspires the next generation or even other generations. And I think we're still staying core to that because the club realizes that Messi and Co are only here for so long, and developing that deep connection with the community and developing players that represent the community at large is important. And I think they're still focusing on doing that, and I think they're doing a good job with it.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, Bren, thank you so much. Please tell everyone where they can find you if they want to get more of this type of conversation.
Yeah, you can find us. Me and my co-host Mike are on the Inter Miami Show. It's at Inter Miami Show across all socials. So we're probably next week going to start going back to our weekly format. We had kind of skipped around in the off season, but yeah, that's where you can find us. And we're in for the season. We're ready to roll.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on with us. I really appreciate it. I know that you guys are busy, and we'll get Mike on sometime soon. And we hope you will come back as well. And until then, thank you so much. And now I'm joined by the controversial, but I think very interesting, Daniel Solana. Thank you so much for joining me today. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, man. It's a lovely day out here in Miami. Hot, like always, missing that 2-week winter weather. But I'm excited for the MLS season coming up, and I'm excited to be on with you and talk some football.
Yeah, no, I always appreciate you coming on, and I think you have a very interesting way of looking at the game, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. I think you have a very good understanding of how Inter Miami and MLS fit into the wider world of soccer, and so I thought you'd be perfect to talk about 5 or 6 of these young imports that Inter Miami has brought in to help bolster their depth, but from their perspective, they want to come here and develop and get exposure and make the jump to the biggest biggest places on the world stage. Just for the record, I'm talking about Federico Redondo, Talasco Segovia, Toto Aviles, Alan Obando, Gonzalo Lujan, and maybe we'll get into Matteo Silvetti a little bit here. But these guys, they're coming in and they're playing important roles. We saw what Diego Gomez did over the last year and a half. But they also want to take that jump just like Diego Gomez. So first off, let's talk about these 5 guys fitting into this team. Is there one or two or a couple that you think is going to have that next level Diego Gomez type impact where they're pushing to be that best player on the team aside from the big 4?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, this year, the ones that I'm looking forward to are Federico Redondo to have that big kind of jump, and also Toto Aviles. And I have multiple reasons. I want to compare Federico Redondo to Diego Gomez's career with Inter Miami. If you remember, when Diego Gomez first came in, a lot of people were down on him. He wasn't the player that we had originally seen in the highlight reels where we had seen him play with the Paraguayan national team and also with his club team. And he needed, a full offseason to kind of get under his belt. And he got a full preseason with Inter Miami. And then he just took off and had just an insane year, to the fact where he didn't even stay, longer than what he needed to be able to move on to that next level, like you've been saying. So I kind of look at Federico Redondo in that same light. He came in the middle of the season last year, didn't get a full preseason under his belt. And I think in this preseason, we've seen what he can do. I made a joke a couple weeks ago on another podcast, that I see him playing like at 1.5 times miles an hour. And he just needs to relax a little bit. He needs to slow down his pace and just relax and do what he does best. And I think now that he has a coach as well, that gives him that trust, that full confidence in Javier Mascherano. He's coached him before. I think he has all the pieces in place for him to excel this year and to make that jump. Everybody knows that he was rumored to be going to Real Madrid before he came to Inter Miami. Of course, that's where his father, Fernando Redondo, made himself, an absolute, historic figure. So there was a lot of talk about him going there. And I'm sure at some point he is going to get there. And I think Inter Miami is the perfect, stepping stone to get there. Now, talking a little bit about Toto Aviles, I think what he needed was a little bit, again, of Mascherano, a little bit of that defensive pedigree, somebody who's played that position to kind of guide him a little bit. And not only that, the other thing that I think Toto needed is a partner in the back that wasn't changing every single week. Last year it was 1 week it was Christoph, 1 week it was Nicolas Freire before he got hurt. Then David Martinez came in and he got hurt. Some weeks it was Noah Allen. So if you're a center back and you've played the game enough, you can understand that, these you need to have continuity with these players in order to create the chemistry to move forward. And I think we've seen that over this, again, preseason, that he's created some sort of chemistry with Noah Allen and with David Martinez.
Let's get back to Redondo for a second, because I think this is such an interesting player for Inter Miami because he is clearly talented. I think the tools are obvious. He's long. He's very technical. He has the ability, the vision. Like, you can see all the tools that really pop off on highlight reels and stuff like that. But I also wonder how he fits in this team to maximize his skill set. I think the way he wants to play in 5 years is exactly what Inter Miami needs now. But I think the things that he's best at are actually things that don't fit what Inter Miami wants to do right now, because they would involve him being higher up the pitch. And he needs to develop those parts of his game. Now, if he takes that step up and he does make those adjustments, I think we're talking about, like you said, a really impressive player. And so I'm excited about what he could be. But I do wonder, how do you balance developing these young players with being a team with some real veterans that are looking to win every game, looking to win every trophy? And if those two things don't fit together perfectly, how do you as a coach or as a team kind of mix and mash those to make sure that you can get the best out of both?
Well, I mean, I think that's the golden, ticket, the $1 billion question that Tata Martino couldn't figure out. We saw him excel when Messi was out for a long period of time. We saw him and what he could do with the youngsters. They went on a very long, nice winning streak, if you remember, back in the summer when even Suarez wasn't available. So, we saw Tata excel there. Now, you ask an amazing question that, I don't even think has been asked yet to Mascherano in the offseason is how do you gel these together? And I think slowly but surely he's finding his footing. He's getting in his players little by little. I know it's been a really tough and tedious process, especially for the fan base, because a lot of these players coming from South America need visas. And that's been, the talk of the offseason. When are these players getting their visas? But, to answer your question, I think you've got players like Suarez, like Messi, Busquets, and Jordi Alba, who, although they're these stars, mega superstars, historic players with this insane pedigree, they also are looking out for the next generation. And they're the type of players that are not there out to get for themselves. But yes, they do want to win, but they want to teach these youngsters how to win. And I mean, who better, to teach them than Messi, who's got 30-something trophies, in his lifetime. Suarez, who's won, the Copa America and as well, the Champions League. So, that's how I think. I don't look at it more as, as a separation between the older guys who want to win and who need to win, and the younger guys who might be afraid to make mistakes. I see them as the older guys carrying this team, and almost Mascherano having the help of having 4 additional head coaches on the field at a time, because I know you've seen Suarez yell at Fafa during this preseason multiple times, and it's I'm sure it looks negative to the fan, But I'm sure what he's saying is something constructive to Fafa so that he understands and he can make that adjustment that next play. And, we've seen Fafa, again, not to take away from the players that we're talking about, continue his growth and understand how to play with Messi, with Suarez, and with some of these other greats. So it's really, allowing the youngsters to make mistakes while, also rewarding them and by playing with, by allowing them to play with some of these great players.
Yeah. And, just sticking to this point, I think it's so interesting. Going back to the first half of 2023, we brought through guys like David Ruiz and Benjamin Kramaski and Noah Allen. And it felt like because of where the team was, you could really put them in their best spots and just let them grow and thrive there. But as you start incorporating these mega stars, it does become more difficult to focus on the young players and still achieve everything you want. I think that's going to be a big theme of this season, and see how everything plays out. Probably it'll work differently for each player. Let's get to Toto Aviles. You mentioned him before. I think it gets forgotten just how young he was when he first came over. There are very few 18, 19-year-old center backs starting major games in first divisions across the world, really. And that's what he was when he came to Inter Miami. Now he's entering year 3 at this level. He's probably much more comfortable in South Florida, much more comfortable with his teammates, all of that off the field stuff that goes into being a football player as a young player. Do you expect him to take that step up this year?
Absolutely. And I think you've seen that in the preseason with the amount of 2 clean sheets in the preseason, and one of those clean sheets was with Universitario. I know he didn't play in the second clean sheet, but I think you've seen the growth in his game in this preseason, and not only that, one thing that I preach on is confidence. A player needs to have confidence in his abilities, in his talent, in order to be able to use that on the pitch. And if he doesn't have the confidence, then he's going to be in trouble, because he's going to catch himself second guessing himself on certain plays. And that's the plays where you get caught up forward as a defender, or you get caught making a stupid foul like he's done. But I think he's done a fantastic job this offseason in learning from those mistakes. And again, I think Javier Mascherano is pretty much responsible for a big part of that.
Yeah, I'm very excited for both of these guys this season. Okay, those two are easier to talk about, I think, because we've seen so much of them. But 4 new guys coming in that fit this same category. Diego Gomez goes out, Facundo Farias goes out, and new guys come in to replace them. Velasco Segovia, first big one I want to talk about. To me, he's the most exciting signing of the offseason so far, and I'm very curious to see where he fits in and how he looks. But what are your thoughts on Segovia from everything you've heard and seen so far?
I mean, I think the kid is an absolute stud. He played with the Venezuelan national team with the U20s coming up. He made his professional debut with Deportivo Lara in a Division I game in Venezuela. But from what I've seen in his highlights, he joined Sampdoria in Italy. He's had a little bit of, let's say, learning from a couple of different leagues. And from the highlights that I've seen from him play and the games I've seen him play, I think he's going to be an absolute stud for Inter Miami. He's got the talent, the ability. Not only that, but he mentioned it in one of the interviews that they interviewed him on, why did he want to come to Inter Miami? And obviously this is what all the players say, right? I wanted the chance to play with Messi. Gonzalo Lujan said it as well. And I think that in it as well gives the players just a little bit more chip on their shoulder, because they want to show that, that they are the best. And now they're on the grandest stage of them all. Like you mentioned at the beginning of this chat, these players who want to make the jump, they need to be playing in the grandest stage. And what better, place to play than with these 4 superstars like we talked about. So, he's going to have that chip on his shoulder. And look, this is a national team player that Inter Miami has now on the roster. So little by little, they are starting to build a roster with not just regular players, but players who have caps on national teams. And that is huge.
Where do you think we see him play the most this year, especially in the first couple months as he's, adjusting and we're trying to figure out exactly how he best fits?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be in between a winger, or kind of like a creative midfielder that helps out, almost like maybe you remember how Matias Rojas would come in, and would play last season. I think he's gonna fit more that role. But look, we have to. We haven't seen him play yet. We haven't seen him debut.
Yeah.
Maybe tonight he gets some minutes, or against Orlando City he gets some minutes. But we'll see what happens.
The other two that I think we're probably going to start the season with, or in the near future, we're going to have Alan Obando and Gonzalo Lujan. We got a few minutes from Lujan in that last preseason game, but these two I think are very interesting young guys. We might only get Obando for a year, but what do you think of these two guys? Do you expect them to have huge impacts, or what are your thoughts on these?
So let's start first with the Argentine, Gonzalo Lujan. We've known for a while that he's been, on the radar for Inter Miami. I think he's going to have a good year for Inter Miami. The good news about him is that he comes as a polyfunctional, multifunctional player. So we might see him play as a center back sometimes for Toto Aviles. We might see him play as a right back for Chelo Wigan, which, Inter Miami right now, other than Chelo Wigan, doesn't really have any other right backs, unless you want to count in Ian Frey, which in the preseason he's played most, specifically as a center back. So, I think the fact that you have a player coming in who, again, has played in international cups while he played for San Lorenzo in Argentina, has played in big games in big stadiums against Boca Juniors, against River Plate. That only adds to the depth, to the ability and to the roster that Inter Miami has constructed this offseason. So I have no doubt in Gonzalo Lujan's abilities as a soccer player. He's a very young guy at only 23 years old. So he has a chance of a lifetime here to show his stuff. I think Chelo came in, and again, not to get off topic, but to compare, Chelo came in and folks, again, we're down on him. And I think slowly, but surely the fan base is starting to turn around and really appreciate and understand the type of player that Chelo Wigan is. He's not a Jordi Alba. That's not what you're going to get out of Gonzalo Lujan either. He's not a Jordi Alba. He's not, a Sergio Ramos. So we need to understand the perspective of how we want to look at these players before we start judging them. So we have to understand first, where do they come from and how do they play before we judge them, because I think it's a little bit unfair for some of these guys who come in and the fan base is automatically down on them because they're expecting a Jordi Alba or another Messi or another Suarez. And the reality is we've already got those four guys. Now it's all about building up the roster, building up the depth, and getting that young player involved so that the older guys don't have to run as much.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should ever expect another Jordi Alba coming to Inter Miami just because of the unique talent that he is. Alan Obando, it sounds like we might only get him for 1 year coming on loan, but I think that opens up interesting things other ways. But we'll stay on topic. What do you expect from him this year?
If he, once he gets on there and he gets all this paperwork done, I am super excited about him. Other than Telasco Segovia, the young stud that you said that you were excited, I would be super excited for Alan Obando. I know he doesn't come with the most amazing stats. Yeah, he's I've seen he's played 28 games and only scored 1 or 2 goals, but that's okay. You also have to understand the league he plays in. The Ecuadorian league is not a very easy league to play in. It's a very, very physical league. It's a very tough league. Barcelona Sporting Club is one of the top teams in the Ecuadorian league. So it's tough to break a lineup when the team is expected to win every single game. So I think the fact that he's going to come into Inter Miami and be Luis Suarez's backup, he's going to have plenty of chances to get onto the field. He's he's got the physique that you would want in a number 9, and I'm super, super excited about him. I mean, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I want to predict that he's going to have a better season for Inter Miami than Campana did last year.
I think if that happens, we would be incredibly happy with that. because I think Campana for a backup striker, very few backup strikers are winning you points and winning you matches like Campana did. But the one thing I will say is he's very young, and so he's very raw. And I want to keep everyone on calm about that. But I do agree with you. I think long term, this might be my most exciting signing. And if we were signing him on a permanent deal, I think this will be my most exciting signing, because I think 2 or 3 years from now, he's going to be an absolute beast. And I do think 7 years from now, we're going to look back and say, wow, that guy played for Inter Miami. That's really cool. Okay. So these 5 guys and 6 guys, if you want to throw in Silvetti, what do they need to do this year in order to take that step up so they can prepare themselves to get to Europe or make that big move? Who do you think is close to doing that? And what do you want to see from them to know that they're ready for that move?
Yeah, I think the closest one is Federico Redondo, and after him, most likely Telasco Segovia, only because of his past already having been in Europe, would be the closest to get into Europe this season. What do they have to do? They have to work. That's simply what you need to do in order to get to that next level. You need to work and perform. I know it's easier said than done, right? We can sit here as we create content and talk about these players, but at the end of the day, if you want to get to the best places, the highest places, all the best players are going to tell you need to work and work hard at what you do. And if you do the things the right way, then everything at the end of the day should work out for you. So I don't want to sound redundant or kind of unoriginal or original, I guess, but I mean that's really all the only advice that I would give those guys is work and perform in the games.
Do you think we're going to see any of these guys get linked to moves this summer or by this time next year?
I'm not so sure, if it's going to be in the summer because of the Club World Cup and the Leagues Cup. So I think we're going to have to wait and see. Remember, Inter Miami is granted a 10-day window transfer period in June because they're one of the teams that qualified for the Club World Cup. So they'll have a 10-day transfer period in June in order to sign and let go of players. So I don't know if it'll be happening that one. Maybe in the later summer transfer window when everything opens up for everybody. Maybe Redondo, depending on how he plays, these first few months for Inter Miami, maybe he's one of the ones that is linked with something. But other than that, I don't really see anybody else being linked until next year. We need to see a full season out of them.
Yeah, I tend to agree, which I think is interesting, and maybe some of the academy kids are a little bit different or on similar paths. But anyways, Danny, thank you so much for coming on. It's a pleasure to talk to you. I actually do love talking to you because I think you have such interesting insights, and those really lead to some interesting conversations. We didn't have enough time today, but that is the nature of what we're doing here. So we'll get you back again soon. But please tell everyone where they can find you in the meantime.
Absolutely. You guys can find me on all my social media platforms at Danny Solana 5, DANI Solana 5, and also on the Battered Herons, as Scotty and I were talking about earlier. Battered Herons, or sorry, not anymore in Espanol. Now it's Garzas CF on Monday nights at 10 p.m. We're talking Inter Miami and Espanol.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon, man.
Absolutely.
Okay, next we got to ask about the new signings. Now, I will preface this by saying the question we asked, I think, changed over the course of the week from who's going to be the best new signing to who's your favorite new signing. So I give a little bit of grace to some people who may have picked a certain answer because of the specific question. But overall, what exciting signings should we all be enthusiastic about?
My favorite new signing is not Maximiliano Falcon. My favorite new signing is Alan Obando.
But Fafa, I think Fafa is such a cool signings, an attacker that brings pace and has experience in the MLS. He jumps off the screen every time I've seen him.
I actually think that the player that's going to have probably the biggest impact out of everybody that we've brought in, honestly, is probably going to be Tadeo Allende. He's the one that I've seen the most promise out of, at least in the couple games that we've been able to see him.
The star, who we need to be the star. You know what? We need Falcon to step in that center back position, get some passion, get some energy going back there, cement that defense, make it one of the better defenses in MLS. I think he'll be breaking.
Well, I hard to answer, but I'm gonna just say Fafa Picold for now because I already just in the preseason alone, I really like the effort and I really like the amount of running and tracking he's doing, which is needed for this team and our, the Barcelona for all those players. We need someone who can cover that much space and work that hard, and so I think it's gonna actually really pay off.
Maxi Falcon, I think, him coming over, another Uruguayan, fiery, passionate. Him and Suarez are going to terrorize other teams. I think Falcon's going to slot into that backline seamlessly. He's going to fight for the badge. He's going to be some much needed, experience back there as well. I think he's on the older side, 28, 27. So him slotting in back there, he's going to do really well and give Miami that bite that they need on defense.
It's gotta be Maxi Falcon. Gotta be Maxi Falcon. I am so excited to see this guy on the pitch. He is a bona fide baller center back. He's going to bring in the roughness, the toughness that we need in there. He's not going to be afraid of anything. The only thing I'm afraid of is, even though he was able to control himself in Colo Colo, is the disciplinary part. He's a guy that has a lot of emotion. He's Uruguayan. We know the passion those guys play with and the grit that they do. So him, forget about defensive issues with Inter Miami when he's on the pitch. That guy is a bona fide star, and I'm super excited to see him in 2025.
Has to be Fafa. I am so excited that we have like a South Florida native that we've been able to bring back home. I was hoping we would do it with like a Bedoya, who's a Weston FC Academy graduate. But it's also kind of cool seeing a guy who played for the Strikers playing at the same stadium, but now for Inter Miami. And he's already had such a great impact off the field with the community. Like at the Euphoria event tonight, he was there signing autographs, and it's nice to see like us have like another Haitian player that just is able to tie in with the community and bring more people into this great club.
This is hard because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of youngsters that we brought in, especially today with the two young signings. I'm going to go with Fafa Pico. Reason is I hated playing against him. I hated watching him dance all over our defense. He made us look silly multiple times, scored goals with Houston Dynamo against us, with Vancouver, with whoever else he was with. But Fafa Pico excites me. He has the ability to play on the ball, take on defenders, get in behind, which is what we need in this system. He is someone that will make other teams cry.
Telasco Segovia, I think, is a player that could break out. He's younger, more of an unknown product, but someone that Inter Miami and Javier Mascherano rates very highly. He's talented. He's well regarded from certain circles near the team. He could be a player that comes in and helps fill in that Diego Gomez hole that's in the midfield. Now he's a bit of a different player, absolutely, but I do think that he is someone that's going to get some minutes. How he does with them, I have a little bit more questions for a younger player in a new league, in a new country, away from his family. I have questions as to that, and that does impact the production on the field. Even Diego Gomez's first year, after arriving midway through, wasn't great. It wasn't until last year that he really impressed. But I think he has the potential to potentially be that player.
All right, Scotty, who is your new favorite signing?
I am surprised we got so many Maxi Falcons. I'm surprised we got so many Fafa Picos, because to me, the answer is clearly Telasco Segovia. I think he is going to be a star. He is coming from a higher level league, which means I think he's going to be able to come in right away and step up and just have a huge impact. Even from the little bit we've seen him so far, I think the quality, the understanding, the positioning, it's just so high level. I think this guy's going to be a monster. And I will say, I am very excited about what Alan Obando is going to be. But for me, the answer has to be Telasco Segovia. What about you, man?
Yeah, it's interesting. It was almost unanimous with Fafa and Maxi Falcon. A couple of shouts for Allende, but I think only one for Telasco Segovia. You made it 2. I'll make it 3. Telasco Segovia is going to be my favorite new signing. What we've seen from him so far, understated, simple, easy, and that's why I absolutely love him. I think he has the footballing IQ that this team needs, both in the middle, and if he plays in the wide positions, that's also fine with me. He just knows how to bowl. I think his impact is going to go under the radar at this point in time in the season, but come 6 months, we are absolutely going to fall in love with this player. He has so much to offer. Strength in the middle, holds the ball really well, press resistant, can find a couple of really good balls, is a number 10. So when Messi's sitting out, he can potentially play in that role and has the engine for days. So as long as he keeps running from the first minute to the 90th minute, I'm going to be a happy camper watching him play. I think Telasco Segovia is going to be my favorite new signing.
Completely agree. Guys, enjoy this next interview. And now I'm joined by Julio from the Heron Heads.
Hello. Hey, everyone.
How are you feeling today, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to talk some Inter Miami football.
Yeah, me too. And I appreciate you coming on. And hopefully this is the first of many times. But again, I really appreciate it. I wanted to bring you on to talk about some of the other players on the roster because there's so many exciting young talents at Inter Miami. And of course, they are the big four. But I think there's a lot of players that are true in their prime players that don't get talked about nearly as much because the storylines aren't as interesting, I'd say. And we can throw guys like Chelo Wigan in there, Drake Callender. But I really wanted to focus on those forward position players because I think that's such an interesting part of this team. Tadeo Allende, Julian Gressel, Robert
Fafa.
Taylor, Fafa Picault. Maybe let's just start with those four. What does it mean to be a player at Inter Miami that's not a star, not a kid, but is just the backbone of how you build a roster?
I mean, what it is, it's a great opportunity because they're getting the most possible exposure by being in the MLS with Messi. So for all of them, it should be kind of a kick in the ass and saying, hey, this is your chance to prove to yourself, prove to other clubs. It's a huge opportunity for all of them. So to them, it should be of extra incentive and extra motive to really hit their ceiling or come close to their ceiling. And when you talk about a lot of these veteran players, they've kind of been through the ringer. I mean, think of Robert Taylor has been at this club for years now and has basically been to the lowest of lows and has, now seen success with the club, even if his role has been a little bit diminished because of the emergence of other players. But for all of them, it should really mean this is a huge opportunity. And not just from a personal standpoint, but from the club perspective, right? Like they can be part of a club that wins trophies. So for all of them, it's a personal opportunity, but also a collective opportunity for all of them to contribute to kind of the ultimate goal in any league that they're in, right?
No, I think that's a really poetic way to think about it because that's exactly what it is, right? Fafa Picault, we saw, was with Vancouver last year, was with Nashville the year before. He's an impact player, but he's not a guy that's going to lead a team to the MLS Cup. And here he is in Inter Miami, and they're the favorites to win the MLS Cup, and he has a chance to be a starter. And the same thing goes to Robert Taylor and Tadeo Allende and Julian Gressel. Like, if they play well and if they step up and if they contribute in real ways, they'll find themselves getting minutes on a team that has every chance to win almost every trophy they participate in this year. Is there one of those guys, we just mentioned 4 wing players that have come in, that you think is incredibly exciting and you can't wait to see what they do in 2025? I know we have Julian Gressel and Robert Taylor, and we're very familiar with their games. Fafa Picault, newer, and then Tadeo Allende. For most people, I think a little bit of an unknown. Does any of those guys, or do any of those guys really stand out to you as a guy that you think is going to be the guy to take advantage of the opportunity?
I think Allende is the biggest unknown and the most exciting of them all because while Fafa has really been the brightest spot in the preseason, he has really jumped off the screen this whole preseason during the matches. He looks explosive. He looks like he can take on players one-on-one. Allende is kind of this, if he's awesome, he could be a real mainstay in this lineup for the entire season and beyond. And they're signing these youngsters for a reason. And one of them's going to hit like Diego Gomez hit. So is he the next sort of player that transitions from the South American promising young talent and turns into, hey, this is something much bigger, much greater? Fafa, I think you know what you're going to get. There's a level of veteran consistency, and he's going to have his moments where there's hiccups, but generally speaking, he's going to bring it every match. The others, we also already know more or less, especially when you talk about like Robert Taylor, you kind of know what you're going to get. He's kind of a streaky player. He has his hot streaks and he's really hot when he is, but then he goes through long cold streaks where you're like, was he even playing? Gressel, I think every manager wants a player like Gressel because you can move him around so many different places. He can be so dangerous with the balls he puts into the box. And he's a creative type. So I think for me, Allende is the one. It's a big question mark, but it could be a big exclamation point by the time the season ends.
Yeah, I think Allende is so interesting because I think he's the guy they wanted to bring in back in December when they decided to not re-sign Matias Rojas. And not that they're the same profile of player, but if you think you can replace him with an upgrade in Tadeo Allende, I think that means we should be excited as fans. One of the things that I think is really interesting about these four players is they're all very different profiles of players. Robert Taylor, more of a traditional winger, can take guys on one-on-one, go to his left, go to his right, put a shot on goal, go to his left and put a cross in. Julian Gressel, much more of that, deliver set pieces, be on that right side and deliver great balls in. Fafa Bico, that workhorse, that pace over the top, the stretch the field, the verticality type. Tadeo Allende, more physical, bigger body, can do some striker things from that wing spot. And I won't claim that we've seen everything to his game yet, but I think there are four very different pieces that Javier Mascherano has the opportunity to kind of play chess with. How do you see Javier Mascherano playing chess with these guys? Because they're four very unique styles, and they're all on Inter Miami to be used as he sees fit.
Yeah, it's a good problem, right? When you have too many players for the positions that you have. But one of the things that we've seen since Mascherano's taken over is there's been a shift in sort of the tactical setup of the team. Whereas Tata was employing mostly like a 4-3-3 or some form of winger approach with a single striker, we've been seeing something like a 4-4-2, maybe with Messi tucking in a little bit underneath as a traditional 10 position. So there's kind of more spots for attacking players and fewer for midfield players, which is a conversation for a different day. But I think we're going to see a lot of Fafa for sure. And I think we're going to see a lot of Allende to start the season. And both of them will probably slot in when Suarez comes off the pitch for whether it's for just minutes management or in a pinch, because both of them have a little bit bigger of a profile as a attacker, as a forward than the other two. When you think about Robert Taylor, like you said, traditional winger, loves cutting in and hitting those curlers from the top of the box or loves whipping it across. And Gressel is kind of like a deep lying playmaker where he's maybe a little bit off the box and just whipping in crosses. But the other two have, I guess, more opportunity in the sense that we're probably going to see a lot of them starting in the lineup. But then later in matches, we may see them just move up further up the pitch than their, I guess, left or right wing positions and see them more in the box attacking as pseudo strikers sort of. So I think it's going to be really interesting. And I think with Alba and likely with Chelo, we're going to see a lot of overlaps on the wings, again, pushing them closer into the box. So they're going to have all the opportunity in the world. I think Gressel and Taylor will be more rotational pieces in a pinch. There's a lot of matches this season as there was last season, so they'll be involved. But the other two, I think, are really going to have their chances to shine.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned, and I think it's been clear this preseason, so I guess I didn't mention it, but 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, it's different in what Tata Martino put out there in the sense that there's a right winger that's not Lionel Messi, right? Always on the team sheet under Tata Martino, Lionel Messi was the right winger, and he would still play centrally. He would tuck in and do what he does, but there was never that wide forward to his right and to his left to create some balance. And now that seems like it's what we're going to get this season. I personally think it opens up what Lionel Messi and Luis Suarez want to do, but that's only if those wide players can be effective in what they're trying to do. And so 4 players, we're talking about Julian Gressel and Robert Taylor potentially being rotation pieces. Those are guys that have had huge impacts in the MLS. So you're talking about 4 guys that are incredibly talented at this level, can have a huge impact if they do, you could be talking about having an incredible offense. Do you think that's where this is heading? And do you like it? Do you like what we're seeing so far?
I, like you, like that Messi has been moved centrally, because the biggest gripe I had last season was there were some matches where it took Messi 10, 12, 15 minutes to get meaningful touches on the ball. But by moving him centrally, he, from the jump, is way more active, and he's one of the best players we've ever seen in facilitating. On top of his scoring prowess and his ability with the ball at his feet, his passing ability is also just unreal. Like you sort of hear stories of it from when he was in his prime and when he was in his younger days, but he still got it. So I love the idea of moving him more centrally and unlocking his playmaking potential, basically from the crow's nest. Like, he's central, he's seeing everything, he can be sort of a manager of the field, kind of like a quarterback. And it opens up these other two. And I think you're exactly right. The wingers, if they can prove to be dangerous, other teams will have to respect that. And while they'll collapse on Messi regardless, if the outside wingers can prove to be actual scoring threats, we were good on offense last season. We might be even better this season.
Yeah, I think that potential is certainly there. Let's talk about a couple other guys that could factor in, because Inter Miami has those four, I think, true wide forwards that we can count on. They're sort of veterans that have proven themselves. But I also want to throw in a Leo Afonso. I want to throw in a Santi Morales. I want to throw in a Talasco Segovia, Benjamin Kramaski, David Ruiz. There are some other guys that could factor in those wide forward positions. Do you think we're going to get to a point where these four that we've been talking about are the main four for the first couple months of the season? Or do you see one of these other, players coming from a different position to have an impact? Or how do you see it shaking out?
I think those will probably be the four for the first, I don't even want to say months, but probably the first few weeks. We'll likely see Benja. It seems like he's been subbing in more as a midfield change of pace, maybe even as a formation change, depending on the game script. But Leo Afonso, I really like him. He's already had just such great moments, and he's so young. And we know Luis Suarez, at this stage in his career, he can't play 90 minutes across a 30-plus game season. It's just not going to happen. It's not realistic. So there's going to be opportunity for a Afonso to step up and have opportunity. I also, is Obando official?
No, but I think we can assume that it's
okay.
It's
so
happen.
I think he's also super interesting to me. Obviously, he had ties to Atletico Madrid, and we don't have to go too deep into him because he hasn't officially been announced. But I think he could play a big role.
Go for it. If you really like him, talk to me about it.
I just think, listen, if he's linked to European mainstays, I think it's something to be excited about that we get him on loan. I think that says a lot about what the club is trying to do and their ability to recruit talent. But as far as the pieces that we have, there's definitely there has to be rotation. We're involved in MLS, obviously, CONCACAF Champions Cup. The Leagues Cup is going to come around. There's all these different competitions and minutes that need to be managed. The Leagues Cup format is different, so there's more matches in the group stage, if I'm not mistaken. So there's going to be a lot of weeks, a lot of match weeks that are very dense and crowded with game days. And Mascherano is going to have to use these players. Benja, 2 seasons ago, looked like he was going to be a breakout MLS star. Last year, maybe he took a step back, but we know what he can do. So I'm always excited for Benja. I have like a stack of autographed cards of his like on my desk. I'm a huge Benja fan. But all the young talent, you just know one of them's going to hit. So they are always the most exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. The other thing that I've sort of had in the back of my mind as this roster has come together, Robert Taylor, good player, not an unbelievable superstar that you can't drop. Julian Gressel, good player, not an unbelievable superstar you can't drop. Fafa Picault, same thing. I imagine we're going to say the same thing about Tadeo Allende, which leads me to this point where there is a left wing group that is and right wing group that is talented but not undroppable. Kind of leads you to think that maybe they're saving a spot available for some point in the future where they feel good about what they have, but if they can upgrade on it in the future, they just might. Do you think that they're going to spend some time in 2025 really courting a star at left wing? I know Neymar is the big name, but whether it's him, whether it's Di Maria, anything like that, do you think we're saving some talent, availability and minutes for a guy like that come the summertime?
I personally hope not. I think there are other areas of much greater need. I think getting a splashy center back would be really helpful. It might not be as sexy as a Neymar or Di Maria just from the marquee name standpoint, but really, if we want to talk about competing for championships, we need to really flesh out this club, and the attack is not the problem right now. We are like rich in attackers, and there are other position groups that are in much greater need of shoring up than the attack. I think, well, I would hope they would have the ability, the opportunity, and the foresight to see that, speaking of the club. But yeah, I think if they do move pieces, I definitely think Robert Taylor is a prime candidate to be sent to a different club to open up space. I think Gressel still will stay here through the season, but if he's not getting playing time because Allende's tearing it apart, he may want, for personal reasons, to go to another club where he can get more minutes. But I think Robert Taylor, of the four that we've been talking about, definitely could be a candidate to open up space. But my personal opinion, please get a defender.
Oh, I get it, and I think you are not alone in that assessment of what this team might need. Guys, please go subscribe to the Heron Heads. Julio, tell them where they can find you.
Everywhere you are. So find us on YouTube. I think that's always the best way to connect with everyone. You guys can listen to the shows. So just search Heron Heads podcast. Also on X, Instagram, and TikTok at the Heron Heads. And thank you so much for having me. I have enjoyed this conversation so far.
Yeah, me too. And we will get you on again soon because likewise, I asked for 15 minutes of your time. And I feel like now that I've gotten 15, I want another hour, but I won't do that to you on short notice. So we'll bring you back sometime soon. And again, thanks for coming on, man.
Sounds great. Anytime.
All right, guys, we couldn't go throughout this entire preview without asking a Messi specific question. He finished last year with 36 goal contributions in the MLS in only 19 games. This year, he's probably going to play more. The all-time record is 49, set by Carlos Vela. How many goal contributions is Lionel Messi going to get in the MLS this season?
40 in total.
60 minimum.
I'm going to say 42.
45.
I'd say 47. Just shy of the record, 47.
Only in the MLS, if he plays, I would say the same amount of games, he would have the same amount. But if he plays, let's say 25 games, I'm going to go with 50.
Again, I'm going to assume healthy Messi the entire season, but I think he'll break that record. I think he could definitely get to 40 pretty easily, and I think 50 wouldn't be unheard of.
I think, honestly, looking at his form during preseason, I think he'll get close to that, honestly. It depends on how the players around him are able to score and finish, but I think he'll get close to 45, maybe even more than that, 46. It'll be a lot, but he looks sharp and ready to go. So, yeah, I'll say about 40, 46, 47 goal contributions.
Yeah, he played 19 games, had 20 goals, 16 assists. I want him to play at least from 25 to 30 games. That would be fantastic. I think he'll at least beat that, and I'm going to say 50. Look, this last game, he had a goal and 2 assists at the half. He's looking sharp. He's looking good preseason. If we can manifest this and he can stay healthy and keep moving and doing what he's doing right now because he looks happy. Maybe it's the new Miami Vice haircut. I don't know what it is. He's aerodynamic, but he's looking and moving well. I definitely think that at least 50.
All right, Scotty, tell us why every one of us is crazy and how many goals Lionel Messi is actually going to score this season.
He put up 2 goal contributions per 90 last season. I think he's going to play more games than people expect. I think a lot of people are thinking he's going to start 25 games, something like that. I think he might start 25 to 27 to even 28 or 29. I think he's going to play 31, maybe even 32. Like, there are no international breaks where he's going to miss. There's no Copa America. So if he keeps that pace up, 2 goal contributions over 30 games, you're talking about 60 goal contributions. I think it's wild that people are predicting him to get 40, 45. That seems crazy to me. I think we're going to have a huge uptick in his production in a system under Javier Mascherano where they're really trying to focus and flow through Messi. I expect a huge year for Messi. I think the high I would be consider reasonable is 65. I'm going to go with 59, but I think it's going to be an incredible season, smashing the record.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be an incredible season, but I'm not going to agree with you on the record. I think he's going to finish somewhere with 42 to 45 goal contributions. And hear me out. I have my rationale for this. The pieces that we've surrounded him with are going to be able to lead this team forward without Messi always having to contribute to the assists and the goals. So there's going to be a lot of instances where Messi is actually the one who's making the pre-assist and creating those opportunities, which may not get recorded on the MLS. It does. But
it does.
So
we're getting 60, right?
You absolutely trumped me there. But I still think he's going to get between 42 to 45, and my rationale stands. Everyone around him is going to pull their weight up. It's going to be a lot more distributed across the team. And you never know what happens throughout the season, so I'm not sure how many goals he's going to score as such. But I'm going to keep it reserved. I'm going to keep it conservative. I agree with a majority of Inter Miami fandom and voices, and I'm going to say 42 to 45. I know you think I'm crazy, but that's my number.
I think that's a perfectly reasonable number to expect before the Club World Cup. Totally. I mean, it's ambitious, but reasonable. All right, guys, enjoy this conversation on the Big Four. It's our last big conversation on the individual players. Hope you guys enjoy it. And now I'm joined by the wonderful co-hosts of Messi and Co, Gian and Ashley. How are you guys feeling today? And first, before that, let me just thank you so much for joining us. It is a real pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Super happy to be here. I'm sure Gian will say the same sentiment. We're excited about the season. A lot of good things to talk about. Obviously a fan of the show, and we're super excited. Yeah, it's good vibes right now for Inter Miami for sure.
Yeah, same. Happy to be here. Appreciate you guys inviting us on, and we're definitely. I've seen your content. You guys are great at what you do, so we're excited to just be a part of it and be able to talk Inter Miami. It's what we love to do the most, and we have fun doing it. And anytime you guys need us here to talk Inter Miami, we'll be here for you guys. And we're just excited to get it started.
I really do appreciate that. And I think we have a really interesting topic because I think it's so easy when you're doing Inter Miami podcasts and talking every week to really get into the nitty gritty and kind of talk about, the up and coming players, the position battles. And it almost becomes standard what you expect from the Big Four because they're so consistent. They're so good that it's not even as interesting to talk about all the time because you're just expecting them to be great all the time, and they kind of just deliver. So I did want to take a couple minutes to just talk about the Big Four and give them their due because it is hard to think about Inter Miami without thinking about them, but it's kind of easy to not talk about them when you're talking about the interesting aspects. So let's get into them, and let's save Messi for last because we got to say something good for the end.
We talk about him enough. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. Let's talk about Jordi Alba. He's coming off a really impressive season. He got 20 goal contributions last year, but he is a guy that I think Tata Martino and his system really tried to emphasize, really tried to provide him space down that left side and then work that connection between him, Messi, and Suarez. New system, new setup, and we'll talk about that more. But how do you guys feel about Jordi Alba going into year 3 at Inter Miami?
I'll let Ashley go.
I thought you were going to start. I'll start. Okay. Yeah. So last year, again, I think it was a season of a lot of surprises. Even though we thought we knew what we were signing up for, it just was an up and down season. Injuries, all availability. It was weird, but one of the most consistent aspects for sure was Jordi Alba. And not only has he, I think, lived up to being one of the best left backs of the last, generation of this generation with Barcelona. But he seems to have the same energy and work ethic and spirit, competitiveness that he's always had. So I think honestly he's going to probably get a little bit more rest this season than he got last season. I think someone like Noah Allen, has, I think, earned a lot of trust, not only in this preseason, but towards the end of last year, even if playing at center back. And I think you're going to be able to have some more rotation. There's a lot of, tournaments we're in, a lot of games that will be had. And while Jordi is going to remain the starter and I think continue this level of consistency, I think to his advantage, he's going to get a little bit more rest to really like make an impact throughout the whole season.
Yeah, I think for me, when I talk about Jordi Alba, obviously the connection that he's had with Messi, obviously beyond Inter Miami, that's something undeniable, and it's one of the biggest reasons why he's here. That his ability to just go down the left flank and then connect with Messi without really even having to look at him, or he knows exactly where he's going to be. That's something that Inter Miami really was able to use a lot last season. I expect them to do the same this season. It doesn't matter whether it's Tata Martino or Mascherano. I think that any coach that comes in is going to want to use that to their benefit, and it's something that I think really opens up Inter Miami's attack. From a defensive standpoint, I think that obviously he's still the best defender that we have. What's going to be interesting for me, at least, is as Maxi Falcon makes his way into Inter Miami, those are two top dogs. Maxi Falcon was a top dog, I think, as a defender over there at Colo-Colo. What is that dynamic going to look like when it comes to leadership? We know that Jordi Alba is a leader right now. Sorry about that. We know that Jordi Alba is a leader right now in the defense. How is that going to work? I'm assuming there's going to be a conversation when Maxi Falcon comes in to see how that dynamic works. So I'm really interested to see that. But man, I think that under Mascherano, Jordi Alba is going to just really continue being a huge part of that offense. And what I'd like to see is something that worked very often, a lot of times with Diego Gomez on the left wing, sometimes when it was Robbie Taylor, a lot of that overlapping over each other with the winger. And that's something that really opened up the game for us. At times I felt during the season, we kind of shied away from something that worked so well. So I really expect Jordi Alba to hopefully see him in a lot of more of those types of plays. That's one of the things. I know we're not talking about coaching, but I'm hoping that Mascherano opens that door up for guys like Jordi and guys that are on the wings, whether it's Chelo on the other side, to be able to do more of that intentional playmaking and intentional strategy, where sometimes we leaned away from something that really worked well for us.
Yeah, and I think they did. Tata Martino did such a good job of creating that lane for Jordi Alba to be impactful on the left. So it's very interesting to see Javier Mascherano looks like he wants to potentially get that on both sides.
Yeah.
For Busquets and Luis Suarez, I think there's some interesting conversations. Luis Suarez was the stat line was incredible last year, and then there was also moments where he looked like he was in a lot of pain and a lot of trouble, but the results just kept coming. And so personally, I'm very comfortable with him for another year. I don't think there's any reason not to be. But Busquets, we saw him a lot at center back. Seems like he's going to be back in the midfield, which is, of course, his natural position. What do you guys see from those two players in 2025?
Well, for me, when it comes to Busquets, I think he's one of the guys that maybe we've talked less about when he's maybe the one that deserves the most of the limelight. I know we have Messi and Suarez and Alba, but hey, look, Messi was out for quite some time during the season, and the team was able to overcome that. I think that when we see Busquets and the time that he missed, especially when we look at our game in the playoffs against Atlanta United, he's the guy that we miss the most. He's the guy that connects the defense with the midfield. He's a guy that gets the ball in his feet and is able to create and make everything easier for everybody. Redondo wasn't able to do that when Busquets was out. Matias Rojas wasn't able to do that when Busquets was out. Busquets is the only guy right now in that position. We still have to see what happens with Velasco, but Busquets was really the guy that opened it up for everybody, and it just everything felt so forced when he wasn't there. It seemed like there was no creation in that part. So I think that really obviously Messi is always going to be the most important, but let's put Messi off to the side. To me, Busquets is really the most important guy on this team. He's the guy, the motor for this team, the heartbeat of this team. And I really want him to, this season, focus on making sure he's healthy, and focusing on the team, focusing on managing his minutes. He's a guy that played a lot of minutes. Actually, last season, he was one of the most consistent players. So when we're bringing in a ton of different players, the midfield is crazy stacked. Like, I think that this is really the year where you want to conserve Busquets and make sure that he gets to the playoffs healthy, especially with the amount of tournaments that we have. And then obviously, when you talk about the defense, he's a staple in the defense as well. We're looking at, I think, Mascherano and how he likes to play. And hey, we might have two defensive midfielders. We have, as opposed to Tata Martino, that didn't want to have Yannick Bright playing at the same time as Busquets, so much so that he actually put Busquets in the defense. So I think that that's going to be interesting to see. Suarez looks a year older. It's very, very apparent. I mean, from whether it's on the practice field or it's on the field, he looks like he's laboring intensively. So for him, he's another guy that you want to make sure that he does not get overworked, take care of his body, and make sure, again, he's available when we most need him. I expect him to do the same thing last season. People were worried about him coming out of Gremio. The guy scored, he assisted, did everything he needed to do. Let's see what he does now under Mascherano. I think we're going to see a little bit more of maybe a play creating type of forward where he's got his back to the defense, to the opponent.
Interesting.
Put the ball into him and you play off of him, kind of like a wall, 1-2 passes. I see a lot of that probably for him, but let's conserve him. He's still our best forward right now, and I think that he'll take us a long way in 2025.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm aligned with most of what Gian said. I think this is like kind of a theme that I'm probably going to say for every person except for Messi. I think that this roster, for those three, for Busquets, for Alba, and for Suarez, is now not only the roster, but the style of play lends a lot more to one rotation. And I think not having to do as much heavy lifting. Like, Fafa, for example, the amount of work rate we've already seen out of him in those preseason games, getting back on defense, his speed, I think that's going to help Jordi a lot with not having to come back. I think it's also going to help Suarez also with, knowing him and Messi kind of don't come back as much. I think they're trying to plan for that better. So, I think that they're going to have more time. They're going to be put into positions that suit them probably a little bit better than Tata's system. And I think you're going to see a great performance. I think specifically with Luis Suarez, I think same as last year, he's working himself into match fitness, off season. It's not the off seasons of past with Liverpool in the beginning of Barcelona where, he's probably like running 10 miles every day during the summer to keep them that, he's resting and trying to be as strategic as possible. And so I think it takes him a little while, but I expect the same goal contribution as last year. And Busquets, I couldn't agree more. Unsung hero, even though he is like sung, like he's the best to ever play, one of the best to ever play his position. You're still seeing it that just, time, age, energy, it doesn't take away at all. Just the fact that he can see 5 plays ahead for every part of the pitch. And, if he's able to play with Yannick Bright and just keep those two going for most of the season, I think you'll see a very good performance as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I want to stop on Suarez for a second because last year we had Leo Campana, who was established as a quality player in the MLS, and clearly we saw him get his big move this offseason to be a starter. Do you guys feel, or are you nervous about not having that real established number 2 striker to take off some of the load from Suarez when he needs a week off or whatever? Because it sounds like we might bring in a young 18-year-old who would be very raw. You mentioned Fafa Pico, potentially Tadeo Allende. There are some options, but it doesn't feel like there's that one guy that we can just count on to give us 90 minutes if Suarez needs a break.
Yeah.
I'll go first. I'm not worried at all. I will miss Leo Campana. He was a great part of this club, scored a lot of big goals, a lot of great moments. If he didn't have Gonzalo Higuain and Luis Suarez, so two of the most prolific strikers of the last 20 years in front of him, he would have started. That's unlucky. But I think this team is the amount of offensive firepower we have, that where we can even put in like a Fafa or Tadeo. We have plenty of options to put in number 9 if we need to. We do 4-4-2. I mean, there's a lot of options where I think this roster is beefed up in so many ways, especially with offensive firepower, and the other ways we've been able to compensate the roster. I feel good about it, and I think that we'll be able to adjust if Suarez can play. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, we typically agree on a lot, Ash, and I think that this is the one where we maybe disagree. And I'm actually worried, because to me it was nothing but a business move when you got rid of Leo Campana, because you needed a solidified number 9. I feel like.
And also for him too, right? He needed that move. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And I think, Campana, he's a guy that deserved way more minutes than he did here. We all know that. And I have a soft spot for him also, because unlike Ashley, which is mostly the looks, for me it's also he's Ecuadorian. So which is more
objective. Like you're way more subjective than me.
Maybe. But I feel like for me, Suarez, especially thinking about how he is laboring and how he's a year older and how he's had issues with his knees, and knowing that we want to make sure we take care of him, and looking at the amount of games that we're going to have in 2025 with Mundial de Clubes, Conca Champions, the MLS, what's it called? The Leagues Cup, everything. I think that this was the one season where you were going to want to have guys that can slot in to play that pure number 9 position without missing a beat. And I feel like right now you don't have that. While you have guys that you can inject into there, like Fafa or Tadeo Allende, or whoever else, maybe Robert Taylor can maybe play. Those aren't their positions, So we don't have anybody, I feel like, that naturally fits in there. We have like stopgaps. We have somebody that can plug in there for a moment. So I'm interested to see what Mascherano is going to do in a case where maybe Suarez isn't available. Maybe Suarez can't play. What is this going to look like? Are we going to just have, just midfielders and no forwards? It's going to be strange. It's going to be interesting. You mentioned the young kid Obando from Ecuador. He's a guy that is already played for the national team. He's a guy that is a good kid, but he's young. He's really young. And are you going to want to put a young kid in there without that much experience? I know that we've had to do that in the past with some of our young guys, and it ended up working out really well, but it was more because of injuries, not because that was the plan. Yeah. So for me, let's see what happens. I mean, I am worried, and I just hope that my worry, I hope that my worry doesn't become something and it ends up being just what Ashley says. These guys plug in at number 9 and they're able to, everything works out. But right now, I'm curious to see what happens.
Yeah, I think Ashley, you mentioned at the beginning that you think Jordi Alba might take a little bit of a step back this year and give Noah Allen a few more minutes. And I think we might see something in the opposite direction for Luis Suarez. And I'm at least curious if that's going to be how it is, and a little worried if it is. So that's why I bring it up. But let's get to the big match.
I will just say really quickly, Fafa could be, like, if Gunta said he could be the number 9 tomorrow for the rest of the season, incredibly naturally. Like, he was a number 9 for a very long time, and I think he has like the physicality and stuff where I'm just saying, I understand it's not a straight swap, but Messi could be your number 9. It's like, we have some of the most prolific scorers on this team and on this bench. This team never had an issue with scoring. And so just like on my list of things that I wanted improved and worried about and longevity wise, scoring isn't one of them. That's all I'll say.
No. And listen, this team has a ton of depth. I don't think anyone's worried about the season falling apart, but when you're talking about the ideal roster build, I think that's all it is. Okay, let's save the best for last and get to it. Lionel Messi, we have, and Gian, you mentioned it, new formation that looks like it's being designed to give Messi more freedom and creativity in the central parts of the pitch, give him an option to his right, which we never saw under Tata Martino. Do you guys like it? Do you think it's going to unlock him? Do you think he's going to explode? Do you think, like, what are you expecting from Lionel Messi this year based on what we've seen so far, based on how his trajectory is going?
I think that Messi throughout his career has always evolved from position to position. We've seen him throughout his career with Barcelona to PSG to now. I hate saying PSG. It bothers me, but that should have never happened. But he was a right winger. He was a false 9. He was a pure 10. Like, I think he can excel in any position, and Mascherano's trying to figure out and unlock the best position for him under this new iteration of Inter Miami. One of the things, and we were talking about it before getting on, is just how some of the things are changing in relation to how Tata Martino wanted Messi to play. Tata Martino previously in 2024 was very adamant about how he wanted Messi to not have to come back so deep to get the ball. He wanted to have Messi play as high up as he could all the time so that he can focus on scoring. Said that many times. Whereas we see Mascherano kind of doing a total pivot from that and saying, no, I want the ball at the beginning of every transition, at the beginning of every attack in Messi's hands. And I want to give Messi options. I want him to have Suarez in the front. I want him to have Fafa or Tadeo on the left. I want him to have someone on the right, whether we've seen now with whoever's playing in the midfield, and it's not Busquets and Redondo. Sometimes it could be Cremaschi, for example, who we saw in our previous game. Cremaschi creeping up and actually going up almost on the right wing and giving Messi an option on the right. Like, that's how I feel like we're going to see a lot more of Messi this season, is Messi having the ball in his hands, tucked in behind a front 3, basically. And we're going to see maybe, I don't know, it's tough to say this, maybe less goals. I don't know. How are there less goals for Messi? But definitely more assists, if I was to say one. That's kind of how I see it for Messi, and he's just going to continue to be the best player on this team. I just want him to remain healthy. That's one of the things that we had issues with, obviously, last season. You obviously got to count him out for the games where he's going to be with the national team. But look, we don't have to worry about Copa America this year, so that's good at least. So hopefully we're going to get a lot more games out of him. The team was able last season to do it without him, but not because they're better without him, not because they didn't need him. It was just they had to step up and put it into overdrive. And I think that Messi was happy about that last season. But Messi wants to be on the pitch. The team is always better with Messi on the pitch. And I think that this season, I think Messi, knowing that he's a year older, being the professional that he is, he's going to make sure he takes care of his body. I think he's going to work extra hard. We're going to see a Messi that has the most minutes we've seen him have thus far with Inter Miami, and we're going to see a Messi, as they say in Spanish, más enchufado, that just more plugged in than we've ever seen. And because of that, maybe we'll talk about this a little bit later, we're going to have a really good 2025 season when it comes to silverware, I think.
You want a headline? You want me to say something drastic?
Yeah, let's get it.
Okay. If injuries aside, okay, knock on wood, no injury, no otherworldly issue that happens, I think by the end of this season, including all competitions, Messi's going to have 100 goal contributions. I think. No. Listen to me. First of all, the haircut, incredible. It's like add 15 goals for the haircut. I'm telling you right now, he looks great. The fire and energy that we are seeing in this preseason already, undeniable. He, for someone who's proven everything to anyone, feels like he has something to prove. I think he thought he got slack for last season in ways he probably didn't think he maybe deserved. Obviously, Copa America was the priority. This year, 4 huge competitions for Inter Miami. Like I said, barring injury or any other worldly event, he's going to be outstanding, double if not triple what he did last season. I think he's going to be that good.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ashley. I think he's going to be. I think this offense and this front four is being built to maximize what he can do. I actually disagree a little bit with you, Gian, because I think he's going to score more goals this year. My biggest pet peeve with Tata Martino's system was that he didn't create enough width with that front line, and it allowed defenses to sort of clog up that middle of the pitch where Messi and Suarez love to operate. I think the one thing that Mascherano is trying to do is put him centrally, get him a guy on the right to spread the back line out that way, and then allow Jordi Alba and that left winger to continue to do it on the left, and then just give more space and freedom to Messi. So I'm with you, Ashley. I mean, 100. That's definitely
Let's come back to this in September, October. Let's come back to this when it's all said and done. Let's
Sure. But I do think he's going to put up a big number. I will tell you, we've talked to a lot of people this week, and I've gotten a lot of tepid answers to how many goal contributions he's going to get. And I will say, I think people are being pessimistic. I'm certainly on your side in terms of, I think we're going to be really surprised with the output he gives us this year. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. I'm sad that we can't do another hour because just when we were talking before we went on, we talked about Ian Frey, and I'm sure there's 15 other conversations that I would love to have with you guys. So we will have to get you on again soon. But for now, please tell everyone where they can find you if they want more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you again so much for having us. It's been super fun. Obviously, we're going to have you on our show as well. We're having a lot of guests, a lot of great conversation this season. But yeah, please make sure to subscribe to us on YouTube, 5 Reasons Futbol. Our show is called Messi and Co. We talk about mostly Messi, but we talk about Inter Miami as a whole. We talk about MLS. We talk about Argentina, lots of things as it relates to this team. And of course, to our number 10. Follow us on X at Messi and Co. Like I said, YouTube, 5 Reasons Futbol. We have new episodes every week, multiple episodes a week. We do previews, we do post-game live reactions, lots of fun stuff. So yeah, please make sure to check it out.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you guys so much for being here. I'll have all of that in the description of this. So if you want to get the links and everything, it'll be there. And we'll see you again soon, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scotty.
That's the big 4. I think we can expect big things, but there is one question that is going to continue to hang over this Inter Miami season, at least for the next several months. And that is if Inter Miami is going to make a huge splash in 2025 in terms of roster incomings. I asked everyone, is Inter Miami going to turn the big 4 into the big 5? Are they going to sign that one marquee name in 2025? These are their answers.
Yes. Yeah. I think we bring somebody in the summer window.
I think so. I think that they're creating space and they're saving enough dollars in their piggy bank to be able to get a certain Brazilian out there.
Absolutely. I reported on it earlier this year. It was supposed to happen. It didn't happen, but I think he's coming, and everybody knows it rhymes with Bay.
I do think so. I think there's a lot of traction with all the money that we're allocating, with all this, with a spot that we're trying to free up. I do think there is a move coming in the summer transfer window.
Yes. I think that happens in the summer. I think that they're bringing somebody in of name. Jorge Mas has the money. The ownership group has the desire. They're going to want to also try to help convince Messi to come back next year. Excite him about the project going forward. Yes, absolutely. They will bring somebody in the summer. I'm confident of that.
I think that it's going to happen for the Club World Cup. They need to make a splash. They need to get another marquee player. I've always said maybe it was just a pipe dream. Maybe it's just a dream. I think there's the plan where Neymar, he signed 6 months. He signed for 6 months in Santos. To me, the idea is he went there. He's going to get back in shape, get fit, and then he's going to come to play with Inter Miami for the Club World Cup.
I am 80 to 90% sure that they do, that they bring in Neymar. Neymar signed with Santos a 6-month contract, and some people say that so he can go back to Europe. I really think it's so that he can come back over here and play the remainder of the season with Inter Miami. I think Inter Miami is positioning themselves to figure out a way to do that for the second window, and I think that that's what's going to happen. I'm almost certain that that's going to happen.
No, I don't. I think anyone that they could add, all the names that they've been tied with, I think it's too much of a marketing ploy to make sense for what the team actually needs. And I think they don't need to look that desperate, even if it gets everyone excited. I think we have a very good team. I think there are other areas of need that need to be addressed without needing to be a marquee player. And I don't think they do. I don't think they add a big name.
I'm gonna say yes. I think Moss and the front office are always looking to add big time players if they're able to do it. I know Mascherano kind of squashed those Neymar rumors in the winter transfer window because right now Miami just don't have the spots to be able to do that. But I think in the summer, I know Neymar is on a 6-month contract with Santos. If he's still in, I don't know if you saw his first game, but he still looks pretty sharp. If Miami are able to get a contract that's friendly for the cap and roster wise, I think they'll go after Neymar. But I'll say yes. There's this summer they'll sign someone. I don't know who it is, Neymar. I don't know, but yeah, I think they will.
That's the big question, man. That's a lot of confidence. A lot of people, both journalists and fans that pay close attention. I think we've been saying that this is probably something that they're going to try and do. So I ask you, 2025, is Inter Miami going to make the Big Four a Big Five?
It's too obvious. It's too obvious to everyone except Julio, who thinks we're not going to do it. But I completely agree. The way this roster has been constructed, the way Jorge Mas has gone out and made statements, they're going to try and do everything to make sure the commercial value of the club keeps going up, but also we add quality. I know there was some questions about whether there's a need to bring somebody in, whether it's the right time. Neymar, the obvious candidate. Everyone thinks him signing that 6-month contract is basically a sign or a guarantee that at the end of those 6 months, he's going to come to Inter Miami. That's why he signed that deal. He looks sharp. He looks good. I think he'll be ready to come to Inter Miami if we can make that deal happen. But 6 months, the transfer window is going to end for the rest of Europe. There's going to be a lot of players available. There's going to be a lot of marquee players available. So it may not just be Neymar. It may be somebody else as well. Maybe it's one, maybe it's two, who knows? But yes, it's going to be at least one.
Here's what I will say. Julio was the only person that said that he doesn't think so, and he could be the genius of the group. Yeah. That is not off the table.
Absolutely.
That said, I thought Franco's response and his reasoning was the most convincing. He's saying that we've got to continue to bring in players like this because the club needs to make sure that A, Messi gets that extension and wants to be here, but B, that marquee status that Inter Miami has built with Lionel Messi continues on and grows even, and the commercial opportunities and all that. So I think they're going to go out, get the biggest, most marquee name they can get. I think they have been saving roster space for it. I think they would love for it to be Neymar on paper. Here's what I will say specifically about Neymar. 6 months ago, we would have said it was Angel Di Maria. That was the obvious candidate. Now it's Neymar. It could be someone totally different in 6 months, but I do think they're going to sign someone. I say yes. I think it's going to be Neymar. And I think the vibes are going to be awesome. If he can stay healthy, the team's going to be awesome. I think that's going to be one of the coolest stories in world soccer, and we're going to be at the very heart of it. And so I think it's going to happen.
Reunite the MSN.
And now we're here with Marc Gonzalez. Marc, thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling today?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm doing great, man. How about yourself?
Oh, I couldn't complain if I wanted to. I wanted to bring you on because I know you have a little bit more of a tactical mind. And so I wanted to talk about this formation we've seen from Javier Mascherano so far. I think we saw a number of different styles that Tata Martino put out in his year and a half in Inter Miami, and all of them really centered around Messi as a right winger and kind of working the seams around him and trying to make the midfield strong. And we had a bunch of defensive issues. This year, we're seeing something new, something we didn't see from Tata Martino and haven't seen since Lionel Messi arrived, and that is a 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2, whatever you want to call it. But it's Messi playing centrally and having a left and right winger on both sides of him to give him options in the attack on both sides, something we really never saw with Tata Martino. So first, how do you think it's looked in the preseason, and is it something that excites you, or are you nervous about it?
I think it's looked pretty good in the preseason. We're more organized defensively in that midfield, which was a big thing with formations in the past. And then getting Messi on the ball, I think Mascherano's been working with that midfield with the back line and getting Messi on the ball quicker instead of maybe passing it around so many times, recycling the ball into Busquets, getting Messi on the ball quicker. And then we get those wingers and make those runs those inverted runs from the left and the right, like we saw Diego Gomez, Robert Taylor make at times. But getting Messi on the ball quicker collapses the defense, allows those runs to be made at proper times with Fafa Pico coming in now, who's going to be a big player. That gives leeway for Suarez to play as a false nine in a way, and gives Messi more time to just take on defenders. And in the midfield, the preseason, I think you saw that in that 4-4-2 type of thing, where you have Allende on the right and Taylor on the left, or Pico on the left, really take on a defender, make those runs, give space, occupy that space in behind, so Messi has time to operate.
Yeah, I think you nailed it offensively. Getting Messi in the areas he likes to be as fast as possible, and give him space and let him find the game in a way that I think spreads the defense out and allows him to operate at his best. I think that's the goal with this formation, right? That's the goal with what they're trying to do, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
Let Messi be the best player on the pitch, and just do whatever you have to do to support him. I think that works as a game plan. My initial observations has been that they have used the wide players to create a little tactical nuance from game to game. Now it is early. We're recording this on February 11th. We've only seen 4 preseason games, but it feels like the Messi Suarez double pivot in the midfield is very solidified in what they want to do, and that they can create a little bit of tactical nuance with the wing play. And you have a bunch of different options, right? Julian Gressel is a guy who can whip in balls from the right. Robert Taylor can take guys on one-on-one. Fafa Pico is much more of a pacey guy. Tadeo Allende, big body that I think can operate in those half spaces, and hopefully we'll see him really excel there. It feels offensively like it's going to be exactly what Inter Miami needs to unlock almost any defense. But to me, the question is, like in any formation, okay, how does that affect you in other aspects of the game? You mentioned you thought the midfield looked more organized than last year. And I wanted to dig into that because I think they have a ton of midfield options, but every player is slightly different. It feels like Federico Redondo and Sergio Busquets are going to be the two to start the season and get that first start. But Yannick Bright, Benjamin Kramaski, Talasco Segovia, David Ruiz, there's a bunch of, I think, high-quality options that we should and will feel good about. So talk to me about the midfield. In a formation that's so oriented towards getting Messi where he needs to be, that midfield has a lot of slack to pick up.
Yeah. So last year, as you remember, as a lot of us remember, the midfield was really leaking at times when we would send numbers forward and we didn't have the right personnel in the midfield, whether it was Yannick Bright out or Busquets was caught up too high, or was Busquets as a lone 6. I think the importance of balancing that midfield this year, especially with the way we want to play with the wingers and using overlapping outside backs, as Jordi Alba will do, as Chelo Wigan has done in the preseason, is going to be imperative that Mascherano picks that midfield perfectly every game. And I think having that double pivot will help Busquets, especially as he roams as a number 8, and having Redondo play as a true 6, because last year he was in between a 6 and an 8, and we didn't know where he fit. So I think this year, as putting him as a true 6 will help this team. And when we had Diego Gomez in the midfield last year as an 8, he was the best 8 in the MLS, I would say. And he did the work that, Segovia is probably going to do now. So to pick up the slack is putting it right. Like you hit it right on the head. They're going to have to pick up the slack that, we can't let a counterattack happen because we're caught out of position. Then that turns into the back line turning and running for their life, which we saw a lot of last season. So finding the right pairings as a double pivot, if it's Busquets that gets the night off, if he brings in Segovia with Bright, I think Bright is going to be another important player this season. He has it in him.
Do you think they have the right personnel for this, though? Because Busquets is going to be there whenever he's ready to play. And so it's really about partnering with Busquets. And we've mentioned 4 guys. Yeah. I know we haven't gotten a great look at Segovia yet, so I think we can just assume what we might know what he is, but it could be very different, and that's kind of the nature of the beast. But with Redondo, with Bright, with Kramaski, with Ruiz, do you think we have the guys that can operate this effectively?
I'm looking for Redondo to find his footing. A lot last year, I was looking at him. He was lost at times. He didn't know where he fit in. He plays the ball back a lot. I want to take that first touch forward, find Messi quicker, find the winger quicker, and then move on from there. But if he is able to find his happy place in that midfield, I think will be more than all right. I think that's the key to that midfield this year.
Yeah. And I think among the options, you have really, really high quality options, especially for the MLS level, whether it is Riker, Mascherano, Segovia, Ruiz, or Federico Redondo. Like all of them by MLS standards are really talented players.
Agreed.
Center backs, I think, one of the things that I think you and I really agreed on last year was that a lot of the defensive issues had more to do with the midfield than just raw poor center back play. And while I think they may have upgraded at center back this offseason with Maxi Falcone and Gonzalo Lujan, and hopefully David Martinez healthy for the whole year, and Toto Avila's taking a step up, and Ian Frey, Noah Allen, Sergio Busquets, like they have plenty of options. Do you see them having a vastly different role and responsibility this year? Is it mostly just, help with possession, but really defensively be stout?
I think it's help with possession, be able to move the ball through the back line, get the opposition moving, not allow them to press. Because we saw there was a stint there, 3 or 4 games where Nico Freire and Aviles were looking like a true partnership, that they were stout. And then Freire goes down with an injury, and then, the midfield started to leak a little bit. We started moving Busquets into the back line. Martinez goes down with an injury, but when Martinez plays, he looks like he advances the ball forward. He's able to play the ball wide, play. He's able to have a good partnership with Aviles, which is what I think we need, and to be able to hold up possession at times and just give a little breather to the midfield to find their place, to make sure we're in position to then find Messi in attack.
Do you think that we've seen this preseason, Oscar Ustadi has been sort of the guy, and Drake Calendar's been it's been absent because he's been dealing with a little bit of an injury. I think a lot of people are ready to move on from Drake. I don't necessarily feel that way, but do you think having Ustadi or Drake in one or the other makes a huge difference to what they're trying to do?
I think having any competition in anything is good for your lead guy. My biggest itch with Drake, I think, has always been his ability to play the ball with his feet, distribute the ball. Ustadi has an upper hand in that, but Drake is just a great shot stopper. He's saved us from a lot of goals, and he's a great penalty stopper at the same time. So I don't think he's done anything to lose the number 1 spot or have it to be a competition. I know he's been injured, but I think he slots in to that number 1 role when the season starts.
I guess my point was actually like, does this style demand that the goalkeeper is upgraded as a ball playing goalkeeper?
I don't. You definitely want a ball playing goalkeeper with this kind of style. Not saying Drake can't become that. If he works on it, I'm sure he can. But sure, having Ustadi be able to distribute the ball on a whim is great, and have him be a sure-footed goalkeeper with the ability to handle the ball under pressure and to play the right pass or to make the right decision is great for this style, because we want to, as soon as that opposition presses so high that we're able to pass behind them, finding the 2 6s or finding the 8 and then finding Busquets and playing out to the middle and then wide. I think you need a keeper that can play the ball real quick, and Ustadi does have that, but I still think Drake working on that is still the starter.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, I think we'll find out over the next couple of weeks, and I think it'll be very interesting. But I tend to agree with you. The last thing I wanted to talk about was, we've seen the same thing for the first 4 games, and maybe Mascherano wants to make sure they have one system down before he starts adding, formational changes. Do you think this is who he is as a coach, or do you think that we're going to see a couple maybe more unique formations throughout the season? You think we're going to get a back 3 at any point? You think we're going to get Messi on the right, 3-man midfield, etc.? I
don't think we're going to see a back 3. I think that was more of Tata's play style. He had that pedigree from Atlanta. Mascherano's, I think, more of a traditional 4-4 or 4 in the back type of manager. And he knows with this team, with the ability of Jello, who has improved to be able to play as an attacking fullback now. I think we stay with that 4-4-2. I want to say a 4 in the back for sure. If he moves Messi off to the right, maybe he plays Allende down the middle as a false 9 in front and behind Suarez, and he works with Messi. But I do think Mascherano sticks to his guns with the 4 in the back. I don't think we get anything crazy unique. If anything, I would love to see the 4-2-3-1, which we're kind of seeing now, some variation of it. But if that can become our formation going forward, I would love it.
It does feel like we've only seen one thing, and then this is what he wants to do. But he's never been a club coach before, so it's really hard
to really navigate.
Look back and kind of make accurate predictions on it. Okay, so we've talked about the formation and a lot of the different pieces. Is there one player you think, and maybe Messi aside, or throw in Messi if you want, that is really going to shine with what Javier Mascherano wants to do?
I think if Allende can get enough playing time and get enough, run in the MLS and get consistent and a good partnership with Messi, with Busquets, with Suarez, with whoever else, I think he can be a very good player. He can play out wide, he can play centrally, up top. He can be a very, very good player.
Yeah, I think over the last 3 preseason games, we've seen him establish himself or express himself a little bit better in each game, and I'm curious to see where he sort of lands. I don't know if we've really seen exactly what he is as a player yet, and so I am really curious. And the thing I keep saying is he earned his move to La Liga, so there's clearly talent there.
Yeah.
Okay, Marc, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Please tell everyone where they can find you if they want to get more.
If you want to get more Inter Miami news, talk, anything, you can find me on the Kendall Sports Network. We do a show called False Nine. That's all things Inter Miami. We've had Scotty on there. He was a great time. Hopefully get him back this year. But we do our shows. We're moving it to Wednesday nights at 7:30. So KSN Network or Kendall Sports Network and False Nine.
Awesome. Well, Marc, thank you so much. And I'll have all that information in the description. But thank you so much for being here. And we'll have to get you on again soon, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we've got Kris from Battered Herons. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Huge fan of your show, and I'm really grateful that you were willing to come on and talk to us. How are you feeling this evening?
Amazing, man. It's thank you for having me.
Yeah, again, really appreciate it. I wanted to bring you on to talk about the roster this year and specifically how it compares to last year, because they built what I consider to be the deepest team in the MLS, and certainly and one of the deepest teams ever in the MLS last season. They had depth and quality depth across the pitch, and then they lost a couple players. A guy moved to the Premier League. Some big names left for other clubs in the MLS and to Argentina. Matias Rojas, Leo Campana, Diego Gomez, Sergei Christoph, even some of the depth guys, Nico Frede, Franco Negri. These are like quality backups. And it would be, I think, difficult and reasonable to assume that it would be difficult to replace that quality of depth. And we went out and signed, as of today, if you want to include Alan Obando, and that news has sort of come out today, 7 new players. Goalkeepers, center backs, forwards, midfielders. I mean, they really went after it and even got that backup striker today. So how did you feel about the roster last year? Did you think that it was worthy of the high expectations that came with Inter Miami last year? Let's start there instead of baseline.
It's weird because when I look back at the roster from last year, the center back position, everybody had felt pretty comfortable with players like Kamal Miller, like Tomas Aviles, but then we lose Kamal Miller, and then you feel like you have a rock in Christoph, but you literally have a rock with Sergei Christoph. And so one of the things that I noticed is that, yeah, we might have had Negri to play left back, and we had other players like Diego Gomez, like Matias Rojas, but like we still had a pretty gaping hole in terms of our center back position. And so that position to me was extremely it's just something where we thought that we had something a little bit more quality driven, but at the same time I felt like we had Tomas Aviles and then to be determined next to him. So to me, that was like our gaping hole in what we were missing last year, which is very different from this year, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and it feels like we developed some center back options through the course of having to figure out what to do there. I think we both feel comfortable with Busquets back there. Noah Allen has been incredibly impressive. We brought in David Martinez over the summer, and he's back. So there's there's certainly some options there. And then you go out and sign Gonzalo Lujan and Maxi Falcone. I think this is the biggest place we upgraded in 2025. And if that was the Achilles heel of a roster in 2024, it certainly feels like they've done a good job of filling it, right?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, we've kind of spent it 180 here now, because here we are last year saying our defense was awful and we needed to fill a couple spaces back there, and our offensive structure and our strikers were good, versus now we're pretty comfortable with the back line. We're pretty comfortable with the players we've obtained. We're pretty comfortable with the players we've retained. And now it's who's going to be behind Luis Suarez. Now, in my opinion, I'd rather have a problem with my backup 9 versus my starting center backs. So those are things that you kind of have to pay attention to and say, well, you know what? I'll take having a gaping hole in my backup striker versus having issues with my back line.
Yeah, definitely. And, having not just bringing in a Maxi Falcone and saying he's the guy, because that does feel like what they did last year. They brought in Nico Frede and they said, he's just going to solve all of our problems. He's going to replace Kamal Miller and then we'll just be fine. And then we saw he was okay. And I think he was maybe developing some chemistry, but he got hurt and that was it for him. And so the problems came right back. And so now you add Maxi Falcone, and I think you feel much better about that. But then Lujan, Ian Frey back is another guy I haven't mentioned yet. So that whole position, I think you feel so much better about. And then even going to right back and left back, I know Jordi Alba's the guy, but last year, if Chelo Wiga didn't start, we didn't have a right back. I'm sure you remember when DeAndre Edlin got traded, we were desperate for a right back. And Absolutely. So now, not only do you have Chelo Wigan, Gonzalo Lujan can play there. We've seen some Kramaski and Julian Gressel there. And then, of course, Ian Frey back healthy and hopefully stays that way. So I agree with you. Yeah. I think the back line is an incredible spot compared to where we were last year. And I don't feel like much of the rest of the roster has taken a dip. Diego Gomez, huge player, but they went out and signed Telasco Segovia, who is coming from a bigger league as opposed to Diego Gomez, who came from Paraguay. And I think for a similar price tag and maybe not exact same profile, but similar style of midfielder, it feels like they did a good job of replacing him this offseason.
Well, listen, if we can be able to deal Diego Gomez for the money if you would have been told the money that you're going to get for Diego Gomez was going to be that much for dealing him after having him for the time that you've had him, it's an amazing deal. And then on top of that, when you do have the ability to facilitate and bring in other players of quality that can either fill the need, if not assist the fault of not having Diego Gomez, I'll take that 10 times out of 10. Obviously, Diego Gomez is probably the one player that it hurts the most to lose, but I feel like with all the additions that we've had this season, I'm pretty comfortable with what we have in the wing position and the midfield position. And again, going back to like the center backs and left back and right back, we're pretty solid. We were going from last year where we had no other choice but to put Noah Allen at center back. We had no other choice but to put Sergio Busquets at center back. Now we have other players like David Martinez and we can even go down to Saylor that can be able to fill in that role. We actually have center backs, Falcone. There's nothing that I see as far as gaping holes are concerned with the defensive line.
Yeah, just for full transparency, we're recording this on February 11th, and I'm watching, Danny's previews with other MLS teams, and it reminds me of how spoiled we are for what we've had. But then you think about it, it's like there is no lack of quality anywhere really. And let's move to backup striker. I don't know how much you know about Alan Obando, but it sounds like he's going to be the backup striker. He's a young kid and promising, maybe raw. He's 18 or 19. So that's probably the one area where you'd say it's a downgrade from Campana, who did a really nice job of winning us points last year. But aside from that, it's looking pretty good, man.
Well, with Alan Obando, I'll take that. I'll take that as a backup striker, right? Yeah. The issue that we had with Campana was that he was a DP striker, right? but that wasn't performing at a DP level. So that's my issue. If Campana was under a normal contract throughout his career, then I don't think there'd be any issues with him being on this team. That's the problem, at least with me with Campana. I was always a fan of Campana, but I think that that's what the viewpoint was from the fan base.
Yeah, and well, listen, he did so well as a backup that he earned himself a starting job elsewhere. So like it's hard for us to say that he wasn't doing a good job, because clearly a bunch of teams out there thought he was worth bidding on. Let's talk about goalkeeper, because it's the same two guys, but the dynamic feels very different compared to last year. Oscar Ustari has been the guy this preseason. Drake Callender has been injured, so he hasn't really been able to compete. Is it better to have a real competition, or is it better to have a guy that feels confident there?
I'm going to go with the former, because I feel like competition is absolutely necessary. And the one thing I love about this season right now is that there is competition throughout just about every single position, aside from left back and striker. And of course, wherever Messi wants to play.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the goalkeeper is concerned, it's weird because we went from last year where CJ Dos Santos was actually looked like a person that was decently competing against Callender. The only difference is that Callender was actually playing pretty often, right? So CJ Dos Santos wasn't going to earn himself that position, especially when Callender is actually playing decently, but often. This year, it's hurting Callender not appearing in this preseason. Absolutely.
I agree.
And him not playing against Olympia, to me, was the final nail in the coffin, in my opinion. I know Mascherano was interviewed and he stated that he might get some minutes against Orlando. You know what it is, that for our recent starting goalkeeper last year to be stated by the manager, he might get some minutes. That's tough. So to me, I think Ustari, just because he's there and he's earning the position, kind of like how Callender got it from Marsman. Marsman got injured. Callender was there. He performed well, and he kept the position forever. Now Callender got hurt, and then now we have Ustari that's taking advantage, and looks like he's going to be the starter.
Would you agree that either way, right? Because I think Ustari, in my opinion, has looked very solid and very comfortable back there this preseason and what we saw in the one game last year. Even if Drake does come back and win the job, I think you're in a better spot than last year, where you feel very good about Ustari. And then if Drake wins it, you got to feel even better about that, right?
Well, I think, in my opinion, I think that Drake should be able to he should be given an opportunity to lose the position. I think absence shouldn't be the reason that he loses the position. I feel like if you want to give up the position to Ustari, at least let's see Drake play and see if the quality really dips because of this competition. But I absolutely feel that this competition was 1,000% necessary, because Drake Callender, honestly, I feel like he was a little comfortable in the sense of that he kind of knew he wasn't going to lose his position based on a lack of quality. Now, it could be because the defenders weren't so great. It could be because he didn't block near post, but he did have a pretty big dip in quality.
Well, and you're absolutely right to say that there was no competition for him. Like, I know you mentioned Cedro Santos, but it didn't ever feel like he was going to outcompete Drake Callender. And listen, he's going to get his chance this year, so we'll see if he can win that job in San Diego and see what he's about. But he was like Drake. Speaking of Drake, he was captain almost every game that Messi wasn't starting. Like, he was locked in with Tata Martino and that roster. So I agree. And I think either way, whether it's Ustari or Drake, I think we're going to feel good about the goalkeeping situation. So I think that's good. Okay. So final answer. Do you think the roster is better in 2025 than it was in 2024 as we enter opening day?
Oh, 1,000% wholeheartedly. I mean, the fact that we have competition across every single position, like I said, aside from striker, left back, and wherever Messi plays, this is way better of a roster this year than we had last year. 1,000%.
Yeah, and I think you started this conversation with the best point, is that there did feel like an Achilles heel last year, and it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case this year, which is a great feeling if you're a fan. Okay, so then the one big name that we haven't mentioned yet is the coach, the head coach, or the manager. Tata Martino had an incredible resume, and on paper, I think is a great coach on paper. But when you watch him every game, I think it's easy, and this is probably true of any coach, to start building some criticisms and get frustrated with the stubbornness and all that. Do you think Inter Miami, I know it's too early to tell for sure, but do you think Inter Miami upgraded at manager?
You know, there's a couple things that you have to pay attention to, right? It's the substitutions. When do they happen? It's the game plan. Do you adjust according to your opponent? At this moment, I think it's a little too early to tell whether we've upgraded or not. I feel like the mindset is a little bit more offensive. So I think in that sense, we have upgraded because I feel like Tata played a little reserve, right? He just let the 4 best players on the squad take over, and everybody else just kind of hang out and wait until they make magic happen. At this moment, I think it's a little too early to tell. I think in the first 3-4 games of Mascherano managing, I think we'll be able to have a good idea on whether we actually had an upgrade or not.
I agree. I think it's too early, but I will say I think it's very interesting that he's come into the preseason with something that Tata Martino never tried, which is Messi in the middle and only 2 in the midfield and stuff. So I think it's I'm optimistic that we're getting something new to maybe get the best out of this team.
What's scary to me is that Sailor had a goal. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but if he turns that ball over, I don't know who's playing defense. So I don't know if that's a good thing.
Noah Allen looks poised to take over for Jordi Alba, and Ryan Sailor looks poised to take over for Luis Suarez based on that second half. Okay, so I think you said 1,000% that this roster is better than last year's. Last year, and maybe you can give your opinion on if you think it was a success or not. They won the Supporter Shield, they broke the points record, and yet they got eliminated early in the 3 tournaments that they really wanted to win. And I think a lot of fans didn't feel like it was a huge success. Did you feel like last year was a success? And with an upgraded roster, should the expectations not be even higher in 2025?
Last year, to me, was not a success. We should have won trophies, plural. And I feel like this year, again, the minimum is trophies, plural. The CCC is literally a red carpet to the finals for us. I feel like MLS Cup or bust when it comes to the MLS season. I don't believe we're going to have the Supporter Shield. I feel like we understand the lack of importance it really means. And I mean, I would love to sit at the 1 or 2 seed just because as a season ticket holder, I want to go to the games. But I think that the organization in itself, they're not going to worry about that. If people need rest, they're going to rest people. And I think we have good enough players that are going to be able to come in and be effective while the older players have some rest. So I think minimum 2 trophies. Last year was a failure. And that's where I sit.
Do you think that if it's not, like if we don't win the MLS Cup, if we don't win the get the star, and if we end the season on a bad note, and maybe not win the trophy, but at least feel good about the playoff run, like it almost feels like that's a do it or bust type of thing, because it doesn't really matter what you win earlier in the season if you end the season getting eliminated by the 8th seed in a best of 3 first round series. You still feel bad about that.
Well, it's going to be a tough blow because like if we don't get the MLS Cup this year, I mean, essentially, if Messi doesn't play next year, we're going to be the laughing stock of the MLS. To not have the greatest player of all time and not win an MLS Cup, it's going to be tough to digest.
Yeah, I do think that if you can win the MLS Cup, it almost helps you forgive anything bad that happened earlier because you end on such a high. And if you crash out spectacularly like we did last year, it almost makes what we did earlier irrelevant, which is kind of how last year felt. So better roster, I think better expectations, and they have everything they need to hit it. Kris, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Please tell everyone where they can find you.
You can find me on Battered Herons. It's another Inter Miami podcast. And you can also check me out on Twitter or X. It's at Battered Herons or at K Battered Herons.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again for being here, and we hope to have you again on soon.
Yeah, no doubt. Until next time.
Thank you to Kris for that conversation. Again, is Inter Miami better in 2024 than they were in 2025? Probably a huge part of that goes to how you feel about Javier Mascherano as coach. So we decided to ask everyone, what is one word you think that we will use to describe Inter Miami's new coach, Javier Mascherano, at the end of this season?
Underrated.
Bold.
Refreshing.
I was going to say good enough, but that's 2 words. Better.
That's a tough one, but I'm going to say everybody by the end of the season is going to be calling him El Jefecito.
Mature. I think already from what I've seen, I like that he's brave and that he's not acting like it's his first time ever coaching a big thing. He's controlled, he's aggressive, he's sticking with his beliefs. I mature is what I see so far.
Tactician. Having played in a high level of football with Barcelona, with Argentina, can he be a tactical genius on the sidelines to pull triggers on subs, on formations, on tactical adjustments to override maybe another team's best player playing well, maybe another team's backline really hunkering down and stopping Messi or Suarez? Can he find the right partnerships and players to bring on to really change a game?
Rookie. I think there's mistakes that are going to happen. I think it's inevitable. They could still win MLS Cup, but I think at times, and this is across the board, I think at times with media, I think at times on the field, I think at times just in general, there's going to be growing pains. And I think you're gonna see that. Maybe you could, somebody else would say the word potential or promise or whatever, especially if you haven't winning MLS Cup like I do. But I think that it could just be down to the talent, whereas it's not necessarily down to the coaching, but we'll see how the year plays.
Surprising. He's going to surprise us because everybody, the first knock is he's not experienced. He's we need someone with great experience. He's just getting the job because he's friends with Messi. And some of those things might have a little bit of weight, have some weight and some truth to it perhaps. But I think from what he's shown so far, he's open. He has an idea. He knows what he has. He's testing all. He's giving everyone the opportunity, and I think he's going to surprise the fans. He's going to surprise the MLS, and I think he's going to do well.
The key thing is at the end of the season. So I'm going to go with a very optimistic word here, surprised, because I'm one of those that have criticized the signing of Mascherano. From the very start. I don't think he had the resume to be where he's at right now. And I'm hoping that he excels despite him not having the experience necessary to coach a team that has 4 stars and that is going to be in such important tournaments. At the end of the season, I want to look back at this and say, wow, Mascherano surprised me. He went above and beyond what I thought he would do. He excelled. We won this, and that. I am surprised and happy.
So, what did you think of those answers before I get to your word?
They were largely positive. I think Franco was the only one who had a bit of a negative connotation to his answer, but across the board, everyone seems to be on the same page. Now, I don't know whether that's because they've seen something in the preseason or is just they're optimistic for what's coming in this season, but I'm glad that everyone had a positive and optimistic outlook towards Javier Mascherano. But what is your one-word answer?
You're going to hate mine because I'm going to pull a total cop-out. I love Franco's answer, rookie. So I'm going to cop out and say freshman, which is, I know, a total cop-out. But the thing about a rookie or a freshman, they're going to make mistakes. They're going to look stupid. They're going to say the wrong and do the wrong thing. And they might just help you win championships because sometimes you're too young and dumb to know that it's supposed to be hard. I love the rookie answer because there will be bumps, or freshman answer. There will be bumps along the road, but that doesn't mean you can't achieve great things. It could be bad. It could be amazing. Give me the cop-out answer. I'm going with freshman. What about you?
Yannick Bright was a rookie last year, and he was phenomenal for this team. So if Javier Mascherano is also a rookie, I'm happy with that. I'm going to go with prepared. That's the one thing that stood out for me in this preseason. Javier Mascherano seems to have a plan and he wants to play a certain way. And it looks like the team itself is a reflection of what Javier Mascherano brings to the table. That's preparedness. And you're right. Sometimes that plan might not work out. We might face some issues in our preparation. But I think there's a direction that this team wants to go in. And largely, we're going to head in the right direction. So maybe a few bumps along the way, but we're going to make it to the end and we're going to be on top of that mountain. Prepared is what Javier Mascherano is for me.
Should I have admitted it was a cop-out, or was that obvious?
It was obvious. You always pick the cop-out answers. So
okay, guys. I think now that we've established all the position battles, where everyone fits in, how a lot of the different players are going to have or could have breakout seasons, and we've had a chance to talk about the formation, Javier Mascherano. Let's get to our final interview of this gigantic season preview. Let's talk to Alex Windley about what the expectations should be in 2025. Enjoy, guys. And we're here with the wonderful Alex Windley. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, guys. I'm good. How are you?
Feeling good, ready to talk more about Inter Miami. That is the theme of this week. We wanted to bring you along because A, you're a superstar. B, you are, I think, one of the most interesting journalists in the Twitter sphere, at least because of how communicative you are. And also, I think you have some great opinions. So I really appreciate your work and I really appreciate you coming on with us. The topic for us is, what should the expectations be in 2025 for Inter Miami? We saw last year Inter Miami broke the points record, had one of the best seasons in MLS history, but it didn't come with an MLS Cup. It didn't come with a CONCACAF Champions Cup. It didn't come with the Leagues Cup. It came with a supporter shield. And there was a lot of changes and I think dissatisfaction with the end result. So I give it to the floor to you first, Alex. What should the expectations be for Inter Miami?
I think the expectation should be similar from what last year was. Obviously, Miami won the supporter shield, but I think now, that playoff loss to Atlanta will do a lot for this team in regards to mentality. Hearing Luis Suarez talk about, how they were angry at themselves and there was no one else to blame but themselves. So I think they're going to use that as a really big motivator this season with the multiple tournaments that they'll be playing in. I don't, it remains to be seen if Mascherano will be able to take them there. But so far during preseason, they've slowly build themselves, and the team has gotten better throughout the game. So, I do think they're going to be, the expectations are going to be high, but I think the scars of last year will be lingering over this team's head. So it's high expectations, but tempered expectations as well.
Do you think, personal opinion, do you think the fact that we have a new coach who is green in terms of his club coaching experience, does that change how we should view things? Or is it he understands the expectations, the front office understands the expectations, and then clearly the players do? So you just kind of chug along with a new guy at the front.
Yeah, honestly, no. I think Mascherano, he in his introductory press conference, he mentioned that as much. He said he's here to do a job and there is expectations and he's not going to, he's here to do a job and not going to shy away from that. Obviously, he did say, it remains to be seen if they're able to achieve that, but he knows what his job is and the expectations the front office has of him. So I think him having such a close relationship with the Barca 4, I think it'll look a little bit different than it did with Tata Martino. I'm sure we'll get into that later, but he does have that expectations on his shoulders as well. And I think he will want to win trophies too. But at the same time, yes, he is a green coach. It's not the first time Miami has done this. Phil Neville was a relatively green coach. I think when he took over Miami, he was only the England's women's national team manager, which is a huge job. But other than that, I don't think he had much for top flight coaching experience besides international soccer. So with Mascherano, I think he does have a little bit more experience in terms of Olympic soccer. I do think it's a little different. The women's game and men's game, really great to watch. And it is different in regards to, MLS and in the international game and what Mascherano was doing with the Argentine U20. So I do think that Mascherano will have that experience working with the Barca 4, like Phil Neville didn't have, obviously. But still, the expectations are going to be high, and I'm sure everyone in the club knows that.
Yeah, and certainly what Phil Neville came into is different than what Javier Mascherano is coming in from the club. Saur, maybe you can give your thoughts on what 2024 lacked in terms of being considered a success, because that can maybe jumpstart how we should actually view materialistically what 2025 could and should be.
Yeah, and I think one of the obvious answers to that question is trophies, right? But I want to get a little bit deeper into it, because Inter Miami constructed a roster in 2024 that was potentially the most deep roster that MLS has ever seen. The amount of depth that we had in practically every position was very good. MLS caliber players, basically as our third choice players in certain roles. And with that, I think the expectations were set that despite the fact that Inter Miami has the top four, even if you take those fantastic four away, our depth is so good that we'll be able to get really far in certain tournaments. Yet at no point during the season did it feel like Inter Miami is actually a balanced team, a team that is playing with confidence confidence, yes, but a team that was well balanced across the board and just chugging like a machine. When you see Columbus, you can be like, okay, they're a well-drilled, well-oiled machine, right? But that never felt the way with Inter Miami. If we're able to achieve that this season, if our play style improves, if our overall balance across the board improves, that I think in itself will be a step up from last season. But I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Do you think just by improving the play style, improving how we dominate teams during games, but not necessarily achieving those tangible trophies, do you think that would still be considered a step up from last season in your eyes? Or do you think winning those trophies and taking that next step up, winning finals and getting your hands at least on 2 trophies is a must to consider this season a success?
That's a really good question. I think in terms of playing style for me, I this is just my personal opinion. I would be not more satisfied, but I would be satisfied if they did improve upon, obviously this sounds absurd because they won the Supporters Shield and they were, broke the scoring, not the scoring record, like the points record and all that. But there were times, like you said, the team was super unbalanced, and we saw that with the Atlanta series. There were several times during the regular season where they were not. The transition between midfield and defense, there's a lot of holes there, and they kept leaking goals. But so far this preseason, we've seen some of that be addressed with, Mascherano switching to a different formation and having, that compact 4-4-4 in defense, and they haven't really given up too many goals. I think the only goals they've really given up was against Club America, and I think one of the teams they played in Central America once. But I think that, yes, for me, it would be an improvement if they did play better. But at the end of the day, trophies are a must. Every predictions article I've read so far from with going into the 2025 season, still has Miami as a Supporters Shield winners. Still has them as one of the favorites to make MLS Cup. It still has them as at least one of the favorites to make a deep run in the CONCACAF Champions Cup too. Club World Cup is honestly not. Like, I don't think any MLS team could really realistically do well in that tournament due to the roster rules and everything. Like, I think Seattle got like the deepest a couple years ago when they went, but even then, I think it was like the round of 16. But anyway, in terms of MLS Cup and Champions Cup and heck, maybe even Supporters Shield again, I think if they do need to win a trophy, yes, but the playing style does need to improve to give the fan base that belief that even if they may not have the scoring highs and the historic run in terms of the points record. Still, winning a trophy and playing better will that is a must. But at the end of the day, they do need to win a trophy and something in order to show that the work has been done with Mascherano over the offseason.
And not even just a trophy, but probably one of the MLS Cup or the CONCACAF Champions Cup, one of the big ones, because like if we get to the end of the season and we lose to NYCFC in two or three games or the second round of the playoffs, like people are still going to be upset. And that CONCACAF Champions Cup is going to be a long way in the rearview mirror. Getting out of the group stage in the Club World Cup is going to be long. Like the success during the season is going to be fun while it's happening, but ultimately, if you don't have that hardware and specific hardwares like the MLS Cup or the CONCACAF Champions Cup, you're gonna, I think, we're gonna have the same conversation next season. I wanted to get your thoughts on the roster, because I thought when the season ended last year, it was going to be very difficult to maintain that same standard of talent that we had, because we had so much depth and guys that were bursting, ready to sort of explode to bigger roles. And we've seen Leo Campana move on and Diego Gomez move on and Matías Rojas move on to either bigger clubs or bigger roles. And it was going to be hard to replicate that much talent in your depth. But I think the team has done a pretty good job. And listen, we're recording this on February 10th, so there might be another signing by the time this actually releases. But I think they've done a pretty good job of sort of making sure this is a deep roster with lots of talent and a lot of guys that you feel comfortable starting. But I want to get your opinion on that. And I guess, is it fair to expect the same things from this group of players, not just because we have Messi, but based on the whole roster?
Yeah, I think MLS as a whole, it's difficult to be consistently good. Even teams like Seattle, who are seemingly in the playoffs every other year, sometimes they don't make the playoffs and they're inconsistent. Even a couple years back, I think Columbus, they didn't make the playoffs, and then now they got to a point where they were consistently able to stay good. But even then, they're still losing their top players. You saw Cucho move on to Real Betis, and Aiden Morris moved on during the midseason to Middlesbrough. But still, I don't think this current Inter Miami roster, I do think they'll have more. I don't think it's as deep as last season in terms of like talent. Obviously Gomez, Campana, Rojas, they'll be missed. But I do think what Miami will be missing in those three, they've brought in a tons of like youth talent. You see guys like Santi Morales, who's an academy player coming on in preseason, playing like 20 minutes and looking really good. You see guys like Tadeo Allende, who he started off slow, but he's finding his feet and he looks like he's going to be some player. And then you still have guys like Segovia and Maxi Falcon to come in. And then you saw Gonzalo Lujan make his debut and he looked good as well. And then, guys like Fafa Picot, who will get meaningful minutes, guys like Robert Taylor, Julian Gressel. And then I obviously have to mention guys like Kramaski and David Ruiz, and they'll continue to contribute. So while I'm not knocking those, their talent, they're obviously super talented players, and in comparison to Gomez, Rojas, and Campana. But I think that they're getting like a really good core group of young players who Mascherano knows how to get the best of. Being the ex Argentine U20 coach, he knows how to work with young players. And Thomas Avila spoke about that in one of his media availability conferences. He mentioned that Mascherano immediately took a bonding to a lot of the young Argentine players on the roster, because most of them went through the Olympic program there. Kramaski, Avilas, Lujan, Federico Redondo, they played together. So I think already Mascherano has them gelling as a unit. And so I think compared to last season, obviously guys like Noah Allen did well under Tata Martino, but I think this season we're going to see an even bigger jump from the youth players. And like I said earlier, well, you're going to miss the talent of Gomez, Campana, and Rojas. I think the contribution from the youth players on this squad with Mascherano's history working with Olympic talent, I think it's going to be huge. And I think we're going to see a huge jump with those guys. So yeah, like you'll miss the talent that those guys had, but with these youth guys coming in and playing minutes, they'll just continue to get better. And in turn, that will give Miami even more depth on, contract, roster friendly contracts that, you don't have to break the bank to sign, a U22 player from, again, Argentina that will cost you like a U22 DP spot. So I think, yes, you're going to miss that old talent, but still with the younger guys coming through and Mascherano leading them through, I think it'll be a better for Inter Miami over the long run in terms of development.
The word that comes to mind, and the words that we've been using a lot on this podcast, I think the balance, just generally the overall balance of the squad, it may not be as deep as last year, but it seems to be a more well-constructed squad, and the chemistry just seems to be flowing really well. So what you mentioned about a lot of these players already playing together before, that helps. And then versatility as well. It just seems like we're really trying to get players who are versatile, can play in multiple positions. And as you said, Javier Mascherano seems to understand how to get the best out of them. So we may have lost a lot of talent in terms of the outgoings, but overall, I think there's a lot of promise in this squad that's being built, as you said, with the young core. And that automatically uplifts the expectations. So I do think a lot of the players from last season are going to take that step forward, but just the way this roster is being constructed, I'm really liking the look of it. And each passing game, I just feel like we're slightly getting better and better, and almost to the point where I can say we will compete for the big trophies. So definitely a very good point on that.
Alex, I want to say I really appreciate how diplomatic you've been in all of your answers tonight. Well worded, but you're a journalist, so you understand. I got to give you a hard one. Specifics, details. What is success for Inter Miami in 2025?
MLS Cup. Honestly, I think they need to go for it and they need to win it. After last season, they need to make a deep run into the playoffs, and that means winning MLS Cup. That was what Messi and company was brought in to do. They were in a good position to do it last year. A lot of the bigger teams got knocked out, but they just couldn't get past Atlanta. And of course, this season, Mascherano I recall sitting in that press conference for Mascherano. That was one of the first things he said. Like last year, they didn't, the playoffs. He watched that series. He watched all of their games. Actually, he mentioned that specifically that Atlanta series, that was a big disappointment, and he's made sure of that's not going to happen again this year. So MLS Cup is, I wouldn't even say the bare minimum. They have to win it. They have to win it, and the pressure will be on. The media will be on them. I will be on them as a journalist. Obviously asking questions, probing. Seeing how it's going to work. But yeah, MLS Cup is a must. I know there are pipe dreams of the Club World Cup, which that's not feasible. Just throw that out already. The CONCACAF Champions Cup depends on how Miami is during the season. Maybe they'll get a good draw and make it to the final. I don't know. Let's see how that goes. But MLS Cup, I think they need that star on that crest, and I think that's what the guys are going to be looking after to do this season. And they have to make a deep run or win it, because if they don't, Heads will definitely roll like they did last season.
Okay, well, I think that was too easy for you because you nailed it, and that was just right off the top of your head. So I'm going to go with an even harder one. Now I've completely forgotten what it was. Alex, Lionel Messi has been here since December 2023, and we have known that it's going to be a temporary thing, right? He's not going to spend 6, 7, 8 years here. It's going to be a year and a half, 2.5, maybe 3.5, right? But there is a ticking end to the Lionel Messi era at Inter Miami. So I'm wondering, does the pressure rise every year that they don't win the MLS Cup, that they don't win the big trophies for this team? Because it almost does feel like this year, because they didn't do it last year, the expectations are even more solid because you have less time afterwards to try and accomplish those things.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think last season we thought 2025 would be Messi's last year, and then when they got knocked out of the playoffs, people were panicking, oh my gosh, Messi only has 1 year to do it. But Jorge Mas did mention that they're in talks with Messi to extend it another year into 2026. So that does give them some breathing room, but still, I think, yes, like you said, the clock is ticking, and Miami would like to get it done sooner rather than later. Hopefully 2025 is that year. But yeah, Messi is not getting any younger, even though he's still world class. Same thing with Busquets, Jordi Alba, Luis Suarez. I know a lot of people like to get on him, but even if he's slow, the guy had 2 assists during that game the other day. I know it was a Honduran team, and they were the top team in Honduras too. So it's not like there were some slouches, but Suarez, he does get jabbed on, but still those guys are not getting any younger. And like you said, the clock is ticking, but still, it's kind of do or die. They don't have much wiggle room. 2026 maybe when they move into Miami Freedom Park, but it's something they have to do eventually. And Mascherano's going to try to do it this season. And obviously I think he signed a contract till in 2028, so he's going to be here for quite some time. It remains to be seen if he'll see out his tenure. But
if he does well, sure.
Yeah, but absolutely, they need to get it done, and time is absolutely ticking.
Okay, Saur, I ask you because Alex says we have to win the MLS Cup. I agree. I think that is the expectation of what it would be to have success in 2025. Do you agree? Is that
Absolutely.
your benchmark? Or do you
Bare
think it's
minimum.
more? Do you think it's more?
You know what? If we win the CONCACAF Champions Cup, I'll be happy with that. But I think the MLS Cup is the one to go for this season.
It's just the way you end it, right?
Yeah, you have to. And if Messi retires from Inter Miami, retires from football without actually winning the MLS Cup and only having won the CONCACAF Champions Cup, I'll be happy with that, but it still won't feel like a complete story. With MLS Cup being won by Inter Miami while Messi was here, it would have felt like a complete story. I'm going to lob you an easy one, Alex, because I know Scotty's been asking you the tough ones, but we've talked about the expectations. Yes or no answer. Do we win the MLS Cup this season?
I'm not. Oh man! Every time I predict something, the opposite happens.
Oh, no.
So I don't want to say yeah. So I'm gonna say no, just for the sake of my prediction. So me saying no will miraculously.
Okay, it's on the record.
That means they'll do it. So I'm gonna say no, just cause. But I think yes. I think they're absolutely one of the favorites. Especially like if you see Columbus and Cincinnati, they're getting rid of all their big players. Lucho Acosta is probably on his way to I think what San Jose was the latest team. Cucho's off to Real Betis. I think the Crew got rid of another player that's blanking my mind right now.
Christian Ramirez. Yeah.
Yes, Christian Ramirez went to the Galaxy, so they're losing a bit of their.
Alex gone as well.
Yeah.
is gone as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they a lot of the top teams are moving on their players, and I think the only team in the East right now on paper, preseason wise, off season wise, I think Atlanta United will it's Miami's bogey team. They got Almiron back, and they're signing Latte Lath for $30 million, and that's the highest transfer fee in MLS history. So they're not messing around over there. So I think, but outside of Atlanta, the East will be, I think, easier for Miami because the Ohio teams are restructuring, and Orlando is always going to be there, but I think right now in the East it's Miami, Atlanta. Depends how the Crew bounce back, but I think it will be easier, knock on wood, for Miami in that regard. But yes, I do have them as a favorite for MLS Cup. Of course, the Galaxy are still out there, but Ricky Puig is out injured, and I think one of their other players, Joseph Paintso, is out for 6-8 weeks with a torn quad. So as the season progresses, things will change. But for right now, yes, I think Miami are the favorite. Yes, I do think they can do it. But on the record too, I'll say no because my predictions never turn out that way.
Official prediction.
Yeah.
I understand. Again, very diplomatic. I appreciate that. Okay, everyone. You absolutely have to follow Alex on Twitter because she's probably the best Inter Miami follow. And so definitely do that. But Alex, tell them where else they can find you.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at AAW_1998. That's really my only social media regarding my journalism. I am in the middle of doing some internship stuff for AM New York. So my Inter Miami coverage will still be there, but I will be reporting on NYCFC too and the Red Bulls occasionally and some other New York sports. So don't get mad at me because it's a school thing, but yeah, all my Inter Miami stuff. In
your heart, so it's okay.
Yeah, yeah, all my Inter Miami stuff. You can still follow me at AAW_1998, and my Substack's there, on my reporting, my writing. It's all there in one place.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much for giving us the time, and we wish you all the best.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you to Alex. And that was our final interview. We're going to do one last round of rapid fire questions. But again, thank you to everyone that was a part of this. Saur, I think it's only fitting that you explain why we asked this final question and that you deliver that question.
Guys, this has been a long episode. We've had some fabulous insights from everyone around the world of Inter Miami. But there's only one fitting way to end this episode, and that's by asking a question that is a Drive Pink dialogue question. For those of us who've been following us since last season, since we first started, have joined us in our pregame shows, you know that Saur here likes to make some weird and some ostentatious predictions. One of my predictions has constantly been that Inter Miami is going to win at least one game by 7-2. Unfortunately, that scoreline never happened, even though we came quite close on a couple of occasions. But here at the Drive Pink Dialogue, we do not give up. So I ask again, is Inter Miami going to achieve a scoreline of 7-2 this season? Let's hear what everyone has to say.
Yes.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, they can. Yeah, let's do it.
7-2. No, not 7-2. Maybe 6-2, but not 7-2.
Sure, why not? We play Orlando City twice. Like, it could happen.
Yeah, I think it's possible. Yeah, I do. There's some really bad teams in MLS.
That's an interesting question. 7-2. I mean, do we how many times do we play Chicago? Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Yeah. I think so. We won 5-0 just now in a preseason game. And that was, with a lot of things. There's some good teams in the competitions we were playing in. There's some not so good teams. You never know.
Oh my gosh, that's oddly specific. But yeah, they did it last year, right, against the Red Bulls at home. I think they beat them I think it was 6-2. But yeah, honestly, it depends on the team, but I think that's definitely feasible.
I think that they can definitely do that. 100% they can. And the question is, who is going to be the victim? I'm hoping it's Orlando. I'm hoping it's one of those that I don't know. I just want to be as petty as I can be when that happens at 7-2 against Orlando. So it can definitely happen, especially with this roster that is just, in my opinion, really good. Probably top 3 rosters in MLS right now.
A 7-2. Oh Lord, but in favor of Miami, it's very possible with the weapons that they have, and it wouldn't surprise me if it did happen against Cincy or one of these teams, or Columbus or one of these teams that's always seemed to be this brewing rivalry for Inter Miami. It wouldn't surprise me if it happens. Could it happen? Yes. Will it happen against? I think it's less likely because I believe the defense is a lot better, and I think the team is deeper and stronger.
I don't know if you noticed, but when Kris from Battered Herons was answering, I had to cut it up a little bit because he said, how many times do we play Chicago? And I started laughing so hard that it disrupted his answer. That was certainly a Drive Pink Dialogue question. I'll give you the final word on it, but I will say that 7-2 is a heck of a scoreline. It would be awesome to see. I go with Gian. When do we play Orlando City? That's what I want to know. Give me a 7-2. Let's do it.
I'll be honest, I don't think a lot of those people were convinced with their answers, but I think they did join the right side. So welcome to the 7-2 club, guys. At least once during the season on pregame shows, you're going to hear that scoreline prediction, maybe even twice.
Once a season.
Once
a week.
Once a week. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I forgot how crazy I can get sometimes with these predictions. But I will say this. Of course, I believe Inter Miami can achieve that 7-2 scoreline at least once this season. Against the opponent, I'm not sure. But if anyone can do it across the MLS, it is Inter Miami. So bring me that 7-2, and I will go home happy. Take us away, Scotty. This was it.
We did over 7 hours of player previews. We now just finished a 5-hour marathon season preview with everyone from the Inter Miami world. I don't think there can be any questions left. We are 2 days away from opening the season against Sporting Kansas City. We have done everything we could possibly do. We've thought every thought. We've said every word. There's nothing more to say. I hope you guys enjoyed this marathon. We understand that this is a huge undertaking to just watch and enjoy, but I do hope you enjoy it as much as we enjoyed making it. I want to thank everyone again that was so kind in being a part of this. Everyone we reached out to was working with us, wanted to work with us, and they were so kind throughout every interaction. And for most of them, we spent 20, 30 minutes talking afterwards just to, because they were so kind and because we had so many interesting conversations. A lot of those people we're going to have back. I felt bad. I feel bad for doing this to them because they all deserve their own hour conversation and their own hour episode, and to get that it all be about our conversation with them. But this was the first of many, hopefully, and this season we'll try and keep our episodes under 5 hours from now on.
Absolutely. I think, first of all, a big thank you to every single person who came on and talked into Miami with us. I don't think you and I are the only ones crazy enough to love into Miami the way we do. Obviously, there are a lot of passionate fans out there, those who joined us in this podcast and those who are going to sit and listen to this 5 hours. It's been fantastic. Thank you so much for being so gracious with your time to everyone who was on here. And as Scotty said, we would love to have you again, whether that's during the season or after the season. And it's a positive atmosphere. Everyone's feeling good about this season. I just hope we can live up to those expectations and go win some trophies. The season's right around the corner. Let's start with the CONCACAF Champions Cup.
I have to do something at the end of this. I'm going to make the first comment under this video 7-2. And if you get to this point in the video and you really watch all 5+ hours, hit the like button to let us know. Show us that you're, how committed you are. And we'd love to hear that. But that's our secret password if you get to the very end. Guys, season's right around the corner. We will see you with everything that we do. We hope you guys enjoyed it. And as always, have a wonderful, wonderful day. Hey everybody, thanks for tuning in. Do us a favor and hit that like and subscribe button. Since our first viewer, sharing this with you all has been the very best part. So from the beginning until the end, thank you for being a part of this and have a wonderful day.